Chapter 22. Allie. You should have told me you were coming, and said, clasping Eva in an awkward hug. I would have made up your room for you. Or at least put away the kid. Eva muttered and stepped back, sending a worried look my direction. Seriously, though. What's going on? She let her bag fall from her shoulder to the ground. I'm Juniper McCarrow. Juniper answered. Sean and Caroline McCarrow's daughter, but Lena was my biological mother. Or first mom. Or birth mom. Depends on what terminology you like. I prefer biological mother. But I reserve the right to change my mind as I grow. Lena? Eva's startled gaze flew to mine and I nodded. She got the same response from Anne. Lena had a kid no one knew about. Then, her plucked brows furrowed. Caroline McCarrow, as in your sister? She asked Hudson. That would be her. Hudson answered, his hand warm and steady on my back. Let me guess. Gavin's her father. She studied Juniper as a science experiment. My heart stuttered at the possibility, but Hudson shook his head. No. I took a DNA test after Allie did just to rule him out. You never told me that. I whispered, which seemed foolish since everyone could hear. Figured it wasn't a big deal since there's no blood relation. His thumb stroked down my bare spine in a soothing rhythm. Great, so who's her father? Eva asked, tugging her long brown hair over her shoulder. We don't know. Juniper answered. And her brow furrowed. Your seconds this morning was kind of mean. Eva's head snapped toward our niece. I was showing proper technique in peak turns. And aren't you a little young for social media? Looked to me like you were showing that you could have danced Giselle better, since you used performance footage to compare. Didn't even monitor the comments trashing Allie. She shrugged. But what would I know? I'm 10. Eva had what? My back stiffened. Huh. Eva flashed a performance smile at Hudson. Cute kid. Thanks. Juniper grinned, flashing a set of little dimples at the lower edges of her mouth, and Eva's eyes narrowed. Let's go before this gets any more awkward. Hudson's hand slipped from my back, and I pretended I didn't immediately miss it. Allie, I'll pick you up Monday? 8 a.m. I agreed. See you in a couple days, Juniper. Bye. She waved at us. You're going to have so much fun camping with us. She promised as Hudson ushered her out the door, then closed it behind them. Eva. And started. Don't you think it's time to take off the rings? Eva interrupted, leaving her bag in the foyer and heading for the living room. I know a few guys if you're ready to get back out there. A few girls too. Oh. And ghosted her thumb across her wedding and engagement rings. No. Not yet. I stared at Eva like the wild card she was. What would she do with the information about Juniper's existence? She could be petty when pissed, but I didn't see her running to Caroline out of spite. So, I don't know what's weirder. Eva picked up Anne's book from the armchair and shut it, then set it on the end table as she Saturday. That Lena apparently had a kid when no one was looking, or that you're going camping. I'm happy to see you, but what are you doing here? I perched on the edge of the couch. Far enough from my phone to not give in to temptation, and see what people were saying under whatever scathing video Eva had posted. And took the seat beside me. As if my showing up at the family beach house is more peculiar than what just happened there. She gestured to the foyer. We finished the summer performances last night, thanks for coming. By the way, Allie. I dropped my gaze, regret gnawing on my insides. The only thing going back to New York had shown me was that I wasn't quite sure I liked who I was when I was there. If I even knew who I was. I'd only felt like myself around Hudson. I already told you, it's hard on her. And chastised. Don't cover for me. I looked Eva in the eye. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. You'll be back for next time. She shrugged, kicking off her shoes before tucking her legs under her. I brought you a few bagels from that shop you like down the block. Since I thought you might be missing the city. Thanks. As an apology for whatever she'd posted? That was sweet of you. Oh, and Vasily announced the fall program. She looked at me knowingly. On the website? Breathe. Vasily frequently changed his mind. Just because he told me Equinox would be one of our 3 selections for fall didn't mean it actually would be. Not until he made it public. On the website. She grinned and her eyes lit up. He listed Equinox, Sally. You'll finally have a role created just for you. Congratulations. The air rushed out of my lungs. That's amazing. And leaned over and squeezed my shoulders. I can't wait to see it. Joy, disbelief, pride, every emotion flooded me simultaneously. But anxiety fisted my heart hardest. He listed it. We'll really get to do it. I smiled, choosing to let the joy win. Casting is TBD, of course. Not that everyone doesn't know it will be you and Everett, but hope flared in Eva's eyes. I figured if you helped me for a day or 2, I'd have a leg up when rehearsals start, and I'd have a shot at getting soloist. Please say yes. Did Isaac put out the choreography? That should still be 6 weeks away. No. But everyone knows he's fucking Charlotte, and she's been. She shifted in her seat uncomfortably. She's been practicing, Allie. I've seen her in the studio hours after everyone else. With Isaac. If you're not ready, she's gunning for your part. Nausea turned my stomach. She's a soloist. If I'm not ready, the part will go to Reagan or Candace. They're principals. You'll be ready. And declared. No, I was about to take days off to frolic in the woods. Shit. So Lena really had a kid? Eva changed subjects so fast it gave me whiplash. Why would she give her to Caroline? She hates us. Her nose scrunched. Caroline's cool with her being here? I'm pretty sure she'd rather set fire to our house than let her daughter hang out. She doesn't know. And told her. Not yet. We'll tell you everything we know. No need. Eva shrugged. She's cute. Totally looks like Lena's pictures, but I doubt I'll see her much. We're hoping to change that. And flashed an optimistic smile. Why? She took Anne's water bottle from the end table, twisted the lid, and took a drink. If she's happy, then leave her be. Obviously Lena didn't want us interfering or she would have told us. She set the water down. But you really don't know who her father is? No. And stiffened. We figure it has to be someone from San Francisco. Huh. She stood, then threw her arms above her head, stretching. I'd ask Jacob. I think he was out there around that time. Spent a couple years in their corps. He might know who she was screwing. Are you seriously going camping? She addressed that question to me. Yes. I nodded. Trying to get in Caroline's good graces so she won't file a restraining order when we tell her we're Juniper's biological family. She was right. Jacob would be a good place to start. Everyone else I knew and trusted had started and stayed in New York. For how long? 3 days, I answered. You're going to take 3 days off training to go hang out in the woods? Her voice rose. You can't afford the time off. She can. And argued, tucking her curls behind her ears. She needs a life outside the company. We're encouraging this, Eva. Her tone shifted into something close to Mom's. We're encouraging her fucking off and not taking her position or upcoming roles seriously in order to spend time with a kid Lena didn't want us to know she had. She scoffed. Super responsible. Allie. Mom would be so proud. Low blow. I stood. I'll make up the days, and my therapist thinks it's a good idea. Getting out of the studio and camping. I clarified. Not the lying to Caroline. I'm going to go pack. I don't get how you can have everything, and not fight to keep it. Eva said, following me out into the foyer. I would kill to have half your talent. And you just piss it away. It's so unfair. Stop fighting. And ordered. Is that what the video was about? I reached the first step, then turned around. Retribution for not going last night? Or showing the world that you're more talented? Are you so desperate to prove your worth that you need a million people to tell you that you're better than I am? Is the validation you get worth throwing me under the bus of the internet? Her face fell. Our follower count was stagnant, and you hadn't filmed any rehab content. And you agreed to let me use footage of you. I agreed to help my sister. The shout filled the empty halls of the house. We both know they just want to see you. Her hands curled. You're Alessandra Russo. Everyone in the world loves you, worships you, validates you. I'm just the little sister the company let in to keep you happy. That's bullshit, and you know it. I shook my head. No one knew me well enough to love me, except my sisters. Vasily doesn't do nepotism. He didn't hire Lena that first season, remember? He made her work for it. Develop another year before trying out again, just like you. Stop playing the pity card, Eva. Right. Eva drew the word out sarcastically. Because Maxim's last name has nothing to do with his role as a choreographer. She rolled her eyes. Drop the humble facade and admit it for once. You're the queen. Stop it! And put herself between us, throwing out her arms and flaring her hands. You will stop it right now. We're never out here together, and you two will not do this. Her gaze jumped between us. This isn't what Mom had in mind when she wanted us to spend more time together. Let's call up Mom and ask her. Eva reached for her pocket, then looked at me. Or are you only getting one-word answers? She's still ashamed of you, isn't she? My fingernails dug into the banister. Enough! And snapped. You know damn well Dad wouldn't stand for you talking about her like that, and Lena would have. She snapped her mouth shut and took a deep breath. Guilt slammed into me with the force of a semi-truck, and Eva looked away, wrapping her arms around her waist. We're all that's left, guys, and said softly. It's just the three of us. No one has had an easy year, but we have to do better, be better for each other. We just do. I deflated. We were the only three pylons left on the pier. We wouldn't make it through another storm if we didn't lean on each other. If it made Eva feel better to post an already public video of my injury, then fine. It was a small price to pay for my sister to get whatever she needed from that stupid app. I'm sorry, Eva whispered, slowly raising her eyes toward mine. I'll take it down. Thank you. And I'm truly sorry. I should have gone last night. I glanced at and sighed at the desperation in her pleading eyes. Out of the three of us, she was the one whose world was in upheaval. And she deserved better than this. The least I could do was help smooth things over. I'll help you, I told Eva. I have 2 days before I leave with Hudson. And I'll teach you what I know about the soloist parts for Equinox. Thank you? Eva lit up, but it was the relief in N's eyes that made it worth it. Metal clinked above me, and I looked up the stairs to see Sadie trotting down, freshly awake from her nap. Hey girl. Holy shit, you have a dog? Eva exclaimed. What the hell is going on around here? Just go with it. And lectured. That's our new motto. We worked all weekend, taking breaks only to ice our feet, and by the time Eva left Monday morning she had a good grip on most of the choreography. She'd left her room a mess, and ransacked Lena's closet when she needed an extra sweater, but at least she'd felt more confident when she left for the airport. My motivation for working myself to the bone had been Charlotte. Like hell was she taking the role that had been created for me. But while the days in the studio had invigorated Eva, they'd shown me how far I still had to go in my recovery. I'd fallen more times than I cared to admit, mostly due to being out of shape for point, lack of confidence, and fear of re-injuring my ankle. Out of the three, the fear was a real career killer. If I couldn't get past it, I may as well retire. You've been quiet the whole drive, Hudson said as we pulled into the gravel parking lot near the lake. Should I worry? No. Just preoccupied. We got out of the truck, and I stared up at the thick canopy of beautiful foliage from the trees. It was peaceful out here. I forgot to tell you. I called Jacob a few days ago. You met him at the gala. Harvey. Principal dancer. I remember. Hudson reached into the jam-packed truck bed and tossed me my backpack, a framed little number, and had insisted I buy for the trip. Thanks. I slung it over my shoulders as I took stock of whose cars were already in the parking lot. Everyone's. He said he remembers Lena getting injured in January and taking a leave of absence to heal. Apparently, it was why he hadn't questioned why I don't rehab at the company. He figured it was just the way our family recovered. He didn't know she was pregnant. Hudson guessed, grabbing his bag. Nope. I clipped the strap across my chest. Back to the drawing board. Shit. Well, let's get you a tour and settled in at the cabin, and I'll come back for the rest of the gear, Hudson said, slipping on his own pack. I'll follow your lead. I offered a small smile. He grinned, then laced his fingers with mine as we started down the wide graveled trail. Just in case anyone's watching, he whispered, then lifted the back of my hand and pressed a kiss to it. My chest went all warm and gooey. There was no one out here and we both knew it, but I didn't snatch my hand back. You ready to spend 3 whole days with the Ellis crew? He asked. I'll be Caroline's favorite by the time we leave, I promised, mostly to hype myself up. You're already mine. I rolled my eyes. But the warmth in my chest burned brighter. This isn't real, you know. You keep telling yourself that, Allie. He squeezed my hand. Besides, for the next 3 days it is. By the time we leave, I will have convinced you to give it a go for the summer. So arrogant. I fought a smile as we started down a steeper portion of the trail and the edge of the lake came into view. We're not pushing our beds together. How would you know about pushing beds together? He glanced sideways at me with a definite smirk. Juniper told me all about it. My thighs protested the angle of decline, and I fought to push the pain away. Every freaking muscle in my body ached from too many hours in the studio with Eva. And that the best cabin is for because it's near the outhouse. He laughed, and the sound did absolutely nothing to dispel the sweet, inconvenient pressure behind my ribs. In fact, it freaking fed it. I like 7, personally. It's closer to the water, but we're late, so I'm sure one of my uncles already took it. And don't worry. We won't push the beds together until you ask. I waved away a flying bug. Not happening. I'd liquefy into a puddle the second he put his mouth on me, and my survival required I remain in solid forms at all times. Rigid even. We'll see. This time his dimple popped, and I quickly looked away. The man was too gorgeous for his own good, and way too gorgeous for mine. Hudson. Allie. Mrs. Ellis called out, grinning wide as we reached the pavilion. The covered patio held 4 picnic tables and a grill, and had a stellar view of the tree-lined lake. She hugged us both, and I accepted the warm embrace a little more naturally than I had at the beach. It's good to see you too. She handed Hudson a key with a mini canoe paddle attached. You're in 9. That's yours, he argued. I'm not taking your favorite cabin. Well, the rest are all full. She peeked over her purple-striped glasses. So he who arrives late will take what is offered to him with grace and gratitude. Everyone else is unpacking, so get to it. But it's yours. He glanced at me like there was any chance in hell I was getting in the middle of this, and I put my hands up. No way was I causing a fight before we even unpacked. Your dad wanted 4. 9 is the farthest away, and apparently, he ate something last night that just... Say no more. Hudson's hand closed around the key. Looks like we're in 9. Lead the way. I adjusted my backpack on my shoulders. Oh, and they remodeled 9, 8, and 7 this year. Mrs. Ellis noted with an excited smile. Tell us what you think. I bet 6, 5. And 4 will be done by next summer. Will do, he promised. Lunch is at 12. She reminded him before turning to me. Allie, we're so pleased you could join us. If at any time Caroline acts like a sour fish, treat her like one and toss her ass in the lake. My mouth dropped open. But she turned and headed down one of the paths to what I assumed was cabin 4. A 5-minute hike later, we stood just inside the open doorway of cabin 9, staring at the cozy primitive-style interior with more than a little shock. "This isn't happening," I whispered. Hudson rubbed the back of his neck. "Let's ask someone to trade." "Absolutely not. They'll think I'm an asshole," I hissed, looking around the 12 by 12 space like there was any other solution. Somehow we'd stumbled into every cliché in one of N's romance novels. "I mean, on the bright side, we won't have to push the beds together," Hudson noted. "Kind of impossible when there's only one of them." Chapter 23. Hudson. Waking up next to Allie ranked as one of my favorite lifetime moments. It was right above graduating from rescue swimmer school, and just below the first time I'd seen her clinging to that sinking boat, all flustered cheeks and big brown eyes. I propped my head on my hand and shamelessly watched her sleep. Her body curled toward mine even though we were in separate sleeping bags, and noted the dark circles her long lashes rested against. We'd come to bed early when I'd realized she'd fallen asleep against my shoulder next to the campfire, but even a good 10 hours of sleep wasn't going to help the exhaustion she'd driven herself into. It had nothing to do with yesterday's hike, or the late afternoon swim either. "I don't want to wake you," I whispered, "but I know you love bacon, and if we wait any longer, there won't be any left. Not with my nieces and nephews running amok." She rustled with a deep breath, then sank farther into the pillow. "Allie," I said softly. Her eyes fluttered open, and my heart lurched as she smiled at me. "Hudson," she murmured, then fell right back asleep. Yeah, I could get used to waking up like this every single day for the rest of my life. You can't even get her to agree to a summer. But I would. If it wasn't for our mission to humanize Caroline, I would have let Allie sleep and brought back breakfast, but unfortunately, my sister would see that as Allie being spoiled instead of me being thoughtful. "Hey, love," I tried again. "You'd better wake up or you'll have to catch the only protein you'll get for breakfast with a pole and a lure." "I don't know how to fish," she muttered as her eyes opened again. I grinned. "Well aware. We need to get moving." She nodded with a groan of protest, and we both unzipped our bags. Look at us, making it through the night without falling prey to the one-bed trope. Her feet hit the floor. "The what?" We both rummaged through our packs on separate sides of the queen-size bed, pulling out clothes. You know. Like in a book or a movie where the couple can't stand each other, but there's only one bed left at the inn, and they end up sleeping together. She turned her back, and I did the same, repeating the same awkward dance we'd done last night to get ready for bed. One-room cabins didn't exactly leave room for privacy, and neither of us was willing to risk being caught out on the porch while the other changed if any of my family happened to walk by. "Don't worry." I yanked my shirt over my head. "We still have tonight." "Shit," she muttered as I pulled on my shorts. "Problem?" I focused on my socks and shoes to keep from turning around. "I got marshmallow all over the front of my sweatshirt trying to help Juniper with s'mores last night, and now everything in the forest is stuck to it." I reached into my bag and pulled out my black hoodie, then threw it backward over my head to her. "Take mine. I'm dressed. You can turn around," she said. A hint of, dare I think, happiness in her voice. "And thank you?" I tucked my phone into my pocket, just so I could snag some pictures, then turned and stared as Allie walked around the end of the bed. Holy fucking hell, was she perfect. "Should we get going?" She pulled the wavy mass of her hair into some kind of topknot. My hoodie swallowed her, shorts and all, leaving the impression that she was naked underneath, and drawing all my focus to those long, flawless legs. Perfect toned, silk-smooth legs I'd had over my shoulders. Her thighs locking so beautifully tight around my head as I licked. "Hudson?" I swallowed. "Yeah, we should go. You all right?" She pushed the sleeves up her arms. Yep. I followed her out the door and into the crisp morning air. Just remembering the way you taste. Honesty was the best policy, when possible. She startled. Well, good morning. Would have been a way better morning if I'd woken you up with an orgasm. We started down the worn path toward the other cabins. I do enjoy breakfast in bed. You can't say things like that. Her cheeks flushed, and birds chirped in the trees. You like it when I say things like that. We passed cabin 8. You also like it when I call you love, when I kiss the side of your neck. And you definitely like it when I use both my fingers and my tongue. She covered my mouth with her hand, bringing us to a standstill. I leaned into it and kissed the center of her palm. Her eyes flared and her hand fell away. Someone could hear. Is that your only protest? I grinned. She glanced at my mouth once. Twice. Then she sighed and whipped her head forward, pulling the sleeves of my hoodie down over her hands. That's not happening again. I caught up as she walked down the trail, picking up the pace as we passed 7. So you said the first time. What is this anyway? She pointed to the logo above her chest. Nice change of subject. It's the rescue swimmer emblem. I looked her over, then put my eyes solidly on the trail. You look good in my clothes. Shit, I was not prepared for the immediate swell of possessiveness in my chest. So others may live. She read it upside down. It's our motto. We passed 6. As in you're willing to die? She glared up at me. Kind of comes with the territory. I couldn't help but smile right into her narrowed eyes. Come on, you knew what I wanted to do. You knew it was dangerous. Contemplating dream careers at 16 is a little different than you actually flying off into potential death every day. 2 lines appeared between her brows as she looked forward, and we passed 5. How's the reality of your dream career measure up to what you thought it would be? We broke off the main path and took the smaller one toward what she'd called the outhouse, but which was a full bathing station, indoor plumbing and everything. I don't know. She shook her head. It's everything I wanted, and sometimes even better than I could have dreamt, especially when performing. But it's also so much worse. Hold on. I reached for her arm, stopping us just in front of the building. Are you not happy? Was I wrong in thinking the injury had sucked the joy out of her? Define happy. She lifted her brows. I'm at the top of my game, or will be once I'm fully healed, and have a contract as a principal dancer at one of the most prestigious ballet companies in the world. I get to do what I love every single day, and they pay me for it. Not that you need the money. I reminded her. I'm happy. Or at least content. She headed into the restroom. Right. I muttered as she closed the door. A few minutes later, with brushed teeth, we headed into the chaos of the pavilion, which was in full breakfast mode. Dad and Caroline stood at the flat top, laughing as they cooked, while Mom stacked the camping dishes to prepare to serve. Allie! Juniper raced over and slammed into Allie, throwing her arms around her middle. Hey kiddo! Allie hugged her back, then smoothed the hair out of her eyes. How did you sleep? I caught Caroline watching from the corner of my eye. Not bad. She bounced back on her heels. We're rope swinging today. Oh. Allie tensed. That sounds exciting. You're going to have so much fun. She ran off to play with the twins. And suddenly, I'm chopped liver. I brought my hand to my heart. Allie clasped my hand, leaned into me and smiled, crinkling her freckle-spattered nose. Is Hudson not the favorite for the first time in his life? Her eyes lit with mischief, and if I hadn't fallen for her 11 years ago, that look would have done it. Hook. Line. Sinker. Fine. You can be Juniper's favorite. I locked my arm around her waist and bent my head to hers. As long as I'm yours. I kissed her, slow and sweet, savoring the hint of mint that clung to her lips. She rose up and kissed me back. And I seriously debated telling my family to fuck off so I could carry her back to our cabin, but I kept my tongue behind my teeth. I was never going to get enough of this. Why did you two even bother getting out of bed? Gavin asked as he walked by. Good question, I said against her mouth as I broke the kiss. Behave, Allie ordered, her smile turning my heart end over end. Not in my vocabulary. I let her go reluctantly so we could grab food, then mentally groaned when Allie sat at Caroline and Gavin's table. Time to work. Nice hoodie, Gavin said with a grin. Like it? Allie glanced down. I'm thinking of adding it to my Hudson's hoodies collection. She bit into a piece of bacon. If she used her teeth on me, I'd give her every hoodie I owned. So when's the big day for your promotion? Caroline asked me. You're getting promoted? Allie raised her eyebrows at me. You didn't know? Caroline countered, then sipped her coffee. I hadn't told her. I narrowed my eyes on Caroline before turning toward Allie. Because I don't know when it will happen. I made the list. But when you actually make rank depends on how many people they promote a month and how fast the list moves, so probably not until September. Maybe October. Congratulations. She smiled. Yeah. I was never going to get enough of that either. And where are you thinking of heading next, since your duty station preferences are due like what, in a few weeks? Gavin asked, side-eyeing Caroline. Your what? Caroline fumbled her coffee but kept it from spilling. You're not leaving, are you? You get to choose where they assign you? Allie asked. I shot Gavin a look. And he had the nerve to shrug. Kind of. My 3 years are almost done here. We give them a list of our top duty stations and they try to pair us according to the needs of the Coast Guard. Cape Cod is your top, right? Panic crept into Caroline's eyes. And what do you mean try? Allie slid her hand to my knee. Of course. I'll put Cape Cod as my top choice. Allie tensed and her hand spasmed. But just like the rest of the military, I serve at the needs of the military. My promotion means I'll be looking to manage my own shop. Okay? Caroline's brow furrowed. It's a job title. I don't just swim. We already have someone who manages the shop here, and if he stays, there won't be a slot for me. And if they let me stay anyway, it would. Fuck, how did I say this to her? It would hold back his career. Gavin finished, setting his metal mug on the table. Baby brother's gotta fly the coop if he wants to keep climbing the ladder. Caroline stared, panic leaching into her blue eyes. Fuck. I had one favor I could call in at the assignments desk. And that look meant I'd probably have to use it to stay. Is there a slot for you in Sitka? Allie asked. There might be, I answered softly. It's what you've always wanted. She stroked her thumb along the outside of my knee and nodded, the corners of her mouth curving. I slid my fingers over Allie's and we both ate one-handed. You can't go to Alaska. Caroline shook her head. What would? You do? Gavin interrupted. That's what you're worried about, right? What you would do if he went and lived his life. You could, I don't know, take Mom and Dad up on their offer to help, or hire a babysitter like every other working parent in America. Oh shit. Don't. I warned Gavin. I can fight my own battles. Caroline flinched. Staying near your family is a battle? That's not what I meant, I said quietly. You know the cafe makes almost nothing with the overhead. She hissed at Gavin. Sell the fucking thing. We all know you hate it. He gestured at Allie. Even Allie probably knows you hate it, and she only ate there when she was a kid. Allie quickly took a drink of her coffee to avoid answering. Keep your voice down. Mom and Dad will hear you. Caroline dug into her scrambled eggs. They built it from the ground up and contrary to popular belief, I love that place. It's just been harder to run on my own than I thought it would be. I never imagined I'd be doing it without Sean. I know how much you guys do for Juniper and I hate that I have to lean on you. We know, I said gently, and Gavin backed off. Is there anyone else you trust to keep an eye on her? Allie asked carefully. Absolutely not. Caroline shook her head. I've seen too many crime documentaries. Allie cleared her throat. She's welcome at our house if you need extra hands. Thank you. Caroline stiffened. But we're not a charity case to take on, so you Rousseau girls can feel good about yourselves. And I don't want a house full of professional ballerinas distorting her body image or putting ideas into her head that I can't afford and don't support. She cringed. Which was the only thing that saved her from me losing my shit. Respectfully. Sorry, I've seen too many of those documentaries too. I understand. Allie popped a piece of bacon into her mouth. And I squeezed her hand supportively, then glared at Caroline. She shot me an apologetic look and sagged in her seat. The rest of breakfast passed in awkward silence. And I kept Allie's hand in mine the entire time. How about you and I do the dishes? Allie asked me once we were done. Caroline's jaw dropped. Excellent idea. I'm down for anything that gets you wet. I teased. Excuse us, Allie said to my siblings as she got up from the table. I have to go wash his mouth out. I happily followed. Don't tire him out. Gavin called after us. We're rope swinging this afternoon. Oh goody, she muttered. I don't think so, Allie said as we sat on a blanket near the lakeshore that afternoon, watching Gavin pull the rope swing up the steep embankment at the base of the giant tree. Years had washed away some of the dirt on the lake side of her roots, but she was still standing. You'll love it, Juniper promised, sitting between Allie's outstretched legs. Their toenails were the same color of pink. When had that happened? How deep is that water? Allie asked, her fingers deftly braiding Juniper's hair. What happens if he smacks into a tree? Or lands on someone? And it's humid today. What if your hands slip on the rope? You're about as fun as Mom. Juniper accused. Meaning she's utterly delightful? Caroline dropped down on Allie's other side and I shot her a warning look. Thank you for braiding her hair. You didn't have to. No problem. Allie tied it off with an elastic. 3 sisters. I can braid in my sleep. 3. She still counted Lena. Gavin swung out on the rope, sitting on the barrel-top-size wooden disc that served as a seat, then let go at the highest point of the arc. He flew for no more than a second, then splashed into the water cannonball style. Solid 8. I called out and clapped, and Juniper hollered. Mom, can I? She asked. Go ahead. Just make sure there's someone in the water. Caroline finished in a yell, because Juniper was already running for the tree where the twins waited. Takes after you. Allie nudged me, then drew her long legs up and wrapped her arms around her knees. She ditched the hoodie, and the hot pink straps of her bikini peeked out of the collar of her MBC t-shirt. She does, Caroline agreed. Maybe she'll be a rescue swimmer too. Or you could let her dance, I countered. My ire from this morning getting the best of me. Don't start. Caroline pulled her hair up. She could be one of the greats, I prodded, wrapping my arm around Allie's hip. She'll never know if you don't let her try. Your perception is skewed by your proximity to the Rousseaus, Caroline replied, watching Juniper. Talent like Allie's is rare. Allie blinked. While I think that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, I'd argue that Hudson's talent is far rarer. Holy shit, was that a compliment? My head swung toward hers, finding her attention fixated on Mason as he swung out over the lake and splashed into the water. Then a professional ballerina? Caroline reached for her backpack, taking out her sunscreen. Sure. There's about 4,000 of us throughout the country, but only 350 Coast Guard rescue swimmers. She leaned into me. Makes him far more precious. Caroline studied Allie for a second. You're a principal, right? The top of your field? Yes. Allie nodded, tensing slightly. As long as I can fully recover. Caroline's gaze skimmed to Allie's feet. And what's left to accomplish? What motivates you when there's no competition, no promotion to attain, no? Her focus shifted to me. Fantasy duty station? I'm not a prima, let alone an assoluta. A wry smile twisted Allie's mouth. Which my mother loves to remind me. So there's that to work toward. And if by some miracle that title is bestowed upon me, then I'd still compete with my biggest rival, as always. She glanced at my sister. Myself. There's always something I can do better. Some technique I'll always strive for but never perfect. Because perfection is the goal? Caroline asked, but there was no bite in her tone. Always. Allie's smile slipped. But she quickly bolstered it. And it's unobtainable, so there's never a shortage in motivation. You're pretty perfect to me. I brushed my lips over her temple. She scoffed, but her eyes sparkled. Says the man who had to teach me to ride a bike. Allie! Juniper called, cupping her hands around her mouth. Will you braid Melody's hair before she swings? Allie nodded. Have an extra hair tie in that bag? She asked Caroline. Mine are all back at the cabin. Caroline dug into the bag and handed the elastic to Allie. Thanks. She brushed a quick kiss over my lips and pulled away before I could grab hold of her to deepen it. Be right back. How many principals? I asked as she climbed to her feet on the blanket. There's 350 of me, but out of the 4,000 professional dancers, how many of them are principals, like you? Oh, honey. She backed away with a smirk. Don't make me hurt your feelings. I scoffed, and she headed down the slope. Something's different between you two, Caroline noted, spraying her legs with the sunscreen. She's lighter. I don't mean skinnier or anything about her weight. I know what you're saying. I watched as Allie reached Melody, then started braiding her curly blonde hair. Her injury was devastating both physically and mentally, but she's coming back to herself. Little by little, she'll get there. She's smiling too. Caroline sprayed her arms. I would guess that's all you. I wouldn't mind being the reason. I smiled when Juniper laughed at something Allie said. But I'm not taking credit for the work she's put into herself. Were you always in love with her? Or just this time around? My gaze flew to Caroline's. Oh, come on, you're about as subtle as a hippo in a pet store. She offered the sunscreen. And I shook my head since I'd already applied some. No judgment. I'm just being nosy. Always, I answered as Allie finished up Melody's hair. It took me until that second summer to realize what the feeling was, but I fell for her the first day I met her. She was clinging to the side of the world's oldest rowboat. And she lifted her chin and demanded I get Eva to safety first, even though she was bleeding. She asked if I had siblings and said there was nothing more important to her than her sisters. I was a goner and didn't even know it. Caroline's head tilted as her gaze bounced like a ball between Allie and me. That's annoyingly relatable. And admirable. Because you're determined not to like her? I took my hat off and set it next to Allie's, then started on my shoes. I know she's not her sister. Caroline's mouth pursed. But there's just something about her, about that whole family, that sends warning signals screaming through my brain. They've always used their money, their influence, to further themselves. Screw whoever got stepped on. Because her mother cut your best friend from your ballet class? I set my shoes and socks on the blanket. And yes, I know about that. It's kind of fucked up that you got to take ballet and you won't let Juniper. Taking those classes is one of the reasons I won't let her. Caroline argued. It was 2 years. And the girls were mean. The teachers were mean. You heard Allie. There's an impossible standard of perfection that always leaves you feeling like you'll never measure up. You think I don't see the circles beneath Allie's eyes? I couldn't fight her on that last observation. But you think she's admirable, so we're getting somewhere. Caroline rolled her eyes. I think what she did was admirable, but the Rousseau girls always stick together, so I'm not surprised. Concern puckered her forehead. I'm still worried she'll break your heart when she leaves. Just like the first time. That's not what happened. I stripped off my shirt and stood, watching Allie shake her head at Gavin as he gestured to the rope swing. I was there. Caroline countered, stretching her legs over the blanket. I didn't know why you were crushed and silent before you left for basic, but now it makes sense. I remember the devastation on your face. And the emptiness in your eyes. You wouldn't talk to me, to anyone, and Gavin told me not to poke. Her tone sharpened. So don't tell me she didn't break your heart. I saw the truth with my own eyes. You saw your truth. I pivoted to look down at my big sister. But mine? I left her. I broke her. She was in the hospital, for fuck's sake, looking at months of rehabilitation. Her sister died. And I didn't show up for her. She woke up and I was gone. I was the prick and broke my own heart. Not Allie. You wouldn't do that. Caroline's jaw dropped. And she looked at me like I'd suddenly become a stranger. You save people, Hudson. You don't leave them. But I did. If she knew that I was constantly lying to her, she wouldn't be so certain about my character. I was currently the hero in Juniper's story, but I'd be the villain in Caroline's once she learned that particular truth. I crouched to look her in the eye. Truth always differs depending on who's telling the story, and in complicated situations, there are countless variations. But when it comes to that summer, in every single variant, I'm the asshole who wasn't strong enough to hold on to her. A splash sounded in the lake behind me, and the kids cheered Gavin's name. Why would you? She shook her head. I was a selfish fuck who cared more about what I wanted than what she needed. My chest constricted like a vice. I'm the one who has to earn her back, not the other way around. And it would really help if you could just lay off and be one less obstacle to overcome, because she's it for me, Caroline. This summer might be all I have with her, but she's it. Caroline blinked in surprise, then glanced at Allie. Okay, she said slowly, then nodded at me. Okay. Thank you. Relief lifted at least 100 pounds off my back. I walked down to the shore as Juniper went flying off the swing, then came up with a shout of victory as Gavin treaded water nearby. We're up after Melody, I told Allie when I reached her side. Very funny. She watched, completely rapt as Mel caught the rope and started dragging it up the slope. I knew that look. She'd worn it the night I met her at the bar with Gavin's motorcycle. My girl wanted to swing and thought she shouldn't. I'm dead serious. Allie snorted. No way. I think Gavin flew 15 feet through the air on his last jump. If I come down wrong. It's water, not concrete. Your mom isn't here, Allie. You can have a little fun. It'll be good for you. I watched the expressions change on her face, her brow furrowing at first, then rising slightly as she pressed her lips between her teeth and tilted her head to the side. The lake's a good 20 feet deep around there. It's safe. She side-eyed me. It's a God only knows how old rope tied to a God only knows how healthy tree that can bear God only knows how much weight. Into. She sucked in a breath as Mel hopped onto the seat and swung down and out, letting go at the perfect time to fall into the lake, squealing until she hit the water. You want to? I prodded. I can see it. Like you know when I want things, she muttered, folding her arms. I have a great poker face. Which she immediately ruined by raking her gaze over my torso and biting her lip. Maybe to everyone else. I palmed her waist and turned, tugging her against me. The water's just how you like it, love. Wet. Deep. Safe. Come play. You did not just make a sex joke. Her gaze darted to the water. You can trust me. I won't let anything bad happen to you. All traces of teasing left my voice. That got her full attention. She winced, then quickly smoothed her expression. You can't promise that. I brought my left hand up to her cheek and cupped her face, getting the feeling that she wasn't just talking about the swing. That's exactly what I'm promising. We'll do it together. And what if I'm too scared to let go? Are you just going to fly off and leave me hanging? She swallowed. I won't let go until you do, I promised, stroking her cheek. We'll swing back together, relaunch, and try it again. As many times as you need. My stomach clenched. You just have to have a little faith in me. She searched my eyes. Do you think I'm absurd for being nervous? I mean, the kids aren't scared. You're not absurd. A smile tugged at my mouth. They were scared the first time too. You're just getting a later start. Were you scared? Wait. Don't answer that. She threw up a hand and stepped out of my arms. You're never scared, which makes you a shitty barometer. She blew out a slow breath. All right. Let's do it. Really? My grin was instant. Stop asking and let's do it before I lose my nerve. She yanked her shirt over her head, and I did my absolute best to keep my eyes off the swells of her breasts. Damn my memory, I could still feel the hard buds of her nipples in my mouth, hear her little gasps of pleasure. Not right now. For fuck's sake, we were surrounded by my family, and I was 28 years old, not some hormonal teenager. This was most definitely not the time. She shimmied out of her shorts. Never mind. I was a kid in a candy store and Allie was pure sugar. Every inch of her was delectably perfect. Somehow, I managed to shut my mouth without drooling and walk her down to the rope. The kids climbed out, and Gavin trailed after them. I don't know how the hell you tread water constantly, he griped. I've got to go to the gym. I laughed. Then took hold of the rope as Allie leaned out over the 10-foot embankment. You ready? We both can't sit on that thing. She motioned to the wooden disc. We're going to stand. I held the rope steady. You hop on first, and I'll pull us up the hill, and then jump on with you. She stared at the disc. You could just let me go. I could, but that would make me an asshole. I crooked my hand at her. Come on, Allie. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. She gripped the rope with both hands, then stepped onto her side of the disc. God help us if I ever took her bungee jumping. Good girl. I locked eyes with her, then dug my heels into the ground and backed up, dragging her up the hillside. I'm not going to jump on until you want me to. Your exact word was need, if I recall, she muttered. Now who's making sex jokes? I bit back a smile and we reached the sweet spot for taking off. You tell me when. She took a deep breath, then another and another, adjusting her grip on the rope. How will I know when to let go so I don't hit the shore down there instead of the water? I'll tell you. Okay. Let's go. She nodded. You're sure? I prepared to launch. Right now, she ordered. I jumped with both feet and landed on the disc, then momentum swung us down the hill. Allie shrieked, and I let go with one hand, wrapping my arm around her waist as we cleared the shore and shot out over the lake. I waited for the water to turn that deep blue, that equal depth, and shouted, Now! The second I saw her let go, I did the same, and we flew. The lake rushed up to meet us, and I held my breath before we hit. Water engulfed us, rushing over our heads. I slid my hand from her waist and grabbed her hand before I kicked for the surface. I popped up a second before she did. She gasped when she hit air, and I let her hand go so she could tread water. Remembering that what was second nature to me wasn't to her. That was. Her eyes locked on mine and she smiled wide. That was incredible! And then she laughed. I fell in love with her all over again. Not the quiet, observant girl she'd been, or the friend I'd let down, but the woman she'd grown into, beautiful and strong, scarred and still laughing. She launched forward, threw her arms around my neck, and pressed her mouth to mine. I kept us afloat, and then kissed the shit out of her, tilting my head and stroking my tongue into her mouth. I groaned at the taste of her, the delectable scrape of her fingernails along the back of my neck, and the heat of her body pressed against mine. She whimpered, and the sound had me hard in seconds. Need barreled down my spine, and I grasped the nape of her neck as she wound her legs around my waist, trusting me fully to keep us above the surface. I'd never wanted anyone, anything, the way I needed Allie. I kissed her like she was air, and I'd spent the last decade swimming for the surface. "Hey! There are kids out here, you know!" Gavin called out. Allie pulled away, breathing hard and fast. Fuck the rest of this day, I was taking her straight back to the cabin. She must have seen my intention in my eyes, because hers flared. And she untangled herself, then swam slowly for shore. I took off after her and prayed the water would cool my dick down enough to not scar my family for life. It was close. But I was in presentable shape by the time we got there. Allie and I walked out of the lake and onto the little beach beneath the drop-off, where we were momentarily hidden from view. I pulled her into my arms, and she brought her hands to my chest, but didn't push me away. "I want you." I lowered my forehead to hers. "I will do anything to be with you, to keep you. To make this work." I have never felt anything more real in my life. She sucked in a breath. "It would never work. I'm going back to New York. I don't care. You're here now. Give me your now." My hands flexed on her waist. "Tell me you feel it." She squeezed her eyes shut, then nodded. "I feel it. It's real. Thank you, God." A shape flew over our heads. And our heads turned as Juniper swung out over the lake, then shouted happily as she let go. She hit with minimal splash as Mason and Melody cheered from above. "She's not supposed to do that unless there's someone in the water," I muttered, staring at the surface of the lake. My brow furrowed when she didn't immediately pop up. And I started counting as the hair on the back of my neck rose. "Hudson," Allie whispered, her hands falling from my chest when I reached 9. I turned fully toward the lake, then strode in, making it to 12 by the time the water reached my waist. "Hudson!" Caroline screamed from above us. "Stay here," I called back to Allie, then Dove. Chapter 24. Allie. My heart thundered as Hudson cut through the water like a knife, swimming faster than I'd ever seen. "If you're up there, she could use some help," I whispered to Lena. Hudson's head rose, and then he disappeared beneath the surface around the same place that Juniper had. I wrapped my arms around my waist. Like that could stop my stomach from sinking lower with every second he was underwater. He did this every day. He did this in 20 and 30-foot seas. If he found that captain who jumped off the boat in the middle of the ocean, he could find Juniper in a lake. He had to. Dirt skidded down the steep path to my left, and Gavin flew past me, racing into the water. Caroline stumbled down the trail and stopped at my side. "She's wearing bright orange," she whispered, lifting her hands to her chin. "Hudson always said she needed to swim in bright colors in case." I sidestepped and wrapped my arm around her trembling shoulders. 350, I reminded her. "There are only 350 people in the country as good as he is. He'll find her." I treated the panic like I did pain, shoving it into a mental box. There wasn't a world where Hudson would let his niece, our niece, drown. He simply wouldn't allow it. "How long has it been?" "She can hold her breath for a really long time." I rubbed her shoulder. My eyes locked on the surface. "I've seen her do it for over a minute at my house when she's swimming with Hudson." This wasn't happening. Not again. "A minute." She started full-on shaking. "Has it been a minute?" "I don't think so." It was a tiny lie, only because I wasn't certain. "Hudson hasn't come up for a breath, so that's a good sign," I babbled. How long could he hold his breath? I didn't know. I'd been too focused on keeping him at arm's length to ask those kinds of questions, or even see his house. He'd put maximum effort into whatever this was. And I'd pushed him away at every turn unless it involved Juniper. And now Juniper was. Don't think like that. My heart pounded in my ears and my stomach twisted as my mind ran amok. Juniper would never be able to meet Lena because I hadn't been able to save her, and now Hudson was her best chance to keep her here where she belonged, and not with Lena. Gavin was almost there. Please, 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 Caroline whispered over and over, my thoughts echoing her plea. Hudson broke the surface, facing the opposite direction, and my heart lurched into my throat. Got her! He shouted, then started swimming in a side stroke toward us, Gavin at his side. Oh God! Caroline ran into the water. She's breathing! Gavin called out. I heard Juniper cough. And my knees gave out, hitting the sand instantly. Thank you? I whispered up at Lena. Thank you? Thank you? Hudson lifted her into his arms once he was able to touch the bottom, then carried her out of the lake as she coughed again. Juniper! Caroline got out of Hudson's way, then quickly followed him back to shore, her clothes soaked to mid-chest. She's all right, Hudson assured his sister, looking down at Juniper before glancing over at me. She's all right. Juniper coughed again as Hudson sat her down on the sand a couple feet to my left, then crouched in front of her. How you feeling, Junebug? He picked up her foot. Caroline knelt next to Juniper and stroked her head as Gavin walked out of the water, dropping down on Hudson's other side. I'm okay. Juniper took deep, ragged breaths and glanced at her mom. I went so deep that my foot got tangled in a branch or something. I couldn't see. I tried, but I couldn't pull it free. Her breath started to slow. Uncle Hudson got it, though. My chest clenched. Okay. Caroline pressed a kiss to Juniper's forehead. Thank you, Hudson. He nodded. It's a decent scrape. He peered down at the raw patch on the top of her right foot. But I think you'll live. You suck in any water down there? Juniper shook her head. I held my breath the whole time. I'm proud of you. He smiled at her, the curve falling as he looked over at his trembling sister. Hey. She's okay. The orange made it way easier for her to spot. You did everything you were supposed to. We were all here. She's okay, he repeated. She swallowed and nodded. You were not supposed to swing without an adult still in the water, Hudson lectured. Then rose to his feet and helped Juniper to hers, Caroline and Gavin quickly following. I figured you were close enough, she muttered as Caroline pulled her into a bear hug, locking her arms around Juniper. And in my defense you were. But I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Caroline tensed, and I saw the words in her eyes that there wouldn't be a next time. But to her credit, she just nodded. I love you. I wasn't sure I could have done the same. I love you too. Juniper sagged against Caroline. We need to watch her for coughing, fever, lethargy. Any of the signs that she's got water in her lungs. But barring that, I think she's fine. Hudson told Caroline. Why don't you take her up and get the scrape cleaned out? He nodded up the trail. Can you walk it? Caroline asked Juniper. I think so. The two started up the steep trail, Gavin walking close enough behind to catch Juniper if she fell. I watched them until Hudson stepped into my line of sight. Allie? He offered a hand and I took it on reflex, rocking back onto my feet and standing with his help. Hey. You okay? You're shaking. Was I? I love her, I whispered, my eyes stinging. I know. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against his chest. I didn't want to. I just thought I'd help her. And that would somehow make up for me living and not Lena, but I love her, Hudson. My voice broke. She's okay. His hand swept up and down my back. Are you okay? I asked through rattling teeth. Scared the shit out of me for a second before I saw her, but I'm more concerned about you at the moment. He rested his chin on the top of my head. Just give it a second. The adrenaline will work its way out of your system. God, I was leaning on him. I'm all right. I moved to push out of his arms. Will you just let me hold you for once? His arms tightened. You don't have to handle everything on your own, Allie. You can be scared, and you can love Juniper even if it's messy. Messy is good, love. Messy is where the best parts of life happen. You don't have to be in control at all times. It's okay if you fall apart. I promise I will be right here to put you back together if you just let me. Maybe it wouldn't hurt if I gave in. Even if only for a moment. I relaxed against his chest, my ear to his slow, steady heart. Juniper's incident might have scared him, but it didn't shake him. I was starting to think nothing did. Thank you for saving her. It's what I do, he said into my hair. Plus, I'll admit I have a vested interest. A half smile curved my mouth and the tremors lessened, but he didn't let go. This is what he did, but I barely knew more than that about his real life. Where do you live? On Warren Street, about 4 blocks from your house. It's the dark blue one with the white door. Why? I've never asked. But I knew which house it was. I'd walked by it every summer when we headed to his parents', Caroline's cafe. His strokes down my spine slowed. Want to see it when we get back? It was a step in a direction that didn't involve Juniper, or the deal we'd made. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm of his heart slow mine, and God love him. He didn't push or press me to answer quickly. It made it easier when I finally nodded. Yes. I'd like that. The rest of the day passed without anyone else nearly dying. We hiked, played cards in the pavilion until the wind picked up, and cooked dinner amid a chorus of laughter and chaos that I was beginning to adore, especially since Caroline wasn't just being civil, she was nice. And really funny when she wasn't hell-bent on picking at me. As the campfire died, Hudson's aunts and uncles filed off to bed around the same time his parents headed to their cabin, leaving Caroline and me sitting on a log around the embers. I watched Hudson spin Juniper on a tire swing about 20 feet away, near the edge of the lake. He's really good with kids, she mentioned not so casually. He'll be a great dad. You know, if you want kids. Kids? My mouth opened and shut a few times as I imagined Hudson holding a baby, our baby, and I clutched my hydro flask. What was that feeling hovering just below the immediate nausea that accompanied her comment? Was that interest? You look like you might vomit. She chuckled. It's okay to not want kids. I was just saying Hudson is really good with them. You don't have to sell me on his qualities, I promise. I sighed. Having kids isn't something I've really thought about. Most everyone I know waits until we retire. That's actually what stopped Mom. She got pregnant with Lena and married our father. She leaned forward and poked the embers. Makes a little more sense as to why she seemed to drive you forward relentlessly. I nodded. Juniper is phenomenal, I said to change the subject. She's headstrong and witty and smart. You've done a good job with her. Caroline sat back and stared down at Juniper swinging. She's reckless like Hudson, she muttered. Sean was like that, too, always jumping before he looked. But yeah, she's more stubborn than I could ever dream of being and gives me a run for my money every day. Tenacity must run in her genes. Guess we'll find out when she's 18. She'll probably march her butt down to the lawyers and ask for her file on her birthday. My throat tightened, and I took a quick drink. Do you want her to wait that long? Aren't you ever worried about stuff like medical history? A little. She nodded. It will be good for her to have access to that information, or at least where to go to start asking the questions. But the adoption was closed for a reason. I don't know her birth parents, or what they'd do if she tensed. Waiting until she's 18 protects Juniper, and it protects their privacy too. Lena was dead, but what about Juniper's father? Caroline sighed. I know everyone thinks I'm horrid when I won't let her run out searching for her birth family. No one thinks you're horrid. I promised. She scoffed. They do. But no adult throwing their 2 cents in has lost their husband, watched the father of their child die in their arms because his body just couldn't fight anymore. That pain belongs to me, and to Juniper. A sad smile curved her mouth as Hudson spun Juniper on the swing. I don't think I could breathe through another loss like that. And the idea of anything happening to her makes me want to surround her and bubble pack. I can't risk losing her, not when I've already lost Sean. And watching her grieve. She took a shuddering breath. Sean and I made promises, and I'm the only one left to keep them, to make sure she grows up safe and loved. Call me overprotective. But she's only 10, and for right now, I'm okay with being horrid if it keeps her from feeling that kind of pain, that heartbreak again, and that includes ballet. Can you really tell me that dancing has never broken your heart? She looked over at me. Or your body? I pulled the sleeves of Hudson's sweatshirt down over my hands. It's not without its challenges, I admitted, finally starting to see Caroline clearly. She wasn't horrid, she was still grieving, still scared. Right. She nodded. I know you lost a sister. People who have suffered like us know that there's no such thing as having everything, and when it comes to the unknown, there are prices I'm unwilling to let Juniper pay. So for now, I'll make the tough choices. I'll be the bad guy. I get it. I cleared my throat and decided not to push my luck by asking anything else. I'm going to walk down to them. She nodded. Tell Juniper I'm waiting for her, would you? I want to be sure the fire's out. Sure thing. I stood, and Hudson's hoodie fell to my thighs as I walked around the campfire, then down to the shore. Thankfully the moon was out and full, lighting the way and allowing me to dodge the roots and rocks that could have twisted my ankle. Juniper laughed as Hudson spun her again, and my heart clenched. She might not be here if Hudson wasn't so good at what he did. I'd figured we'd have time for me to tell her more about Lena, time for her to know us, but if today had shown me anything, it was that time wasn't a given. Hey, Hudson said, smiling at me as Juniper wound down from her last whirl, giggling. Hey. I glanced back at the campfire quickly. Please do me a favor and go keep Caroline busy for a second? His smile faded, but he nodded, then headed up to the campfire. Juniper recovered from her laughing fit with a sigh, hugging the top of the tire swing, and I crouched down in front of her. You feeling okay after today? I asked softly. Her expression sobered. For a second, before Uncle Hudson found me, I thought I might die, like my mother. My heart seized. But you didn't. No. Her forehead puckered. But all day I was thinking that my last words would have been "watch this," to Melody. And then I thought that at least I'd have last words, but no one remembers my mother's. She finished in a whisper. It's weird, I know. But I wish somebody remembered them. Me too. I nodded. Would it help if I told you what I do remember? Not if it hurts you. Let's see how far I can get. I forced a smile. A lot of why it hurts so much is because what I remember doesn't match all the evidence, so I wasn't allowed to talk about it. Not until I'd hired my own therapist a few years ago. Okay. Juniper said slowly. I'd like to know. I breathed in and fought to steady my heartbeat. I don't remember anything solid after the classic. I remember winning, and the contract offers. And seeing your uncle. We made plans to meet up that night, but I swallowed. Obviously I hadn't shown, which had probably contributed to him walking away. Anyway, I was told we were on the road home from the company reception. I remember listening to Coldplay, and Lena laughing as we took the curve. She was always laughing, always the first with a joke. I think out of the four of us, she was always the most alive, the most certain of herself. Like you? Like me? Juniper whispered. Yeah. There's a lot of her in you. Your smile. And your laugh, and your grace in the studio. That's Lena. I glanced over her shoulder and noted that Hudson was pouring water onto the fire. Basically, I remember the feelings from that night. Even if the events are kind of spliced together out of order in my mind like a bunch of messed up film. She leaned forward, resting her chin on the tire. I chose my next words very carefully. My memory says that she told me that she loved me, and to follow my heart. My throat didn't tighten like it usually did when I denied the memory. And she tucked her ring into my front pocket and asked me to take care of what she'd left behind. I squeezed her hand. I used to think she meant Anne and Eva, but now I wonder if she meant you. She squeezed back, her wide eyes locked on mine. She left you a ring? Yep. I looked over her shoulder and saw Hudson and Caroline walking this way, a definite apology lining Hudson's face. Time was up. It's an heirloom from our great-grandmother. Your great-great-grandmother. My father gave it to my mom as a promise ring, and she gave it to Lena when she won the classic her year. Guess it was more like a promise to marry our dreams instead of a guy. Lena wore it every day. Only took it off for rehearsal. I sighed. And then you won the classic and she gave it to you? Juniper guessed. I think so. When I woke up a few days later in the hospital, the nurse gave me a bag of the belongings I'd had when the ambulance brought me in, and the ring was there. So, I know that part is true, but head wounds are weird. She didn't need to know the rest, the bits and pieces that came screaming back in my dreams, or whenever a song played on the radio. Did you show them as proof? She wiggled on the swing. I shook my head. No one but you knows I have it. I'd been too afraid that Mom would take it back and I'd have nothing left of Lena. Point is, I choose to believe that her last words were asking me to look after the people she loved, and I think it's okay if you choose to believe that too. She nodded. Getting late. Don't you think? Caroline called out as they came closer. What are you two talking about? Juniper blinked twice. I was asking Allie about how she tore her Achilles when she was performing. She even lied like a Rousseau. Impressive. I stood as Caroline reached us, her mouth hanging slightly agape. Juniper, that's not something you just asked someone. She chastised. Juniper shrugged and climbed out of the swing. It's not like it's not on the internet. Do you think it was overuse? Yes. I nodded, and the four of us started up to the trail. I knew I should have rested it, and made the bad choice to dance instead. And it just went? Juniper asked. Allie, I'm so sorry. Caroline apologized, shooting a look at her daughter. You've been more than kind with what you've already shared. It's okay. I got a little distracted, lost my spot during the peak turns, and that probably didn't help. I shrugged. And Hudson stiffened at my side. But I don't remember falling out or anything that would have caused it. It just tore. And had it not torn at the end of the variation, it would have in Act 2. We reached the trail. When you don't give your body time to heal, it will take the time from you. Juniper nodded. And on that note, we're headed to bed. Caroline put her hand on Juniper's back. See you two tomorrow. We said our good nights and started back toward our cabin, stopping at the outhouse before going the rest of the way. I don't think we should tell Caroline, I blurted in a whisper as we walked back to the main trail. What? Hudson paused, and I turned to face him. She's scared for Juniper on so many levels after losing Sean. I think we can't just tell her that we're not a threat, or tell her that Juniper has a gift. Caroline is a lot like Lena, in a way. She needs the evidence, she needs to be shown. So we prove it to her. We let her see just how talented Juniper is for herself, at the classic. With how stubborn Caroline is, it might be the only way Juniper ever gets to show her. Hudson lowered his head, his eyes shifting in thought. It could work, and I can handle the fallout, but there's every chance Caroline will go right back to hating you for the deception. Even if she realizes you aren't coming to steal Juniper away. I nod, my stomach hollowing. It's a risk I'm willing to take. This should be about Juniper, not me. Not Anne. Being cut out for 8 years is worth it if it means Juniper's happy. And I'd be able to sleep knowing I did what I could, which was the least of what I owed Lena. Okay. Hudson nodded. And we started back up the trail to our cabin. You got distracted? He asked as we picked our way through the moonlight. During the Giselle performance? Heat stung my cheeks. Yeah. But you don't think that had anything to do with the tear? His brow furrowed. No. I shook my head. I did at first, but I was just looking for something to blame. I faltered a little bit. But nothing that would have caused the tear. A wry chuckle worked its way up my throat. Funny thing, and I've never told anyone this. And I don't even want you to respond because it's so embarrassing, but... He glanced my way. I thought I saw you. I shoved my hands into the front pocket of his hoodie and definitely did not look over to see the way he gawked at me. I thought I saw you in the back row, and when I looked again. You weren't there, of course. It was just my brain playing tricks on me, probably because you'd been there the only other time I'd performed the variation for an audience. He kept staring. And I wished I could go back about 30 seconds and undo that confession. What was wrong with me? Just because he said I didn't have to be in control all the time didn't mean I needed to jump from 0 to Mach 1 on the oversharing train. Did you know that I didn't think about training today? Not once. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind to change the subject. Allie. He reached for my arm, but I sped up. Foolish didn't begin to cover how I was feeling. Not once. I didn't feel guilty about not working out, or not spending all day in the studio. It's the most fun I've had in. I laughed. Probably since you used to drag me out and make me do fun things. I stopped doing fun things after you. It was just dancing after that, but hey, I'm a principal, so it worked out. You can balance it, you know, Hudson said, catching up as we reached the steps of our cabin. You can be at the top of your game and still have a life. Still have days like this. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. I don't know how to do it any other way. But it's a beautiful thought, balance. It really was. I walked in ahead of him and immediately fumbled in the dark. Don't move. I don't want you to trip, Hudson said, his hand skimming my lower back as he walked around me to his side of the bed. A couple clicks later, the lantern turned on. There we go. He turned and came straight back to me, his jaw ticking as he curved the brim of his hat. What the heck did he have to be nervous about? I know you said you didn't want me to respond. Kill me now. Please don't. But I have to. He cupped my face. You really don't. I glanced at the door, the wall, the ceiling, anywhere but at him. Look at me. His thumbs stroked my cheeks. Please, love. I somehow climbed out of a pit of mortification to meet his gaze. It was me. He took a breath, and I held mine. It was me, Allie. I was there. Chapter 25. Allie. You what? I stepped back, and his hands hung midair for a few heartbeats before he lowered them. I was there, he repeated slowly. No, you weren't. I grabbed onto the thick wooden rail of the footboard to steady myself. He sat on the edge of the footboard and gripped the unfinished wood. I was 2 rows from the back. Dead center. You saw me. My lips parted and my stomach fluttered straight out of my body. I don't understand. I tried to buy the back row center seat, but I couldn't get it. It must have gone within seconds when they put the tickets on sale. He stared straight ahead at the closed cabin door. I was so pissed when whoever bought it didn't bother to show up. I saw your mom in the box with and saw Eva in the chorus, saw you. His eyes drifted shut, and my nails bit into the footboard. You were so beautiful. Breathe. I had to remember to breathe. I saw you fall to a knee at the end, a little more uncontrolled than I remembered it being when we were younger, but I didn't question it until you screamed. His head hung. You screamed. The orchestra stopped. The whole place went silent when they carried you off stage. I climbed over every person in that row to get to the aisle. But they don't exactly let ticket holders backstage to see one of the most famous dancers in the world, you know. You were there? A sweet, stinging ache threatened to crack my chest open. Threatened to dig its way out of the decade I'd spent ignoring it, and expose an inconvenient and dangerous truth I wanted no part of. But I was so over being numb. over not allowing myself to feel anything but anger and sadness. I was there. He looked up at me, tracking my movements with those gorgeous eyes as I slowly made my way to stand in front of him. Of course I was there. You told me once that you needed me in the audience for that piece, remember? Before the classic, I whispered. Mom had told me to pick something else because Lena had just been offered the role in the fall program for NBC and she didn't want any comparisons made since members of the company were there judging. I'd done it anyway, my first and only true act of defiance. Hudson had snuck into the back row to watch so my mother wouldn't see him. That part of the day was still crystal clear in my memory. I'd already let you down in the worst way. His voice lowered. I knew it wouldn't make up for it, that you'd never see me, but I was there. How did you even know I had that role? My brain tried to make sense of it, but my heart was quickly shoving logic out the door. I have. A flush crept up his throat. I have an alert set to email me if your name is in the same headline as Giselle, but I didn't know that you were still out, how bad the injury had been. Until Juniper told me you were at the beach house. He searched my eyes. I didn't know you'd see me, and I sure as hell never thought I'd distract you. I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault. The turns didn't cause the tear. It would have happened whether or not you'd been there. I stepped forward between his knees. You've really had an alert for all these years? He nodded. The silence grew thick as my heart continued the battle with my head, then finally won. He'd been there. He'd come. Juniper hadn't forced his hand, he'd come to New York for me. The middle seat of the last row is always empty. It's in my contract. 2 lines creased the area between his brows. And if you'd gone to a call and given them your name, they would have handed you that ticket. That's in my contract too. It's always your seat. Every venue. Every performance. I don't even know why I did it. Except I guess I never gave up hope that you'd walk in one day. There I'd said it. All these years? His voice came out like it had been scraped over the campfire embers. All these years. My gaze dropped to his mouth and my pulse quickened. I wound my arms around his neck and accepted the simple fact that I would always want him, and for this moment, I could have him. Hudson? Allie? His hands moved to my hips. I need you. He didn't hesitate, not even for a heartbeat. Our mouths collided, and I melted at the first thrust of his tongue, surrendering completely as he kissed me breathless. Heat and need exploded between us like a match tossed into a vat of gasoline. His hands slipped to the backs of my thighs as he stood, lifting me against him. I wound my legs around his waist, locking my ankles at the small of his back, then knocked his hat to the ground so I could sink my fingers into his hair. My back hit the wall, and I used it as leverage, breaking the kiss so I could get his shirt off. Watching him walk around shirtless the last 2 days had been torture. I lowered my mouth to his throat, his 2-day stubble rough against my lips, and I savored every one of his indrawn breaths as I reached the curve of firm, warm skin where his neck met his shoulder. Before I could demand another kiss, he took hold of my hoodie and started to tug it upward. As delicious as you look in my clothes, I need it off. Me too. I lifted my arms, and he made quick work of removing it. It hit the floor and I grabbed the bottom of my tank top and hauled it over my head, then threw it so I could feel his skin against mine. Our mouths fused, and I kissed him long and hard, running my hands down his arms, his back, across his chest, anywhere I could reach, as he kneaded my hips and thighs, growling when my shorts blocked the access he sought. He speared his hand into my hair, banded his arm under my ass, and then we were moving again. The room spun momentarily, and I felt the bed at my back, then the perfect weight of him above me. I let my ankles fall from his back, leaving my knees bent so my thighs bracketed his hips. His hands skimmed over the fabric of my bra, and I whimpered in frustration. That needed to come off too. Right now. I tugged at his bottom lip with my teeth, pushed at his chest, and rolled. He got the message, flipping us so I sat astride his hips. You want me? I grinned against his mouth. Then ground my core against the hard ridge of his cock, gasping at the jolt of pleasure. His answering groan was absolutely everything. Every day since I met you. He sat up and kissed me until I wasn't sure what day it was. Time began and ended with him. You are the subject of every fantasy I've ever had. His mouth moved down my neck, and I rocked my hips when he found that sensitive spot. Fuck, you're killing me. Good. I reached behind my back and unfastened my bra, then slipped it off my arms and tossed it. If you knew half the things I want to do to you. His hands slid from my waist to cup my breasts, and I sighed as he stroked the hard peaks with his thumbs. That sounds good. I kissed him once, then slid off his lap to stand in front of him, quickly kicking off my sandals. My fingers moved to the button of my shorts, and he captured my hand with his. You're sure you want this now? The heat in his eyes scalded me. Yes. I slipped my hand free, then flicked open the button. You don't want to wait until I can get you into a real bed? Looks real enough to me. I tugged the zipper down slowly and watched his jaw flex as he followed the movement with his eyes. Do you want to wait? I'm not thinking about me. His hands fisted in the fabric of his sleeping bag. I wasn't kidding when I said I would take you however I can get you. My bed. Your bed. This bed. That wall. The back seat of my truck. I don't care, if it means I get to hear your breath hitch right before you come. My core clenched, and heat gathered in my stomach, low and insistent. Those all sound good too. I hooked my thumbs in the waistband of my shorts at my hips, catching the strings of my underwear, then dragged them both down at the same time. I kicked them aside and stood up straight. But no. I don't want to wait. Oh fuck. His gaze ran over me like a caress, heat licking my skin everywhere he lingered. You're absolutely perfect, Allie. So damn stunning. Our eyes met. Come here. Love. My heart galloped as he gripped my hips, his fingers digging in slightly as he lifted me onto his lap. He claimed my mouth with a deep kiss that had me whimpering for more. Chasing his tongue with mine as he lay back, my hair falling around us as I followed him down. His hands slid between my thighs, and I felt his moan vibrate through his chest as my own answered at the touch of his talented fingers. Hot and slick. He nipped my lower lip, then licked over the soft flesh before sliding his open mouth down my neck. How many times do you want to come, Allie? How many ways? Tell me, and I'll give it to you. I fought for breath as he stroked and teased, then gasped as he flicked my clit with his thumb. I don't care as long as you don't make me wait for the first one. First one. His hands shifted to my hips, and he dragged me up his torso. You're learning. You're going to ruin me for anyone else, aren't you? I fell forward, bracing my palms on the bed above his head as his mouth caressed my breasts, the curve of my ribs, sending little shocks of bliss throughout my body. There's no one else. His lips ghosted across my stomach and his hands slipped under my shins. Never was. Not for either of us. He kissed the crease of my hip, then dragged my knee over his shoulder. They were all just placeholders. I shivered as he turned his face into my upper thigh and sucked, leaving a mark before hauling that knee over his shoulder too. The only thing that's ever mattered is you and me. He hooked his arms over my thighs, then arched his neck and ran his tongue from my entrance to my clit. I gasped, my hips rocking on pure instinct. Sit up so I can watch you come. It wasn't a request. I fought against every impulse to melt into a puddle right there, and sat up on my knees, hovering inches above his mouth. My pulse skyrocketed and my breath caught as our eyes locked. Sit, he ordered. Every muscle in my body clenched. Sit, Alessandra. He tugged on my thighs, and I buckled. He rewarded me with a groan, then pulled me against his mouth and stole my entire soul with his lips and tongue. Heat and need spiraled through me. I muffled my first cry with my fist, but my second slipped as my hand fell away. There was no thought, only feeling. I existed only for him, my hips rocking, my breaths ragged. My vision consumed with the mind-blowingly erotic sight of him beneath me, watching my every reaction. He adjusted immediately to what drove me higher, wound my body tighter, and then drove me relentlessly out of my mind. He was absolutely ruining me, and I was letting him. Hudson! I whimpered, then slammed my hand over my mouth, remembering we weren't alone out here. It's too good. And that was too loud. He reached up, covering my mouth with one hand and pulling me harder into his mouth with the other, holding me prisoner for every lash of his tongue. I held on to his arm for balance as my muscles locked, and that spiral of tension stuttered my breath into shallow pants. He worked me relentlessly to the edge of the cliff, then sent me flying. The release took me in colossal waves that arched my back again and again, drowning me in pleasure so sharp I almost forgot to breathe. His hand muffled my shout and every moan that followed as he stroked me down, dragging out every last aftershock until I fell to the side, gasping for air. He followed, rolling me to my back. Then lightly traced my clit with the tip of his tongue, setting off another shudder of pure bliss. I can't get enough of you. He repeated the caress, and my stomach tightened. I want you, Hudson. I ran my fingers through his hair and tugged. Inside me. Now. And I want you desperate. He gave me another series of gentle licks, and my back bowed as that sweet tension built within me again. God, it felt so good. Writhing and needy and begging for me. I propped myself up on my elbows and watched his next strike. I gasped as he dragged his tongue over my swollen clit. Beg. His slow smile was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. You will, he promised, sliding off the edge of the bed and stripping out of his remaining clothes. I watched like the show it was, my tongue wetting my lower lip as he pulled off his shorts, then the black boxer briefs underneath. Every inch of him was cut, defined by hours in the water and gym. He was beyond words. Beyond my ability to grasp what I'd thought perfect was. My core clenched just looking at him, my gaze lingering on the hard length of his cock as he stepped free of his clothes. You are. I swallowed. You're beautiful. Please tell me you had more foresight than I did and brought condoms. For the first time in my life, I wasn't sure I cared. I was on birth control. Trusted Hudson more than any partner I'd ever had, and needed him inside me. It was that simple. I'd call it more like wishful thinking than foresight. He reached into his pack and brought out a foil packet. I sat up and took it from him. His eyes flared as I ripped it open and threw the wrapper on the nightstand next to the lantern. Then I rolled the thin layer of latex over him slowly, my mouth curving as his breath caught, his abs tensed, and his hand fisted in my hair. Finally, I reached his base. Then wrapped my hand around him. His low groan gave me life. Sure you want to wait until I'm begging? Holy shit, Allie. He grabbed my waist and all but threw me back onto the bed. Then prowled over me, positioning himself between my thighs. Writhing. Needy. Begging. We've waited too long for it to be anything less. He kissed me with an urgency that demanded my response. And I gave it, arching up for his mouth again and again while his hands roamed over me, setting me on fire with every touch. I arched as he worshipped my breasts with his mouth. Then cried in frustration when he flipped me to my stomach and trailed kisses up my spine. I reared back when his mouth reached my neck, pushing my ass against him in clear invitation. The ache winding within me throbbed. Fuck, you're almost there. Almost but not quite. He flipped me again like I weighed next to nothing and ran his hand up my inner thigh. Hudson. My hips squirmed, trying to put his hand where I needed it. Do you need me? His fingers dipped between my thighs and I cried out when he stroked the hypersensitive nerves. Your body sure as hell does. God, you're drenching my hand. I need you. The man had the self-control of a saint, and I was going to burn alive if he didn't give in. Right now. He swirled around my clit, then sank a finger inside me. My core locked around him, and I moaned. So good, but not enough. Right. Now. My hips rocked, my nails dug into his shoulders. And when he slid in a second finger and curled them upward, stars winked in my vision. More. I need more. If it wasn't for the way he looked at me, the way his arms trembled, I would have thought he was completely unaffected. Hudson. My hands slipped up to his stubbled cheeks as I writhed. Don't make me wait. Please. His fingers withdrew, only to be replaced by the blunt head of his cock at my entrance. Finally, he braced his weight on his forearms, leaned down, and brushed his lips over mine. Are you desperate? Yes. I drew my knees up, so consumed with wanting him that I didn't care what he needed me to confess. I'd give him any truth he wanted. Wild? He pushed in, consuming that first tight inch. Yes. Holy shit, he felt incredible. Like you won't survive the next heartbeat without me? Another brush of his lips. Yes. My hand slid to the back of his head and I swiveled my hips. He groaned low in his throat, dropping his forehead to mine. Good. Because that's exactly how I feel every minute of every day. I'm losing my fucking mind over you. I'm right with you. Even if it killed me. Yeah, you are. He cradled the back of my head and drove into me in one powerful thrust, taking every inch I had and stretching me for more. He was too much. And it was divine. We muffled each other's moans in a kiss, and he shuddered, the muscles of his back rippling under my fingers as I splayed my hands wide. My alley. He lifted his head, locked his awe-filled gaze with mine, and withdrew, hitting every nerve ending within me. You're so hot. Tight. Perfect. Fucking made for me, and I want to be gentle. Don't. My hand slid to his ass. Don't be gentle or careful. Fuck me like you mean it, Hudson. His eyes flared again, and he slammed home. The pleasure of it rattled my wits and a cry slipped free. Like that? Just like that. God, yes. He kissed me deep as he withdrew, then snapped his hips, setting a hard, deep rhythm that had me straining for the next thrust, meeting him every time. Curling my leg over his hip to take him deeper. Don't stop, I begged. I wouldn't survive it if he did. I'm never going to get enough of you. He said against my mouth as his hips drove into me again. My cries softened to keening pants as sweat slickened our skin. You feel so damned good, Allie. He punctuated every word with a thrust. And I lost the ability to form sentences. More. It was my only demand. My only thought. He drove us across the bed, then wrapped his arm around my back and lifted, straightening us. Headboard. I threw up my hands, then grabbed the wood and braced, using it for leverage to rock back into his thrusts so he'd hit harder. Deeper. And he so fucking did. Wood creaked as he surged over me again and again, and the sight of his wild eyes, his body moving with mine, sent my temperature skyrocketing. Each thrust coiled that sweet tension tighter within me, stringing me like a bow until my body vibrated and pulsed. I felt Hudson everywhere. He was in the very marrow of my bones, the breath in my lungs, the demanding beat of my heart. They were all his. I want you from behind, so I can watch this perfect ass bounce as you take my cock, he growled as his hips continued to swing, ringing soft, keening cries from my lips. And against the wall. And on top of me, riding me hard. Once isn't going to be enough. I want everything. Yes. All of it. I rocked faster, demanding he pick up the pace. This slow, thorough fucking was exquisite. But I wasn't going to survive if he made me wait much longer for my release. Next time. He kissed me hard and gave me what I wanted, swinging his hips faster but just as deep. This time I want your eyes. He kept his gaze locked on mine, then reached between our bodies. You're right there, I can feel it. Every muscle is tight, every breath shallow. I need to feel you come around me, Allie. He strummed my clit, and I stopped meeting his thrusts, only capable of receiving as my body locked at the new onslaught of sensation. My thighs clenching around his hips. "That's it, love." He pressed lightly, and I saw stars. The edges of my vision darkened as the orgasm tore through me, breaking me apart, while Hudson somehow kept me together, never ceasing the relentless drive of his hips as he covered my mouth with his to capture my cries. My body arched again and again. Only when I fell back against the pillow, gasping for breath and completely wrecked, did his control break. He curled his arm under my shoulder to keep me from sliding into the headboard, and then unleashed, losing all rhythm in a handful of hard, voracious thrusts. I brought my hand to his face, and took his line as he came undone. "So fucking mine." His eyes flared, and he kissed me hard, smothering a moan. The sound rumbled through his chest, low and guttural, as he found his release with a final, deep thrust that struck my very soul. He collapsed onto me for a heartbeat before rolling us to the side, holding me close. We never took our eyes off each other as we came down, our breaths gradually slowing as the sweat cooled. "We're really good at that," I said once my heart finally stopped slamming. "Yeah. We are." He ran the backs of his fingers down my cheek. "I've never felt anything like that in my life." "Me either." We let the words hang between us for a perfect quiet moment I knew couldn't last. "Let's stay tomorrow," he suggested, catching me off guard. "My family is taking off. But I have one more day of leave, and I rented the cabins for an extra day just in case plans needed to shift." "Let's shift them." I swallowed. "And do what?" "Not leave this room for anything but the necessities." He stroked his thumb over my swollen lower lip. That sounded absolutely scrumptious, but I had to get back. I needed to be in the studio. But I also wanted to be here. Maybe he was right, and I could balance. I could be the best, and have a life, have him, even if only for now. "Okay." I nodded. He grinned. And I didn't feel the slightest ounce of guilt over playing hooky when that dimple popped in his cheek. We stayed in bed that night, muffling each other's moans over and over. Then spent the next day in the shower, on the shore of the lake, and on one of the picnic tables after his family left. By the time we pulled in my driveway the day after, I was sore in places I'd forgotten existed and thoroughly happy. "Who's here?" Hudson asked as he parked next to a car I didn't recognize. "Not sure." We walked hand in hand up the steps, Hudson carrying my pack for me. The door swung open before we reached it, and then stepped into the doorway. "Where have you been? We've been trying to call you since yesterday." Not a lot of service in the woods, so I turned it off. The panicked look on her face sent my stomach into a deep dive. "What's wrong?" Kenna appeared over Anne's shoulder, then squeezed by her to step onto the porch. "What's wrong?" I repeated. "Why are you here? I have a month of use or lose vacation and a best friend in dire need of help." Her expression softened with, "Wait, was that pity? I'm guessing you haven't been on the internet?" "No." I shook my head. I'd been too wrapped up in Hudson to check in on the real world. Kenna swore, then took her phone from her pocket and swiped open the screen. "I don't know what bug crawled up Vasily's ass, but he announced partial casting for Equinox. He never announces this early. It's only the middle of July." Dread perched on my shoulders. "Please don't tell me Charlotte." "No." She didn't. Kenna's shoulders drooped as she turned the screen to face me. I read the casting announcement, and my stomach twisted. Saliva filled my mouth, and bile rushed up my throat. Ripping my hand from Hudson's, I leaned over the porch railing and vomited up my breakfast into the bushes. "What the hell happened?" Hudson grabbed my hair as my stomach heaved. Eva took her part. Chapter 26. Hudson. It was a special kind of hell to spend days tangled up in alley, to finally see what we could be if we gave it a real shot. Only to be shut out emotionally in every way possible once we got back to Haven Cove. She hadn't returned a single call or text in 2 days. I brought Juniper to the house in the pouring rain after I got off work as planned, only to find Allie sweat-drenched in the studio with Kenna. "Good luck with that one," and muttered, patting me on the shoulder, then returned to an enormous pile of paperwork spread out on the living room coffee table. "Is this a bad time?" I asked from the studio doorway as Allie walked in a small circle, her hand on her lower back, wincing with every step. "I'd say it's the perfect time," Kenna replied, pushing off the wall. "She needs to take a break." "Taking a break is what got me here," Allie snapped. "Shit." My eyebrows rose. "Your sister being a backstabbing." Kenna's words died off as Juniper came in behind me. She glanced from my niece to me. Tried to talk her into resting. Somehow I doubted Allie was going to listen to me. "Hey, Aunt Allie." Juniper walked over to the window and dropped her bag in the same place she always did. "Juniper." Allie's mouth opened and shut before she sighed, her shoulders dropping. "I need about 5 minutes and then we'll get started." "You sure?" Juniper's face scrunched for a second. "You seem angry." "Oh, I'm furious," Allie assured her, ripping a towel off the bar and putting it around the back of her neck. "Just not with you. I'll be back in a couple of minutes and we'll work." Juniper nodded. And Allie strode past me without looking my direction, heading into the foyer. "Aunt Eva stole Aunt Allie's part in the ballet that was created for her," Juniper whispered as she sat next to her bag. "I know that, but how do you know that?" I'd been careful not to say anything to her. "Because Eva posted a seconds yesterday with Aunt Allie saying she couldn't do a bunch of choreography yet that looked..." She wrinkled her nose. "Yes? Shit. Was I actually going to have to download that app to know what was going on around here?" "It looked like Eva hid the camera," Juniper whispered. "And then she posted this morning that Allie wasn't getting better, and she'd been hired as a principal for next season, so I looked at the website." She kicked off her sandals and reached into her bag. "No one jumps from court to principal." He had to have given it to her just because she's Allie's sister, and he felt bad since the ballet was created for her. "So that's how Eva got the part. What a wretch." "Right. Wait here, kiddo." I left Juniper in the studio and headed into the living room. "You okay?" I asked Anne, who sat on the floor in front of the paper-strewn table, Sadie asleep beside her. "Yep. Just going through 3 decades of paperwork, hoping my mother kept anything pertaining to Juniper's adoption." She moved a manila envelope to a stack on the floor. "And don't ask me why I'm not in the office. As I've told Ellie a dozen times, it still feels like our fathers. Not like Mom used it either. Since half this crap was stuffed into boxes in her closet. And you're looking for the paperwork because..." I lifted my eyebrows at her. "Because Juniper wants to know who her father is." She dropped another folder on the stack with a thud. "And I have the classic completely planned, so no current job to do, not that I got to do the job I went to school for, because after all, I was supposed to be using all my energy to get pregnant. And we have another Russo's sister down. Shit. And I have one sister out there stealing the other one's parts. Changing the password to their joint seconds account so Allie can't take the video down, and won't pick up the damned phone for me." And continued. "And another who couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. And now is back to putting herself into an early grave chasing something she never really wanted in the first place just because our mother told her to." She held up a finger. "And don't get me started on my mother guarding Lena's secrets like she's the only person who mattered." Allie couldn't get out of. "Wait." My hands curled at my sides. "Your mother knew about Juniper?" "We're pretty sure, though it's not like she'll talk to us about it. I went to see her again yesterday and got nowhere." Thunk. Another envelope hit the stack. "She's busy." She winced. "Teaching. Can't be bothered with me." "That's unfortunate." A pit in my stomach opened, and I breathed through the immediate sensation of panic that belonged to a younger version of myself. I was going to have to set some shit straight with Mrs. Rousseau if I wanted a real chance with Allie. So instead of sitting around completely useless while Kenna rehabs Allie's ankle, and Eva burns our family to the ground over her ego, I'm going to make someone happy, which means finding a copy of the adoption paperwork so I can tell Juniper who her biological father is. Thunk! The files slid, cascading in a paperwork avalanche. Shit! And snapped, throwing a finger at me when I reached for the papers. Don't try to help me. Sadie perked up her ears, then decided sleep was more important. Heard. I reached over to pet the pup, then continued through the living room into the kitchen, looking for Allie. Kenna sat on the counter, scrolling through her phone, taking bites off a carrot stick. Yeah, it's a real shit show around here, she noted without looking up. Seems like it. I peered into the dining room, but there was no trace of Allie. Allie couldn't get out of bed? Why the hell was I hearing that from other people? If a video trashing your reputation went viral with over 1 million hits, spawning countless stitches and commentary from every wannabe ballerina to contract lawyers, critics, and armchair experts who've never met you or even watched ballet before, would you feel like facing the world? Fuck. No one told me. Dinner curdled in my stomach. She shut the door in my face after we got back from camping. Why didn't she return any of my calls? Better yet, why didn't either of you reach out? I would have been here. And an hour with her. Kenna peered up at me over her phone. She declined further support, and we honored her wishes. She didn't want me here, I said quietly. Not like I didn't already know that from the declined calls and unread texts. But hearing it out loud felt like having my heart dragged out and scraped across broken glass. She's a little prickly today, just to warn you. Kenna sat her phone down on the counter. Vasily tried to call her twice the day you two didn't come home, and now he won't take her calls. Shit. This was because of me. I leaned against the counter on the opposite side of the sink as the guilt sank in, knotting in my throat. No wonder she didn't want to speak to me. If I just brought her home as planned, this might not have happened. So much for balance. It's not his fault. Allie walked in from the foyer in a clean set of workout gear, her face a perfect mask of control. Fuck me. She'd thrown her walls right back up. It's not your fault. She repeated in my direction, but didn't make eye contact as she opened the refrigerator and pulled out the lemonade. Yeah. Lemonade meant she was stressed as hell. She slammed the pitcher on the island. It's not your fault that I didn't stay in service. Not your fault that I decided to spend an extra day with you. Not your fault that I taught Eva the very choreography she no doubt went back and used against me. Those first two stung like a slap, but I held my ground when Allie walked my way. I'm still sorry that I played any role in it. It wasn't you. It was all me. I'm a big girl who made choices and now has to deal with the repercussions of those choices. She tilted her head to the side. I need a glass. I moved 4 inches to the left so the door would clear my shoulder, and Allie arched an eyebrow, then yanked open the cabinet, her arm brushing against mine to reach the glass. To my surprise, she brought back 2 glasses, then went back to the island to pour the lemonade. Maybe she really wasn't pissed at me. My throat loosened. That relief lasted all of 30 seconds, after which she gave the second glass to Kenna, who took it with a mouthed thank you as she swiped to answer her phone. Why? Isaac Badin, were your ears burning? She tapped a button on the screen and set the phone on the counter. The choreographer. Good to hear your voice as well, Dr. Lowell. Isaac said through the speaker, and Allie tensed. I'm sorry to bother you, but it seems Alessandra won't take my calls. At least I wasn't the only one. Kenna took a sip of the lemonade. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that you handed over the ballet you choreographed for her to Eva? Just a hunch. Allie folded her arms. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. You have to tell her. His voice pitched high. Vasily showed me some footage of Alessandra teaching Eva, noted that she wasn't going to be back in time to perform. and told me he'd made the decision to cast Eva in the role. I think his exact words were raise up the newest NBC star. This is bullshit. Ali snapped. Alessandra? Oh, darling. I'm so very sorry this has happened. You know I created that role for you and you alone. It's the product of our work, our passion. Passion? Jealousy burned in my gut. But I managed not to tell the fucker to keep his pet names to himself because she wasn't his anymore. Not that she was exactly mine either. Since we hadn't really hashed out what was happening between us. Cut the crap, Isaac. You were already teaching the choreography to Charlotte, no doubt hoping to rework a little with her passion. Ali shook her head and pivoted on the other side of Kenna, facing my direction. Icy rage shone in her eyes as she glared at the phone. Anger sounds rather delicious on you, darling. You really should let that temper flare a little more often. He sighed loud enough to be heard through the phone when Ali didn't respond. I was fucking Charlotte, no big deal. Working with her was only a byproduct of that. And are you still? Ali questioned. Fucking Charlotte? Yes, but I'll stop if you're saying you'd like to resume our... I saw red. Working with her. Isaac. Are you working with her? She rubbed the bridge of her nose. I don't care who you sleep with anymore, nor will I ever care again. He scoffed. It's that guy you brought to the gala. Isn't it? I stiffened, and Ali's gaze shot to mine. Have to say I'm slightly surprised. Isaac continued. He's not really your type. So handsy in public when you prefer discretion. Plus you like your men lean, built for endurance instead of heavy lifting, if you will. I'll be here when you get bored. Ali's face flushed and Kenna's eyebrows rose. Had he been here, he would have learned the definition of fuck around and find out. Isaac, I wish you the best of luck with Eva. We both know she'll slaughter that variation. You'll have to take everything down a notch in difficulty for her to have a prayer of making it halfway through. Ali's hand hovered over the screen. Oh, and as for Hudson. He's built like a Greek god and fucks like one, too, so I'm all taken care of. She tapped the phone and the call ended. I gripped the edge of the counter to keep from reaching for her. Even damn well knowing she'd said it just to piss off Isaac. Kenna's gaze swung between Ali and me. And on that note, I'll be in the studio. She hopped off the counter and threw me a wave. I'll be rooting for you. I nodded in thanks, and Ali made her way back to my end of the island, then put the lemonade back in the refrigerator. I shouldn't have said that to him. Didn't bother me. A corner of my mouth lifted, but I wiped the smirk off my face before she turned to face me. Bothers me that you aren't returning my calls either. She flinched. Did you need to talk about Juniper? No. I folded my arms. And you know it. Then there's really no reason to call. She shrugged. What happened out there was just two consensual adults working off some pent-up tension. That's it. And I thought we weren't going to lie to each other. Her words bounced right off me because I knew exactly what she was doing. I just wasn't going to let her. It meant nothing. Her apathetic mask was so well constructed I'd almost believe her if it wasn't for the turmoil in her eyes. Lie. I took 2 steps, putting us toe to toe. Her pupils dilated and her breath quickened. Back row, center seat for 11 years isn't nothing. She tilted her chin. It has to be. You and me, we don't fit in each other's worlds, Hudson. Not outside this tiny little town neither you nor I actually belong in. Do you see what happened when I took a few days off? I lost the role of my life. I should have been here working. That's what happens when I try to balance my career with anything else, anyone else who isn't in the industry. We. She gestured between us. Can't be a thing. And I don't have time to argue about it with you. My stomach clenched. And back to square one. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I pulled it out to check the screen. It was the station. Hold that very wrong thought, I said to Ali, then answered the call. Ellis. Hey, Chief. Not yet. I cut off that shit quick. I wasn't going to pin for at least a few months. What's up? I'm sorry to call you, Petty Officer First Class Ellis. I know you just clocked out, but we've got 2 birds out already and a distress call coming in. Fuck. This day just kept getting better. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I hung up and shoved the phone back into the pocket of my uniform. Looks like I don't have time to argue with you about it either. Can you take Juniper home when you're done for the day? Why? Her brow knit with concern, which only served to frustrate the shit out of me after she'd spewed all that shit about us meaning nothing. Because a distress call just came in and I have to go. Can you take her home, or not? She blinked, then leaned sideways to glance past me at the window. You can't go out in this. We're in the middle of a storm. Yes, love, and this is what happens during every storm. And time was ticking. Her eyes widened. You're going? Yes. I nodded. Can you get Juniper home? If not, I'll call Gavin on my way in and ask him to swing by. Allie, I have to go, now. I'll take her home, she said softly, chunks of her armor falling away. Hudson. Thank you. Please tell her I had to run, but don't be specific. She worries. I ignored the urge to kiss her and walked away. I'll call you tomorrow. Naturally, it's up to you if you want to answer. A little before midnight, I pulled my truck into my garage, then cursed my past self for renting a place where I had to walk through the rain to get in my front door. It wouldn't be the first time I'd been soaked to the bone tonight. Exhausted, aching, and still more than a little frustrated with the sharp-tongued ballerina I was irrevocably in love with. I walked across the little patch of grass that separated my house from the garage and headed up the steps to the front porch, only raising my head once I was clear of the rain. The sight of Allie stopped me dead in my tracks. She sat barefoot on my porch swing, her arms wrapped around her legging-covered knees. Her ballet flats lying discarded next to a giant familiar bowl of water beneath her. You're all right? She lifted her chin from her knees and studied me from head to toe, worry creasing her forehead. Fuck if that look didn't drain some of the frustration right out of me. How long have you been out here? A little over an hour, maybe. I worried for a while I had the wrong house. Right house. I crossed the porch and picked up the bowl of water, wincing slightly at the pain in my ribs, then emptied the contents over the railing. Anne's Mercedes was parked on the opposite side of the street. I was icing my feet, Allie muttered. I've been around you long enough to recognize the foot icing bowl. And it takes a hell of a lot longer than an hour to melt that much ice. I put the bowl on the swing next to her, and she unfolded her legs. I was too tired to fight with her. But I didn't want her to go either. She tugged the edges of her cardigan closer. Fine, it was a couple of hours. My shoulders dropped. She had to be frozen. Come inside and get warm. I unlocked the front door, then held it open as she picked up her shoes and walked in. She looked left, into the living room, and right toward my office. Then glanced up the steep stairs to the second floor. I like the original woodwork. I'd say thanks, but I'm just renting it. I shut the door, and to my surprise, she set her shoes down on the hardwood and walked straight into my office. Because you don't plan to stay, she said over her shoulder, flipping on the light switch. My stomach clenched as I took off my hat and hung it on the coat rack, my jacket quickly following, and I battled the illogical feeling that I was about to be tested. Good thing I kept the place picked up. I was only supposed to be here long enough to help Caroline get on her feet. It's taking a little longer than I planned. I followed her in, watching her expression shift to curiosity as she tucked her hair behind her ears and looked over the bookcases, stopping to examine the titles, pausing when she came across a framed photo. Savannah, I explained when she looked closer at one of Juniper and me on the beach when she was 5. It was my second duty station. I was there when Sean died. Then begged everyone I knew for a compassionate reassignment. Did you like it there? She moved along, her gaze skimming across a handful of awards I'd wedged between books in their padded folders. Yeah. I like living somewhere else, seeing new places, meeting new people, that kind of thing. I would have killed to know what she was thinking. Her being here was an admission that she had real feelings for me, but that didn't mean she'd let herself give in to them, not when she felt I'd jeopardized her career. Which, in her defense, I unknowingly had. And these? She tugged a few of the awards free. They're handed out when you save people, but they're just pieces of paper. I shrugged. Bravery and valor. She read off one. Then closed the folder and put it back with the others. Sounds like you? Her gaze shifted to the framed map of Alaska above my desk. You never asked for Sitka? Twice, I answered, fatigue settling into my bones. But I wasn't highly ranked, and my wants didn't match the needs of the Coast Guard. And now that you have the opportunity to ask again, you're going to request to stay here. She picked up a framed piece of Juniper's artwork off my desk. For her. For the same reason you wouldn't get in the boat before Eva. We may have been polar opposites, but we were eerily similar in one respect: our family came first. Which was exactly why this thing between us had about a 0% chance of lasting past August. I'm second-guessing that choice lately. She pivoted and walked between my desk and the worn leather armchair, passing right by me and walking into the living room. Do you ever second-guess coming back? No. I followed, my right side throbbing as her gaze swept over the space, no doubt cataloging everything. From the art I'd picked up during a drunken trip to Miami with Beachman to the potted plant I'd somehow managed to keep alive in the corner. Do you ever think about leaving? She ran her fingers over the soft throw blanket draped over the armchair and cracked a yawn. Every day. But I wanted her with me, spending weekends curled beside me on the sofa. Her laughter filling these rooms. I wanted to bicker about everything and nothing, and then make up and decide what we'd make for dinner. I wanted the mundane interactions of a relationship. An ache of longing sliced between my ribs and cut straight into my heart. Even if I convinced her that we could make this work long term, eventually our past would have to be dealt with. She'd never forgive me for what I'd done. It was only a matter of time before it tore us apart. Maybe you should go. She turned her attention to the photographs on the gallery wall. And yawned again. I raked my hands through my hair. Allie, I love that you're finally here. But I'm exhausted from fighting 30-foot seas and a really panicked family who thought I was a ladder they needed to climb, and my ribs are killing me. What happened to your ribs? Her face whipped toward mine and her eyes flared. Nothing a couple nights of good sleep isn't going to take care of. Let me see. She strode over and tugged my top up. Then yanked my t-shirt free, and I lifted my arm because I didn't have the energy to argue with her, and I loved her hands. She inhaled sharply. Hudson. It's fine. Just a bad bruise. I'd had way worse. People do irrational things when they're scared. Her hand hovered over the foot-size contusion, but she didn't touch it. I'm sorry. You didn't do it. That's not what I meant. She dropped my clothes back into place. I owe you an apology. There are very few people in my life I trust with me. But I've never guarded myself against my sisters. And when Eva crawled over my corpse to get ahead, I took my anger out on you, and I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. She dragged her gaze back to mine. Apology accepted. Her eyebrows rose. That easy? That easy. I nodded. And I'm sorry I kept you out of the studio. That wasn't your fault. I wanted to stay with you. She huffed a frustrated sigh. I always want to stay with you. That's the problem. Then let's go to bed. I held my hand out. She drew back slightly. I didn't come over for sex, Hudson. I figured. A smile tugged at my lips. I'm tired. You're tired. And unless you feel like going out in that storm again, you may as well come to bed so we can both get some sleep. I lifted my brows when she furrowed hers. You want to stay with me? Then stay. Just for the night? She clarified. For as long as you want. I told you I'd take you any way I could get you. Even one night at a time. I crooked my fingers, well aware that I was treading on exceptionally thin ice with an exceptionally skittish woman. That sounds good. She nodded slowly. Thank fuck. I turned the lights out, checked the doors and windows, then took her up the creaking stairs, past the guest room where Juniper slept occasionally, and into my bedroom. She took in the space, with its dark furniture and hunter green accents. Sometimes I forget how neat you are. Nothing's out of place. More efficient that way. Come on. I took her into the bathroom, then pulled out a new toothbrush from the cabinet. You keep toothbrushes for your overnight guests? She glared at the bristles. I keep toothbrushes stocked the same way I keep everything else. I opened the cabinet and showed her the organized rows of supplies before shutting it. There's no one else. You know that. Stop looking for a reason to bolt. She sighed. And we did the domestic things that couples take for granted, like sharing a sink and scooting past each other in the doorway. Then I completely forgot how tired I was when she walked out of the bathroom in my t-shirt. My body temp rose by at least a full degree. Yeah, I definitely had a thing for seeing her in my clothes. She slid under the covers, then lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. I don't suppose you have a phone charger? I carefully shifted to appease my pissed-off ribs, opened my nightstand drawer, and pulled out my spare, then handed it over. Thank you. She plugged it in and set her phone on the nightstand, then went back to staring at the ceiling. You really missed your calling as a Boy Scout. Always prepared. She drummed her fingers on top of the comforter. For fuck's sake, Allie, come here. I rolled toward her on my umbra's side, wrapped my arm over her ribs, then tugged her across the bed. She promptly snuggled back against me, stole half my pillow, and pushed her incredible ass right against my dick as she got comfortable. What do you want to do about Eva? I asked, resting my hand on her bare hip. Besides throttle her? She sighed. Once it's announced, it takes an act of God to change Vasily's mind. I'm not sure there's anything to do besides never speak to her again, which also is just unconscionable. Yeah, I don't know if I could cut Gavin or Caroline off either. I stroked her skin absent-mindedly. You could leave the company. You could leave the Coast Guard, she retorted. Point taken. I fought a smile. But I move duty stations and still do the same thing. You can dance anywhere in the world. Are you still under contract? For another month, she answered. August 15th. Day of the Classic. It was coming up quickly. She nodded. I sat in the dark for 2 days, trying to decide if I should change my name and move to another country, or metaphorically beat the shit out of my sister. And what did you decide? I want my role back. She shifted. Then be an act of God. I groaned. And stop wiggling your ass or all my honorable intentions will disappear. As I recall. You did some very dishonorable things to me a few days ago. That's not helping. I kissed the top of her head, burying my nose in her hair and breathing in the unique floral scent that had haunted me for over a decade. Go to sleep. You should put Sitka at the top of your list. 1. Caroline isn't ready for me to go. 2. It puts me on the other side of the whole fucking country from the only person I'd like to be close to, who, in case you missed it, is you. And 3. Go to sleep. I draped my arm over her waist. She tensed for a second, then burrowed closer, which I didn't mind in the least. I didn't mean it. When I said we meant nothing, I didn't mean it. All I could think for those hours was that you were out in that storm and I know. I knew it when you said it. I kissed the spot behind her ear. And I have 100% return rate when it comes to storms. She turned in my arms and looked at me. I don't like it when people get too close, she whispered. Also something I know. I stroked her hip. In fact, I've known that for about 11 years. And while it's probably one of your most frustrating qualities, I have to admit you keep it interesting. And in your defense, you warned me from the get-go. Guess we weren't sleeping, but I couldn't bring myself to care, not when I finally had her in my bed. But you could do us both a favor and stop fighting it. Her mouth opened like she wanted to say something, and she struggled for a few seconds. Would you really take me any way you can get me? I was instantly, fully awake. Yes. What if there's a way for this to be real but safe? She tucked her hands against my chest. Holy shit. Was this actually happening? It's already real. What do you need to feel safe? I grazed my hand up her back. She swallowed hard. It has to be easy. Simple. No one gets hurt. Okay. I was already going to hurt, but as long as she escaped unscathed, I'd give her whatever she wanted. No mess, I guessed. She nodded. Everything in my life is in upheaval, and I need you not to be. She brought her hands up beneath her chin. And I know that's not fair. Any way I can get you, I reminded her, and guilt started gnawing on the edges of my stomach. There was so much history between us. Even if it's only until I go back to New York? She tensed. Fuck. You only want this to last for 5 weeks? But hadn't that always been my plan? To use the summer to bring some life back into her eyes? Then why did it feel like having a section of my heart carved out? I can only have this for 5 weeks, she clarified. I have to be fully focused once I go back. I'll be fighting for my place in the company and make it easy for her. I get it. I brushed her hair back from her face, and the guilt bit harder. This was a taste of everything I'd ever wanted, and talking about the past would risk everything, but I had to. I couldn't tell her this was real and not be real. We should talk about the way I left you, and if you don't forgive me. Don't. She shook her head quickly and cupped the side of my face. I forgave you the second you told me you were at the performance. We were kids and we've both made mistakes, Hudson. Not like me. I gripped her hip, and she pressed her fingers to my mouth. I ceased breathing. She couldn't forgive me, not that painlessly. Simple and easy, remember? She whispered. It's all I can handle right now. Let's just agree that now is all that matters. The past is over, and we can have a future. I won't give up New York, and you won't leave your family if you can help it, and if you can't, God knows where you'll be assigned. She tried to smile and failed. So, unless you can think of something that prevents you from being mine for the next 5 weeks, please don't make me ask again. This is the only chance we'll get. And I want it. Her fingers slipped to my chin. As long as you do. The panic filling her eyes stole my words and my best intentions. She'd never been more vulnerable with me. Even when we were teenagers. If I misstepped now, she'd turn those walls into a fortress. Hudson? She drew back. 5 weeks isn't long enough. My voice roughened. If this was longer than 5 weeks, if we were going the distance, I would have begged her to listen to me grovel. But digging up our past would bring a storm she couldn't weather, not now. Not when she was about to wage war to get her role back. But after, when this was all over, she needed to hear me out. But I'll take it. She beamed, then leaned in and brushed a kiss over my lips. Good. Now we can sleep. She turned in my arms and snuggled back against me. I had 5 weeks to make her the happiest I could, and I wasn't going to fuck it up. Whatever she needed, I'd give her. Our breathing evened out, and I was almost asleep when I heard her say, Your dreams matter too, Hudson. The only dream I cared about was the one I was currently living, where I got to fall asleep next to her. It was the dream I blinked out of at 5 a.m. as Allie's phone rang. She rolled out of my arms, slapped the top of the nightstand a few times. Then finally answered the damn thing. You'd better be dead, Ann. Yes, I'm at Hudson's. Because I'm a grown woman who can sleep wherever and with whomever she chooses. As long as it's me. I pulled her back against me. I wasn't due in until 0900 after last night's mission, which meant I had enough time to watch Allie come a couple of times and catch a couple more hours of shut-eye. Perfect morning. What do you mean you haven't slept? Allie tensed. You what? You're kidding. No, that doesn't make sense. No way it's him. She sat up and my arm fell away. No. I'll call him in a few hours. Because not everyone is up at 5. Her spine stiffened. No, you did not. You didn't tell him why? Fine. I'll be home by 9. She hung up the phone and slid it back onto the nightstand. Feel like sharing? I cracked an eye open. She looked at me with wide eyes. And found Juniper's original birth certificate. Chapter 27. Allie. The clock ticked as I sat in the armchair of our living room, scrolling through Instagram. Liking a few of Reagan's and Harlow's posts as they geared up for summer intensives. Good for them. I'd spent my morning having 2 spectacular orgasms while riding Hudson. Pushed over the edge on the second by watching him lose complete control under me, after I made him beg, of course. Surely, that counted for cardio. And sat on the couch across from me next to Kenna. Her back twisted so she could look out the window, her fingers drumming a quick rhythm on the upholstered back. Kenna and I shared a look, and then she swiped on her iPad. Anne, you are going to have to find some other outlet for the nervous energy, because you're giving me anxiety. Anne's fingers paused, but she didn't look away. Just nervous. We can tell. I noted. Tucking my feet under me and reaching for my water bottle so Kenna wouldn't get on me about hydrating. One of you could read to me, she suggested. Would you like to hear about a new minimally invasive procedure for rotator cuff repair that's showing good results in clinicals? Kenna asked. Because that's what I'm reading about. I thought you weren't a surgeon. And finally gave up on her pretzel maneuver and twisted onto her knees toward the window. I'm not. I'd rather treat the whole patient and find ways to prevent getting cut open in the first place. Doesn't mean I don't read about what's out there. She swiped again. Then glanced pointedly to the end table next to me. That banana isn't doing you any good just sitting there. I rolled my eyes and quickly peeled the fruit. What are you reading, Allie? Anne asked. Anything good? Looks like Candace is engaged. I smiled and turned my phone around so they could see the picture of the brunette showing off her ring, and looked over her shoulder. Then spun back around like the car wouldn't pull into the driveway if she wasn't personally watching. Look at you on social media again, and good for Candace. Kenna nodded. Jillian's great. And she's wonderfully talented too. I stopped by her new gallery last month and the place was packed. An artist? Huh. I always figured Candace would marry another dancer. And said, That's your mother talking. Kenna chided before looking my way. Some people like having lives outside the studio. Having a partner who can help them anchor their life outside ballet so they survive life after ballet. Don't start. I scrolled with my right hand and snacked on the banana. She has a point. You know what they say. And muttered. A dancer dies twice. Once when they retire, the second when they expire. I like that you're breaking your no-dancer rule, Allie. And I love getting to see your smile again. But? I took another bite and opened the second zap. She folded her arms across the back of the couch and rested her chin on her hands. I can't help that I'm protective of you, and I know you said Hudson was there the night at Giselle, and that goes a long way to climbing out of the hole he dug when we were kids. But you've never entirely trusted him. It was nothing I hadn't heard before. I logged into a new, anonymous seconds profile, then checked out the Rousseau sisters' 4-page and stared. The account had gained another 200,000 more followers since I'd come to Haven Cove in May, and 40,000 in the last 2 days. Hopefully the video was slowing down. People make shitty decisions before their frontal lobe develops. Kenna interrupted, saving me the trouble. He couldn't handle seeing Allie hurt, and dipped out for basic. That makes him an immature dick at 18, not irredeemable. It's not like he caused the accident or something. She looked up from her tablet. He didn't, did he? There wasn't some second set of tires or something? No, that was all Lena. Never could obey a damn speed limit. And sighed. Or any rule, for that matter. It was just us out there. I confirmed. That much I remember. I searched Rousseau Sisters 4 and clicked on the first video, turning the volume down so the others wouldn't hear. It started as the video Eva had secretly taken of me explaining why I wasn't comfortable with grand jetés, or any leaps yet, through the edits she'd made of my embarrassing errors during our weekend. And then West Coast Point stitched it, adding their commentary as they walked through the halls of a ballet company in California. Thanks to the subtitles, I kept my humiliation to myself. So let's break down the latest NBC drama. Do I think Alessandra knew she was being recorded? I doubt it. But that doesn't change the fact that she's clearly still in the early stages of rehab. And from what I'm hearing at NBC, she flat out lied to everyone at their gala about being ready to return for the fall, which brings up some major ethics issues, in my opinion. The banana lost its flavor. That wasn't true. I never lied. The creator's face twisted in disgust. Look. It's not like NBC wasn't going to hold a spot for her if she told them she's taking longer to heal. She's Alessandra Rousseau, but lying to her company about her injuries when they develop their fall program around her is just. It lacks integrity, you know? No respectable company is going to touch her after this. Look, I've said it before, she's as pretentious and haughty as they come. But she used to be one of the greats, and I'm disappointed. She's supposed to be an idol. Let me know what you think in the comments. I never asked to be. Despite the immediate nausea, I chewed the banana because I needed the fuel, then attempted to reach expert-level masochist and tapped the comments. Allie? Kenna called my name like it wasn't the first time she tried to get my attention. Huh. I jerked the phone to my chest, hiding the screen, and found her standing over me. I was asking why Hudson wasn't here, considering this involves him too. She held out her hand. Give that to me. Why? I clutched it tighter. Because you went pale as hell. Stopped listening to us, and now you're the shade of a cherry, so unless Hudson is in there sending you dirty text messages that startle the shit out of you, hand it over. She flexed her hand. I swallowed my pride and embarrassment, and showed her. She read through the comments, alternating between scoffs and sighs. You do not need to be reading this shit. She shook her head. I'd love to see someone say any of this in person. I told her to stop looking, and said, still staring out the window, stick to the baby goat videos if you need dopamine. Or that one guy who cooks. Love that Reagan has your back. Kenna said, handing the phone back. Want me to hop in and defend your honor? No. They'll just call you complicit. I'm already on fire. No need to strap yourself to the pyre. My fingers hovered over the screen, and for the slightest heartbeat, indignation won and I debated replying to set the record straight. I tapped the comment button. Don't do it, Kenna warned. I have no doubt this feels shitty, but you enter that fray personally and the sharks will feast. They'll twist whatever you say to fit their narrative and set off a new wave of monetized content. Don't pay their rent. We both know next week there will be something else new and shiny for everyone to comment on. Now, where is Aquaman? I scrolled up and closed the app. Hudson couldn't get out of work. He's here. And pushed back so hard that she slid clean off the couch, and I winced as her knees hit the floor. He's here. She scrambled to her feet, and I rose to mine. Stop it. I ditched the phone on the end table and put myself in front of Anne. We have a plan. You will stick to the plan. You have no idea how he'll respond to this. And pursed her lips. Then snatched the manila envelope off the coffee table and sat down on the couch. Thank you, I told her. Then headed to the front door and opened it as Everett hauled his Louis Vuitton suitcase up the steps in a fitted teal polo and plaid shorts. A knot of anxiety formed in my throat. Oh my God! There she is. He abandoned his luggage at the doorway, shoved his sunglasses onto his blonde hair, and rushed me with his last few steps, carrying me into the house in a hug. I held on. knowing it might be the last one he willingly gave me. Ugh, Alessandra. His arms squeezed tight. I was waiting for you to reach out, but when and called, I hopped on the first flight. He set me down and lifted his hands to my upper arms. Hi, Everett. I smiled and found myself searching his face for signs that N's discovery had any basis in truth. What Vasily did is just. It's a steaming pile of shit. The whole company's pissed. Since when do we announce casting in the middle of July? And you should have seen the fit Charlotte threw that Eva had been yanked through the ranks up to principal above any of the soloists. Reagan said she shattered one of the mirrors in the women's locker room. Pretty sure Vasily is hoping it will all blow over by the time everyone's back in the building after summer intensives. But I've heard a couple soloists might not renew their contracts. It's all very dramatic. His eyebrows raised scandalously. Did Vasily at least explain himself to you? Or did he send Maxim to do his dirty work? I missed his call and now he won't take mine. That knot in my throat doubled in size. Of course he won't. He rolled his eyes and dropped his hands. He knows the board isn't going to fire him while his wife's the executive director, so it's not like he has to own up to whatever fuckery this is. What the hell happened? Did your mother make a call or something? Not that I think Sophie would screw you over in order to. He cocked his head to the side. Well, I wouldn't put anything past your mother. She didn't call. I stifled the absurd bubble of laughter that tried to rise at the accusation. For the first time in my life, I can honestly say my mother had nothing to do with this. It's all Eva. Fucking Eva. He pulled his suitcase in and shut the door. So what's the plan to get your role back? I don't have one. Short of becoming the act of God Hudson had suggested. Please. You have Dr. Lowell here with you. Everyone knows it. If you don't have a plan, she does. Don't you, Kenna? He raised his voice with the last question. I do, Kenna answered, appearing in the doorway. But my plan depends on 3 things going right. Well, I'm here, so obviously you have one. He gestured to his suitcase. I assumed and called because you needed a partner to practice with, because hell is freezing over before I partner with your sister come October. And before you ask? Of course I'll stay for the month. Michael will have to come visit, of course, but who doesn't love summers in Cape Cod? God, I haven't been here since that last intensive your mother taught. How old were we? He surveyed the foyer like he was looking for changes and peeked into the studio. I cleared my throat. I was 17 that summer. Lena was 19. That's right. He didn't so much as flinch. So what's the second variant to your brilliance? He asked Kenna. That's a bit more. She started. How do you explain this? And charged out of the living room, waving Juniper's original birth certificate. Way to stick to the plan, Kenna muttered. Everett's manicured brows lifted as she thrust the paper inches from his face. And I held my breath as he scanned the document that listed Juniper simply as Baby Rousseau. Well, shit. I'd pretty much forgotten about that. My jaw dropped along with my stomach. That's all you have to say? He glanced at me, then, and his features slackening. Oh shit, you didn't know. In that case, anyone feel like a drink? I might need one for this. 5 minutes later, I handed Everett the 4th glass of lemonade I'd poured as he'd settled into the matching armchair, then took mine to my own seat and found a text message on my phone. I smiled despite the circumstances and typed out "Take it easy on your ribs today," then gave all my attention to Everett on my left, who was avoiding Anne's glare like a professional. Start talking, she demanded. I was sitting right where Kenna is when Lena asked me to play daddy. He ran his finger over the rim of the glass. She said it would only be on paper. And I'd only be responsible for a few hours. Just long enough to sign the termination of parental rights. My heart clenched. She told him, but not us. So you aren't Juniper's father? Is that what they ended up naming the kid? Her parents, I mean. He took a drink, then realized we were staring. Of course I'm not her father. That would require me having sex with a woman. No. Thank you? He shook his head and sagged like a balloon that had lost all its helium. Like you didn't know it was a long shot. Kenna muttered at her. Do you know who it is? I asked Everett. No. Everett leaned forward and took a coaster from the stack on the coffee table. She said it was a one-night stand when she got to San Francisco and couldn't remember his name. He set the coaster on the end table, then put his glass on it. I can't believe you guys don't know this. I thought you shared everything. Apparently not, so please keep going. And stared at her glass. When was this? I think it was the first week in May. He answered. And she was here? I looked around the living room like Lena would magically appear. Yeah. He nodded. Said she'd been here for a month or so. She must have come once we went back to New York after spring break. And muttered. Records said Juniper was born a few towns away. She stayed in Barnstable County. Sounds right. I agreed to come up once she'd had the baby, and when that happened, I signed whatever the lawyers put in front of me. Why would you do that for her? I asked. She was pregnant and needed help. The lawyers said the adoption would go through easier, faster, if the legal father signed off on it. And Lena made it sound like she had the perfect family picked out for the kid. And when I hesitated, he struggled for words. Then took his sunglasses from the top of his head and set those down too. You're going to think I'm a piece of shit. I could never. I reached across the end table and squeezed his hand. I could. And mumbled. Knock it off. Kenna threw a pillow at her and deflected, then hugged it to her chest. I didn't make the cut for the NBC Summer Intensive that year, Everett admitted, running his fingers through his hair so it stuck straight up. I auditioned in January and didn't make it. Impossible. I shook my head. You were here that summer. And Mom only allowed kids who were accepted into that program to come. My ribs tightened around my lungs. Yeah. That. He nodded. That was the price. I could train with the Russo girls. And she'd cover my room and board in town, as well as secure me a place in the classics so I could compete for an NBC contract. I forced myself to breathe, then drank down half my glass of lemonade, focusing on the tart, sour flavor. Machiavelli had nothing on your mom, Kenna said. I really thought you knew, Everett said to me. I thought that's why you were always so nice to me. I've always liked you because you're you. I could hardly fault him for keeping secrets when I kept so many of my own. His gaze whipped to Anne. They said it would be confidential. Your mother promised me no one would ever know. She only kept this copy of the birth certificate, from what I've found. She told him. But you were always going to be found, Everett. They changed the law a few years ago. Once she turns 18, Juniper will have access to her records. Well, that's... He swallowed. Good to know. I thought I knew her. And whispered. And every day I'm realizing I knew nothing. No one knows everything about everyone, Everett said. We all keep things to ourselves. Gravel crunched in the driveway. And we all looked out of the window as a black Range Rover pulled in. Are we having a house party I don't know about? Anne asked. That's the third element of getting your role back, Kenna said, unfolding from the couch and walking across the living room. I can rehab your ankle, but what you need is an instructor. Did she call your mom? Everett whispered. She wouldn't. My stomach lurched. Doubtful, Anne replied. Mom is a little self-absorbed at the moment. What did you do? I asked Kenna as I stood. Every instructor I knew was teaching intensives this time of year. I'd never call your mother. Kenna called back from the foyer, then opened the door. Baby! Eloise stepped into the house in a red sheath dress and hugged Kenna. Then looked over her sunglasses at Kenna's athletic wear. What are you wearing? No matter. My bags are in the car. I'll take Sophie's room, of course. Oh, holy shit. She hadn't called my mother. She'd called hers. Chapter 28. Allie. When the time came for summer intensives as a kid, and Mom spared no expense for bringing her hand-selected instructors to the Cape, she'd always save the hardest, the most demanding teacher for last. It was no coincidence that teacher was her best friend. Eloise unpacked, told Anne to prepare lunch, and ordered Everett and me into the studio. "We have our work cut out for us, don't we?" That was all she said as she changed the music in the stereo. The next 2 days passed in a blur. Once Kenna confirmed my ankle was cleared without restriction, Eloise was merciless. She demanded perfection, and when we didn't give it, she put us through combination after combination until we got it right, or she decided we were too exhausted to continue. When Hudson brought Juniper over the evening of Eloise's third day, the teacher hung back as I worked with her. She watched, she assessed, and to my surprise, she smiled once we were done. "Do you know who I am?" Eloise asked as Juniper put her slippers into her bag. "I only ask because you were staring in that mirror like you did. You're Eloise Lowell," Juniper whispered reverently. "You were a soloist at NBC before you became an instructor." "That's right." She nodded. "Would you like me to help teach you while I'm here?" "Think carefully before you answer, Juniper." I took off my own slippers, wincing at the sight of my feet. That blister on my right foot had popped in the last hour despite the cushion I'd wrapped onto it, and Eloise wasn't a fan of ouch pouches. "Eloise is the best. But she's not afraid to hurt your feelings." Eloise arched a brow. "Yes, please," Juniper responded, lifting her chin. "I can take it." Eloise chuckled. "I think you can. Now run off to your—" She threw a glance toward the doorway, and I looked up to see Hudson waiting, his hair still wet from showering after the pool. My pulse jumped, and that sweet, biting pressure I refused to name filled my chest. It was beyond liking him, beyond caring for him. But I wasn't giving it the power of a label. "Uncle," Juniper supplied, then shoved her feet into a pair of neon green Crocs and grabbed her bag. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," Eloise warned, her gaze sliding to mine. I stood, disassociating from the pain as I walked toward Hudson. As much as I hated to admit it, I'd missed him the last few days. He grinned, that dimple appearing in his cheek as I approached. But his expression quickly fell when he looked down. "What the hell happened to your feet?" "It's nothing. Paying the price of a few lost calluses, but they'll rebuild." I rose up and kissed him, quick and fast. "This is Eloise, Kenna's mother." He offered his hand, and Eloise took it, shaking it slowly. "I've heard a lot about you, Mrs. Lowell. If you're who I think you are, then I'm afraid I can say the same." She folded her arms over her pink sweater. "You were a thorn in Sophie's side. Proud of it." He nodded. She walked back into the studio as Juniper rushed by, her bun already falling out in places. I walked them out, rolling my stiff shoulders and neck, then said goodbye to Juniper as she hopped into Hudson's truck. He wound his arms around my waist on the front porch. "Looks like you've decided to go with the act of God's strategy?" "Something like that." I placed my hands on his chest. "You know how you're always talking about balance?" He nodded, 2 lines creasing his brow. "There's not going to be any balance. Not for the next month." I swallowed as the pressure tightened in my chest, mixing with the bitter taste of fear. Eloise, Kenna, and Everett are all out here for me, and I have to show up every day for them. My focus has to be on what happens in that studio if I want any shot at getting my role back. He pulled me closer. "You cutting our time short?" "I don't want to." My hands slipped up his t-shirt and around his neck, and my chest constricted. "But it would mean you draw the short stick. The only time I'll have is at night. I'll be pulling 11-hour days and sleeping at least 8 hours at night to recover. Give or take the hour or 2 it will take me to wake up and eat meals, and there's not much else. Am I an asshole if I ask for the leftovers?" "No." I shook my head and barely kept from sighing with relief. The skeptical part of me had screamed that he'd walk away. Then short stick it is. He bent down and kissed me. If this was a movie, you'd be heading into your training montage. I get it. I have no problem counting sleep as quality time. Your place. My place. I'll make it work. Thank you. I smiled, and that ache started freaking throbbing in the area of my heart. Any way I can have you. He kissed me again, taking the time to deepen it just enough that my breath quickened and I leaned into him. Try to make it 9. 9 what? I asked as he let me go and started down the steps. 9 hours in bed. He replied over his shoulder. You give me that extra hour and I promise you'll sleep better the other 8. I snorted. See you tonight? You want me to knock? Or do I have to climb up the trellis? He grinned as he reached his door. I'll let you in. I promised. Don't make promises you can't keep. See you in a few. He climbed into the truck, and I walked back into the house after his taillights disappeared down the drive. Eloise was waiting in the foyer. That little girl looks awfully familiar. Does she? I closed the door and fought to calm my racing heartbeat. She looks like Lena. Same eyes. Same smile. Even steps out of her pirouette at the same place when she loses her balance. She stared at me. Anything you feel like telling me? Mom hadn't told her. Nothing comes to mind. She nodded. And her uncle? Is he a distraction? My spine straightened. No, ma'am. Good. Hate to waste all this work on a summer fling. She headed up the stairs. No wonder Eloise was such good friends with my mother. Their words were eerily similar. It was on the tip of my tongue to argue that it wasn't a fling, but that's exactly what we were doing. That's all I'd asked for, all I could handle, and everyone, even Hudson, knew it. But just because I knew it wouldn't work out once I went to New York didn't mean I didn't want it to. I simply knew better than to open my door to the inevitable destruction our failure would cause. So I concentrated on what we had, and I threw everything into now. Days spun into weeks, whirring by in an unending cycle of work, pain, and recovery. Slowly my body adjusted. My calluses thickened. My ankle strengthened. Every morning I was home, I'd pull open my nightstand drawer while Hudson showered, peeking at Lena's ring to remind myself why this was all worth it, and get to work. I spent my days in the studio and my nights with Hudson, burrowing deeper into the tangled mess of my feelings for him instead of running, like every instinct demanded. He fit himself into my life like sand poured into a jar full of pebbles, settling seamlessly into the spaces between the rocks. He was everywhere without making himself the priority. Whether at his house or mine, we spent every night he wasn't on duty in the same bed. He held me to a strict 8-hour policy, never once letting me lose sleep in favor of indulging in him. Which only made me head to bed earlier, determined to savor every second we had together. He kept a phone charger on his nightstand at my house. I kept clothes in a drawer at his. July became August. Michael came out to spend weekends with Everett, and Matthias flew in whenever his schedule allowed. Storms rolled in, and Hudson flew out every time. And I slowly learned how to breathe around the fear and trust that he'd come home, slowly started to trust him. Juniper flourished under Eloise, learning faster than I ever had at that age. And though Eloise never mentioned Lena again, I'd catch her watching Juniper with a sad smile from time to time and knew. She knew. She's talented, Eloise remarked one Friday in August as Juniper packed up after rehearsal. She won't win, but she won't embarrass herself either. I think at least the top 20 in her division. I hope so. I agreed, trying to ignore the guilt that sat in my stomach like lead. Day by day, we crept closer to the classic, and dug a deeper hole when it came to Caroline. We'd all become horrifyingly comfortable in the lie, selfishly unwilling to risk the delicate happiness that came with being in each other's lives. I just hoped we made the right decision. That showing Caroline how easily our lives could blend for Juniper's sake, we'd assuage her fears. I had something made for her, Eloise said with the flash of a smile. For the classic. It will be here tomorrow so she can practice in it. Took her measurements while you were busy staring at her uncle in the pool last week. My gaze whipped to hers. You didn't have to. Of course I did. I saw what you two were looking at online. Can't have a Rousseau girl dancing in just any costume, can we? She leveled the same look on me that Kenna used. Who said she was a Rousseau girl? I tugged off my demi-point shoes and wiggled my toes. The muscles were still warm, but they'd lock up soon enough. Who indeed? The next week arrived without permission, sneaking up on us like the end of summer always did, before any of us felt ready. Juniper danced in the pink confection with the widest smile I'd ever seen. And any guilt I felt about hiding her secret from Caroline evaporated. The second she saw her daughter this happy tomorrow, she'd let her continue. There was no doubt in my mind. She looks like Lena. And whispered as we watched Juniper twirl. Yes and no. A slow smile spread across my face. Juniper took more risks than Lena did at that age, put more of her own personality into every move. Lena and I stepped into roles and became them, but Juniper somehow made the roles bend to her. She looks like herself. You ready for tomorrow? And glanced my way. Physically or emotionally? I asked. Emotionally. And bumped her shoulder against mine. I know you're physically solid. No. I shook my head. Too many things can go wrong. It wasn't just the classic or Caroline. It was the official end of the deadline I'd set for Hudson and me. But I couldn't think about that, not if I wanted to survive the next 24 hours. They won't. She hooked her arm through mine. And if Caroline bars us from seeing Juniper for going against every single rule she's put in place for her daughter? My stomach roiled. She won't. And shook her head with a smile. We'll beg her forgiveness, and everything will be okay. It's one of those ends justifies the means situations. I wished I felt that certain. If only you looked that ecstatic during rehearsal, Eloise said as she walked our way, motioning toward Juniper. Should I order one in your size? If you think it will help, I replied. As long as you let yourself shine on that stage tomorrow, you'll do just fine, Alessandra. She glanced at Juniper. You both will. Now I'm off to call your mother so I can relay all the gossip coming out of the company. It's my favorite time of the week. Eloise left the studio. At least she's nice to her. And muttered. I grabbed my phone, which practically lived on the windowsill since Eloise would have tossed it into the pool if I'd wasted rehearsal time looking at it, and found 2 missed texts. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Every NBC principal dancer had reached out, but not once in the 5 weeks since Vasily announced the casting had he called. Neither had Eva. With a swipe, I switched to Hudson's thread. 7 o'clock. Time to hang it up for the evening, I told Juniper. Ah. She danced by to a melody only she could hear. Already? Yep. My phone buzzed. Time flies when you're having fun. I scoffed. Hudson was on 24-hour duty and wouldn't get off until just before the classic in the morning. I breathed through an irrational swell of panic. We hadn't had enough time, and yet we'd had exactly what we'd agreed upon. At least I get to wear it tomorrow for real. Juniper sighed, then took her bag out of the studio. Hopefully headed to the bathroom to change. Dinner smelled scrumptious as I headed into the house, dodging one of the suitcases, and had already packed in preparation for our departure. She'd been a godsend, cooking to Kenna's exact specifications all day, playing with Sadie when I spent too long in the studio, and even prepping the endless point shoes I went through. Sadie trotted over to me from the living room with a stuffed bear in her mouth. Hey, girl. I bent down to scratch behind her ears. I hope Vasily is ready to have a dog in the building, Everett said, walking down the stairs, his hair still wet from a shower. You think he'll let me bring her? Everett grinned. I think he's going to give you anything and everything you want after tomorrow. He pulled me into a hug. We're ready, Allie. You're ready. I squeezed him back. In case I forget to say it tomorrow, thank you. My phone buzzed and I pulled away to read the text. I was counting on it. Chapter 29. Hudson. I cannot believe you're making me do this. Caroline muttered as we waded through the crowd at the Haven Cove Theater, and I protected the bouquet of pink peonies that cost a hefty chunk of my pay. Remind me why. The last time I'd simultaneously anticipated and dreaded a day had been when I'd left for basic. Seemed fitting this time revolved around the Rousseau girls too. Today was the last official day of my relationship with Allie. Every cell in my body rebelled at the thought of walking away. I'd somehow managed to battle last night's impulses to go AWOL. Bloody my hands climbing the trellis to her room like I was 18, and lay out a full, exhaustive, thought-out argument as to why she should give us a real chance. I'd saved that for tonight. First, because we're here to support our brother, and secondly, culture is good for you. Gavin nodded to a year-rounder and his costumed son as they hurried past us with excited smiles. Says the man who preaches that Die Hard is a classic. Caroline shifted sideways, making room for a train of 4 girls in various colors of tutus. Not a single one of those girls is a local. Didn't any local girls enter the contest? I'm sure they did. I answered. I don't recognize any of them. Caroline scoured the halls, and I prayed Juniper was already out of sight. Trust me. There are more ballet studios around here than you realize. I muttered. Besides, you can hate the hand that feeds you. Gavin argued. Whether or not you like Sophie Rousseau, you have to hand it to her for bringing in a shit ton of business to a small town. This is the kind of thing that happens in New York or Boston. Not here. Fine. She grumbled as we turned left into the theater. I can admit that we made some record-breaking money this week at the cafe, which is where I should be. Thought you were training a new manager, I said, skipping over the programs on the table and leading my siblings to the back row. Part of your whole work-life balance thing. He's not ready, she muttered. Or you're just a control freak, Gavin noted. Possibly, she admitted. I'm working on it. Just not there yet. I scoured the theater, both dreading and hoping for sight of Allie's mother. But didn't see her. Fuck, I muttered as we slipped past the others in the back row, making our excuses until we reached the dead center, and then I sat, settling the tissue paper-wrapped bouquet in my lap. Who are you looking for? Caroline asked. Maybe I can help. Sophie Rousseau. The judges' tables were still empty. So maybe Allie was wrong and she'd show. You really going there? Gavin leaned forward in his seat and lifted his brows. Don't really have a choice. Fear and determination were dangerous when combined, and I'd walked hand in hand with them for the last few weeks, ever since I changed my preference list for duty stations. If I want a shot at making it work with Allie, I'm going to have it out with her mother. The school she teaches at said she's not interested in speaking with me. And I'd like to get it over with. Before Sophie realized I was in Allie's life to stay and destroyed whatever chance Allie and I had. And I know Allie said she wasn't coming. But how do you not show up to watch your daughter's comeback? She's always been a viper. Sophie, not Allie. Caroline glanced at the pink roses in Gavin's lap. Do you really think it's appropriate to bring your brother's girlfriend flowers? Shit, those were for Juniper. Allie deserves 2 bouquets. Gavin shrugged. Weird, but whatever. Okay, explain. Caroline set her purse down and gestured ahead of us. How this works. I never got to this stage. Dancers compete in their division. I readied my Cliff's Notes explanation and searched the theater for any sign of Allie. Youth all the way to senior. In this case, 10 to 19. Official judges sit there. I pointed to the line of judges' tables 4 rows down, the empty chairs lit by small table lamps, each marked for the companies who'd been invited to send judges. The others were scattered around the theater, clipboards in their laps, and from experience, I knew it was only a portion of the ones who would show up for the finals tomorrow. Winners get prizes. Like scholarships to Madeline's, Caroline said with a nod. I know that part. No. A corner of my mouth quirked. Madeline will award some scholarships to the local dancers who come in around the top 20, which would hopefully be Juniper. Nausea made me shift in my seat. Pretty sure Sophie Rousseau only ever invited them to give the appearance of being inclusive. The top winners get to move on to the Grand Prix, where the actual prizes are. And some of them get contracted right out of this theater. Gavin added. So it's like an opportunity for a team to sign someone before they actually enter the draft. She nodded. Got it. Gavin's head tilted and his face puckered. Close enough. I smiled for the first time in 6 days, but it quickly fell as judges and professionals filed in. London, Paris, New York, San Francisco, and Houston all took their places, leaving the center table empty. Excuse me. Eva and a few of the soloists from NBC worked their way down the row below us. She startled, then froze when she saw me and sat immediately, taking the seat in front of Gavin. ET2, brute? Gavin flashed a smile when she looked over her shoulder. And Allie is competing in this? Caroline's brow knit. Isn't it, a little beneath her? She finished in a whisper. Allie's doing an exhibition, Gavin said loudly. Eva whipped around, her mouth falling open as her frightened gaze met mine. Allie's what? Her outburst drew the attention of the other company members. Doing an exhibition, Gavin said slowly, dragging out the last word. That's not in the program, Harlow Oren noted, flipping through the pages. And why are there only 3 local studios? I thought we usually accepted 4. Quinn Hawkins shut down. Jacob Harvey answered from Harlow's right, bent over his phone. Whole big drama about a month ago, remember? Ate up the Haven Cove Classic hashtag for like 3 days. Oh, right. Harlow nodded, still searching the program. Something about NASD getting a complaint about abuse. And if NASD is getting involved, someone big in the community filed it. Allie. I bit back a smile. She'd handled the teacher who'd thrown the water bottle. Seriously, Allie's exhibition isn't anywhere in this. Harlow waved the program and turned to Eva. Is she even healed? Of course not, Eva snapped. So why is she performing? She aimed the question at me, but I didn't trust myself to speak to her. Because you've entered the find out portion of your relationship, Gavin answered. Because you fucked around and now. I know what that means, she snapped. Hudson? I let my anger slip its leash just enough for her to see, and she paled in the house lights, but I kept my mouth shut. Allie would handle her, just like she'd handled Quinn. Caroline's gaze jumped between Eva and me, and then she bristled. Look, I don't know what the hell you did to earn what my brother is dishing out. She threw Allie's reputation in the mud, then stepped on it to steal the role that had been created for her. Gavin supplied. Caroline's mouth unhinged. But, you're her sister. Her tone implied that a worse crime didn't exist. She defended you. She made sure Hudson pulled you out of the boat first. Caroline's mouth snapped shut. You know what? You don't exist to me. From now on. Allie is the only Rousseau girl as far as I'm concerned. You sure about that? Eva arched a brow at me. No. Gavin shook his head. Anne's pretty fucking great too, and Lena, well, I can say on pretty good authority that Lena would be ashamed of you. Eva drew back like she'd been hit, and Caroline looked at Gavin like she'd never seen him before. Look, Eva hissed. If Allie can hack it, then she needs to graciously depart so her inability to perform doesn't hold back Isaac. It's his ballet too. For a second, I wondered if he also called her darling. You're SH. Gavin started, then fell quiet as the house lights dimmed and then walked out onto the stage with a handheld microphone. She smiled brightly as the audience clapped. Thank you. I'm Anne Rousseau, chairwoman of the Haven Cove Classic and daughter of our event's founder, Sophie Rousseau. It's my honor to personally welcome you on behalf of our family to the Haven Cove Classic. I thought she was married? Caroline whispered as we applauded. Divorcing, I answered, noting Anne's bare left hand. That was a new development. But neither of you dated her, right? Caroline darted a glance at Gavin. Because I think I'm picking up on a trend. I shook my head as the applause died down. Mother is currently occupied dedicating herself to the next generation. So you'll have to deal with me instead. The audience chuckled. She founded the classic to foster the spirit of community, spread the beauty of ballet, and give dancers at every socioeconomic level access to professional critique, advancement, and scholarships from local instructors all the way to international companies. She paused for another round of applause, and a flare of pink caught my eye to the left. Juniper peeked over the edge of one of the boxes. My stomach jolted. Holy shit! She was going to get us caught before she even started. As usual, our thanks goes out to our sponsor, the incredible Metropolitan Ballet Company. She gestured to the auditorium. And a spotlight swung to the door. Reagan Huang and Candace Barron walked in with wide smiles, followed by Vasily, who simply nodded as they took their seats in the center of the judges' row. Naturally, this morning's festivities will focus on our juniors, starting at the beginner division, before our seniors compete this afternoon. My sister and I thought our up-and-coming generation might like to see what's possible when you follow your passion. Her smile sharpened as she looked to the judges, like it was directed at Vasily. From the Metropolitan Ballet Company, please welcome to the stage principal dancers Everett Carr and, for the first time since her injury, my sister Alessandra Rousseau. And gestured to the side of the stage, then quickly retreated into the wings as Everett and Allie walked out hand in hand. The theater erupted with overwhelming applause. And Caroline put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled. I brought my hands together again and again as I drank her in. She was as radiant as the sunlight she represented in her sunset-colored costume, the jewels and metallic embroidery reflecting the stage lights as she dipped into a low, elegant curtsy, and Everett bowed in black and silver, the personification of night. Allie stood, her smile lighting up her eyes as her gaze swept the auditorium, pausing on Vasily, then jumping up to me. I clapped harder, and my chest drew tight. 10 years ago, I'd sat in this very seat and watched the very same woman take the same stage, and held the very same feelings, but now they'd grown tenfold. I could barely breathe around the enormity of what she meant to me. This couldn't be the last day of our only chance. Not when it felt like this. Wait and see how she feels after you confess what you've done. I shut my conscience down. I'd handle that later, and who knew if I'd get my first selection anyway. But I still had to tell her. I owed her every ounce of the truth. Everett said something to her, and she broke eye contact, the applause quieting as they took their positions center stage. Wow! She looks great. Caroline whispered. You're sure you don't want to move up to the front? This is the best seat in the house. The music started, and within the first few notes, Vasily tensed up like a steel rod had been shoved up his ass, and Eva fell back against her seat. She wouldn't, Eva whispered. Find our portion, Gavin reminded her in a hush. All my focus shifted to Allie as they began, moving effortlessly through the pas de deux from the first act of what would be Equinox. They were beautifully matched, clearly comfortable with each other, and set the stage on fucking fire as they acted out the love story between day and night, the reluctant sun and the darkness desperate to feel her warmth. Allie landed every leap, nailed a series of Italian fouettes, and moved seamlessly with Everett, completely in time and absolutely flawless. Her joy was palpable as he followed her through the peak turns, and my stomach clenched when he finally captured her as the music built to a peak. I knew the feeling of chasing daylight all too well. My breath froze as she rose onto her right toe and lifted her left leg to over 180 degrees to point at the ceiling, her arms arched gracefully as she held a perfect pinch. Every ounce of her weight was exquisitely balanced, and supported by the ankle that had betrayed her 7 months ago. And it didn't so much as wobble. Pride swelled in my chest, numbing the heartache as Everett turned her in place as though the knight wanted to see his prize from every angle, then swept her into his arms and carried her off stage as the music ended. The room rose to its feet and the applause rattled armrests, the lights on the judges' tables, the very world. "Oh my God!" Caroline clapped as we stood. She's perfect." I finished for her, cradling the bouquet awkwardly in one arm so I could clap. The noise escalated as Allie and Everett took the stage for a bow, and I felt her smile in every cell of my body as she looked over the audience, her eyes crinkling when she caught sight of Juniper. Our eyes locked and she nodded, her smile never waning as Everett led her back off stage, and slowly we all took our seats. "And that," and said from the edge of the curtain, "is how it's done. Please stick around. We'll be starting our beginners in 5 minutes. Naturally, we'll adjust our expectations accordingly." Everyone chuckled except Vasily. He turned in his seat and leveled a look of utter, complete disdain at Eva, who shrank back in her seat and stared blankly ahead. "Now that was a performance," Caroline noted, slipping her purse onto her shoulder. "I'm really glad we got to see her." She rose and glanced down at Gavin. "Are we going?" "Oh shit." And had arranged for Juniper to be in the first few, but we hadn't thought through how to keep her seated until the performance. He lifted his eyebrows at me. "Sure. But I need to stop at the bathroom first." "Seriously? You can't hold it? Are you 5? She asked. And I forgot my siblings even existed when Allie walked by the main doors. I jumped over the back of my seat like a teenager and ran into the hallway to catch her, dodging a couple of latecomers. "Allie!" I shouted as a photographer urged her outside. She said something to Everett, then turned and came straight for me. My grin echoed hers as she crashed into me, throwing her arms around my neck. I held her tight, one hand across the bare skin between her shoulder blades and the other careful not to squash the fortune I'd spent in flowers. "You were perfect," I whispered in her ear as she buried her face in my neck, and just like 10 years before, I gave 2 fucks about the stage makeup on my dress shirt. Stunning. Exquisite. Flawless. Her chest shuddered against mine. "Thank you for being here. Seeing you in the back row meant everything. I'm just so fucking proud of you." I pulled back and cupped her face, letting myself drown in her eyes. "I'm so glad the rest of the world gets to see you shine the way I do." She rose up and brushed a kiss over my lips. It took every ounce of my control not to deepen it, but I'd smear the shit out of her lipstick, and she had photos to take. Besides, this wasn't about what I wanted. "They're not from a grocery store this time," I said as she pulled back, and I handed her the flowers. "They're beautiful." Her smile beamed brighter than the stage lights as she took them, lifting the peonies to her nose and breathing in deeply. "And I love them just as much as the last ones you brought me." "Thank you? How fucking could you?" Eva snapped, storming into the hallway with wild eyes, my siblings walking out behind her, trailed by a few of the NBC soloists wearing big grins. My hands fell from Allie as she turned toward her sister. "How could I what, Eva? Dance the role that was created for me? You did it just to upstage me." Eva's face flushed the same scarlet as her blouse. "You did the same thing to Lena," showcasing the Giselle variation before she was supposed to perform it. Allie's eyes widened. "Lena told me to dance the variation from Giselle. We never competed with each other. And we sure as hell never stole each other's roles. So this is your retribution? Making a fool out of me in front of Vasily? God, Allie, for once. Can't you just get the fuck out of the way so I can maybe see the sun?" Eva shook her fists. Everett leaned against the wall to my left, tapping on his phone. "No, wait." That was Allie's phone, as if none of this was happening. "Is that what you were doing when you secretly filmed me, then posted some of my most vulnerable moments for the world to see?" That you were getting me out of the way because you can't find a patch of sunlight anywhere but New York? She took a step toward Eva, who retreated. You fed me to the internet and let them brand me a liar. Mom would be so very proud. Eva's mouth snapped shut, and music started in the theater. The first beginner was performing. The worst part is, I would have given it to you. Allie's voice broke, and she clutched the bouquet tight. If you told me how you felt, I would have had Isaac work with you. Craft the perfect part to highlight your talent so you would have shined on your own and risen through the ranks. Instead of fueling the incessant gossips wondering exactly what you did to leap over every other dancer at NBC. I would have taken care of you the same way I've done since the day you were born. Upstage you with that pas de deux? You're so damned lucky I didn't perform the variation. That would have been something to see, the silly said. Walking past Gavin and Caroline in his open-collared gray suit, and lifting his brow at the other company members before turning to Allie. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. I am, as always, completely stunned by you, Alessandra. He grinned, flashing a set of dimples at the corner of his mouth. I dare say that you surpassed your mother today on that stage. Naturally, your part is yours. Allie's shoulders straightened and she dipped into a curtsy. Thank you, Vasily. I held back a fist pump. She'd done it, climbed back from an injury that would have retired most dancers and reclaimed her place as the best. But it's announced, Eva argued. Vasily's eyes hardened. And he looked past her to the other company members. Find your seats, now. They scattered, throwing looks of pity Eva's way, and I saw more than one fumbled phone. Eva! I gave you that part as a kindness to your mother, and you lied to me about Alessandra in return. Tell me, what else have you been lying about? The blood rushed from Eva's face. Nothing. I'm good enough for the part. I can hit every element of the choreography. Good enough pales in comparison to perfection. We'll speak about this after the competition. I need some air. He straightened his tie and walked out the glass double doors. Please, Allie. Eva turned and clasped Allie's shoulders. Please don't do this to me. Tell him I should have the part. He'll listen to you. It's not like you just performed at the Met. We're in Haven Cove, for crying out loud. This can all be undone. Just tell him you don't want it. Her face fell when Allie remained silent. Oh my God! You don't want it, do you? My eyes narrowed slightly, catching the faint purse of Allie's lips as the music faded from the auditorium. She may not have performed at the Met, but 1.4 million followers are watching her kick your ass on that stage right now, Everett said. Flipping Allie's phone around to display the screen, where a video played on seconds. Chapter 30. Hudson. No, Eva whispered, her hands flying to her mouth. Her eyes bulging as she stared at the screen, where Allie and Everett danced. What? Everett shrugged. Could have sworn you were the one bitching that Allie never helped you with content creation. Even and did her part by texting that video over as soon as the performance ended, and it wasn't hard to guess your new password, especially when you used Equinox and your birthday. My eyebrows shot up. I hadn't seen that coming. Eva's gaze dropped to the floor for a couple of awkward seconds, and then she fled back into the theater as another performance began. Bumping into Caroline on the way, who was reading the program, completely unbothered. Oh shit. My hand flew to the small of Allie's back as Caroline's eyes bulged, and I braced for impact. What the hell? Caroline shouted, her gaze jumping between the three of us. Tell me this is a joke. Gavin threw out some jazz hands. Surprise? No. She shook her head and crumpled the program in her fists. No. She can't. Her gaze whipped to mine. Go get her. She can't. She is, I said softly. Her panic cut me to the quick. We figured if you saw how good she is, you'd relent on your stupid rule, Gavin said. And it wasn't like you were going to give her the option to show you, so here we are. Allie, photographer? Everett asked, nodding toward the door. I need a minute. she answered, her voice shaky. He nodded and tossed her phone. She caught it with one hand and juggled the bouquet with the other as Caroline turned on her. This is all you, isn't it? She shook her program at Allie. Hey! My tone sharpened and I moved slightly, putting Allie just behind my right shoulder. It wasn't her. It was me. Actually, it was me first. Gavin preened. She trusted me to take her to class. What do you think we were doing on Sunday mornings? Just wait until you see how good she is, Caroline, you're going to cry. Seriously, I know you hate it and whatever. But it doesn't matter what you hate if she loves it, does it? You don't get it. Caroline shook her head and backed up a couple of steps, fear sliding through her eyes. None of you get it. Do you think I like making her miserable? Do you think I want to have the same fight over and over? She pinned a look on Allie. Do you think I'm such a shitty mother that I would deny her joy because I can't get past some spoiled rich girls from my childhood? I did, Gavin stated. Except the shitty mom part. Not helping. I shook my head at him. No, Allie said quietly, worry creasing her forehead as she looked at Caroline. You're an excellent mother, Caroline. I just thought you were scared that she wouldn't be good enough, and it would break her heart, and showing you was better than telling you that she is more than good enough. I know we went behind your back. I added. I'm sorry. We're sorry. We just wanted to give her a chance. And Caroline, she's astounding. You fucking idiots. Tears welled in her eyes. And she crushed the program in her grip. I didn't want her to fall in love with dancing because it would break her heart to stop. Sean and I had to make 2 promises in writing in order to have her placed with us. The agency called us out of nowhere and said they had a beautiful baby girl and we'd been chosen by the birth parents to adopt her. But we had to sign the biological parents' conditions if we wanted to move forward. You've never told us this. My stomach careened like it knew we were all about to crash and burn. Of course we didn't, she snapped. The document was signed under terms of non-disclosure. What were they? Allie tensed and stepped forward. The conditions? Besides secrecy? The first was that she could never do ballet. Caroline told her, blinking back tears. Not possible. Allie shook her head. That's simply not possible. She looked up at me. And the denial in her eyes hit me straight behind my ribs. Hudson, she'd never do that. People do irrational things when they're scared. I reached for her hand and squeezed. You don't know what went through her mind. She wouldn't. Allie turned back to Caroline, and my heart stuttered at the horror dawning on my sister's face. Lena wouldn't do that. She loved dancing. She lived and breathed to be on the stage. She'd never limit her own. Allie pressed her lips between her teeth and her eyes flew wide. Paper crunched in her arms. Her own what? Caroline asked. Her voice deceptively soft. Her own what, Allie? Fuck, this had gone so wrong, so very quickly. Daughter, Allie finally said. Lena wouldn't do that to her own daughter. Oh my God! Caroline staggered backward, pinning Gavin, then me, with an accusatory glare before shifting to Allie. You're her aunt. How did I miss it? She looks just like the 4 of you. You're her aunt. And you all knew. She folded her arms like she needed protection. From the time she was a baby? No. None of us knew about Juniper or that Lena had placed her with you. Allie shook her head. Not until May. Juniper figured it out long before any of us. She thought I was her mother to start with, but it's Lena. That. Caroline started breathing faster. That was the second condition. That she not search for her biological family. That the birth parents retained complete anonymity. What did you do? She charged at Allie. I stepped in, catching Caroline's shoulders and dipping my head to look her in the eye. None of this was Allie's fault. Juniper sought her out. Juniper took the DNA test. You want to be mad at anyone? Then bring it to me or Gavin, but Allie's been on your side since day 1. Remember what I told you at the lake? Truth is different depending on who's telling it. Give her a chance and see it from her side, because she's done nothing but look at it from yours. Caroline sagged. Letting her perform in the classic for you is on me, Allie clarified. I know you wanted a closed adoption, and this is probably your worst nightmare. And I'm sorry we didn't tell you. You'd always hated our family, and we thought you'd ban us from seeing her. We were always going to tell you. We just hoped you'd like me first, that you'd see that we weren't a threat so we could stay in Juniper's life. It got so out of control, and I'm truly sorry. I never wanted a closed adoption. Caroline corrected her, and the music stopped. It was always a comfort to me knowing that she could legally seek out her records at 18. And I would have been happy with an open one in the first place, but I signed. Lena's dead, Allie interrupted, and Everett's listed as Juniper's legal father. You're safe. No one is going to hold you to whatever you signed before the adoption. No one is going to fight you for custody, or visitation, or do anything that risks your family. And none of us care if she dances. We just want to see her happy. Legal father? Caroline's jaw slackened and fear flooded her eyes. Not her biological father? We don't know who that is, Allie admitted. Oh my God! Caroline retreated, shaking her head. If her biological father was never informed of her birth, of the adoption, he can contest it. And if he knows she exists, then I haven't abided by the promises Sean and I made. We're not safe. He could walk through the doors of the county courthouse and petition to take her from the only home she's ever known. What have you done? She leveled a murderous look on each of us. The three of us fell into a stunned silence, and I tried to swim through the heaviness of my own ignorance. None of us had thought that part through. Caroline, I'm so very sorry, Allie whispered. Lena told Everett it was a one-night stand, so the chances of him knowing are incredibly small. But not nothing, Caroline countered. Otherwise, why would they have demanded we agree to those terms? They had to have been to protect Lena, Allie said. No one is looking for Juniper. We know, because we've been looking for him. Another song started, and I immediately recognized it. Juniper's on stage. Caroline glared us all into the ground as the first tear slipped down her cheek. If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive you. Not any of you. She swatted at her cheek, then walked into the auditorium. The three of us followed silently, then lined up against the back wall next to Caroline, who stood with her arms wrapped around her waist, her program clenched in her hand. We fucked up, Allie whispered to me as Juniper danced. On every level possible. I watched my niece with a sad smile, realizing what this performance had potentially cost her, cost all of us. But damn, did she look happy up there. Happy and graceful and utterly charming. Caroline watched in awe. And Allie's head bobbed with the rhythm, her face strained with worry like she was the one up there. She flashed a smile when Juniper nailed a move, then smiled wider in encouragement when she didn't. You can definitely tell she's a Rousseau, Gavin whispered from Allie's other side. Yeah, she is, I whispered in reply. She's a Rousseau. Allie's face fell, and her focus shifted to the audience. Her gaze jumped from person to person with a speed that bordered on panic by the time the music ended. What's wrong? I asked Allie as we all clapped for Juniper. Professional ballet is a very small world, she whispered, and there are at least 20 scouts in the audience. Boston. Her eyes shifted right, then left. Houston. Atlanta. San Francisco. Color drained from her face. She's beautiful, Caroline said with a watery smile, alternating between clapping and batting at tears. So very lovely. And good. She looked around me to Allie. She's good, isn't she? Or am I just her mom? Am I biased? She's extraordinary. Allie's smile shook. And if you let her dance? You'll never have to worry about paying for any of it. We'll help take care of her if you let us. Caroline's smile slipped, and Allie walked in front of me to take her hand. Juniper isn't going anywhere, I promise. I'll fix this. She let her go and retreated. Allie? I reached for her hand, but she drew it back. Don't you want to see Juniper? I do. But it's more important that she sees Caroline. I have to go. I think I know how to fix this. She clutched her phone and flowers and backed away. Trust me to fix this, Hudson. I had no idea what the fuck I was agreeing to, but the plea in her eyes had me nodding. Thank you. She turned and ran. Chapter 31. Allie. I had to fix this. If Hudson and I had put Juniper into any uncertainty or danger, then I had to fix it. I needed the only person who'd known Lena better than I had, and, after changing into my street clothes, I bagged my costume and set the peonies in a sinkful of water in my dressing room. Then I went looking for Anne and found her off stage at the edge of the curtain. She took one look at me, handed the mic off to an assistant, and came my way, offering a polite smile to everyone she passed along the way. What's wrong? I pulled her down the hall and into a storage closet, then flicked the light switch and shut the door. Well, this is rather cloak and dagger, don't you think? She eyed the myriad of cleaning supplies and tucked one loose curl of her updo behind her ear. The door flew open. I thought I saw you. What are you two doing in a cleaning closet? Kenna asked, lifting her brows. Mom, they're over here. Shit. There was no time to think this through. I shook my head and went with Hudson's tried-and-true method of impetuousness. Get in here. And then I moved to the back while Eloise and Kenna squished themselves in and shut the door. And to think, Eloise scanned our surroundings and folded her arms over her custom-prodded dress. Out of everywhere in this tiny town, this is where you want to celebrate a most decisive victory? We'll get to that. I promised. Look, Lena made Caroline secretly promise 2 things in order to adopt Juniper. I blurted, immediately getting everyone's full attention. That she'd never do ballet and wouldn't search for her biological family. No way. And shook her head. Eloise blinked and tilted her head, and Kenna followed suit. Like mother, like daughter. She did, I assured Anne. Naturally, that last part legally expires once Juniper is 18. But she got it in writing. And balked. Not do ballet? Lena would never. Everything we did this summer was because Lena would never keep her daughter from dancing. I think she would. My voice dropped to a whisper as apprehension skittered straight down my spine. If I was right, things had the potential to go incredibly bad. Think about it. Juniper looks just like us. She would have no way of knowing that. And argued. Stop running me over and listen. I snapped. Valid point. Kenna noted. And blinked. Okay then. Please continue. Mom's genes are strong. All 4 of us look similar enough to garner notice. If Lena had even suspected, Juniper would be the same, and didn't want anyone to know she existed. She'd have to make sure no one in the community ran across a little girl who looked and danced just like a Rousseau. Hence the rule. I folded my arms and hoped I didn't sound like I'd completely lost my mind. Oh, that cat left the bag the second she stepped on stage. You can definitely tell she's a Rousseau, Eloise said. Especially in a room full of people who have known 2 generations of you over the last 5 decades and happen to be at the classic started by your family. Tongues will be wagging tonight at every company reception. That's what I'm afraid of. My throat threatened to close. For hypothetical reasons, I'll go along with this. And nodded. Closed adoptions are disappointingly common, but fine, let's say Lena was adamant she never be found. Why? Do you think Lena was embarrassed? Kenna asked. Lena was impossible to embarrass. I shook my head, and my stomach hollowed. I thought of 3 potential reasons she'd impose that rule about Juniper dancing. First, she knew we'd get involved if we knew about Juniper. Which we did. Guilty. And winced. Second, to protect the adoption. We knew Everett wasn't her father the second we saw the certificate, but can Juniper's biological father really contest the adoption? That's Caroline's fear right now. Every head swung toward Anne. A set of lines appeared between her brows. In Massachusetts? I'm a little out of practice, but as far as I know, there's no paternity registry here. If the father didn't know about Juniper's birth, and then established paternity, he could file a suit. What Lena did is technically fraudulent. Everett had no right to sign as Juniper's father. My throat spasmed. Then Caroline had every right to be afraid. Okay. But if Lena could keep Juniper from searching for her family, no one would ever know about Everett. No one would file a suit. And after she's 18, no one's coming for custody either. Both of those make sense. Kenna agreed. What could possibly be her third reason for not wanting Juniper to find you? My heart sank, and I opened my mouth once, then twice. But I couldn't bring myself to say it, to voice the lowest possible opinion I'd ever had about my sister's actions. Allie? And Prada taking my hand? I dragged my gaze up to the only person in this room who might not dismiss my thought process just because she loved Lena. The only person who might actually agree because she thoroughly understood the variable in this equation, Mom. Eloise arched a single brow as I looked over at her. Then narrowed her eyes like she was thinking, and wasn't sure she liked the direction of her thoughts. Say it, she commanded. I'm not standing around in a broom closet for you to not say what you're thinking, Alessandra. If I did, I could never take it back, but if I didn't, there was a very real chance I was leaving Juniper vulnerable. I'm sorry, Lena. I think she used Juniper as leverage. The words tripped over themselves on their way out of my mouth. Kenna's eyebrows shot up. And gasped and pulled her hand from mine. She wouldn't. Eloise turned a knowing look on Anne. For all of Lena's wonderful qualities. Are you forgetting whose daughter she is? Anne paled, and she lifted her hand to her stomach. I think I might be sick. Mom knew. I reminded her gently. Mom orchestrated Everett. It wasn't just Lena making that list. It was our mother. I think Lena did her best to protect Juniper. She put her with a family in which two men we loved were raised. She knew she'd be safe. She might not have gotten along with Caroline, but she had to have known what a protective mom she'd be. She definitely knew that Gavin and Hudson would watch out for her, but, and I'm pretty damn sure she also used Juniper's existence to her advantage. My heart sank as I put the most plausible pieces together. And I don't think she's the only one. And paled. You know who her father is, don't you? She searched my eyes. It's Jacob, isn't it? He was with Lena in San Francisco, and his mother sits on the board out there. She wouldn't want anything to jeopardize his career. Are you still certified to practice in Massachusetts? I asked, ignoring her question. Yes. Her forehead crinkled. Why? My phone vibrated in my back pocket. Because we have to do what Lena wouldn't and protect Juniper legally. I pulled out my phone and opened the text. We need Jacob to sign a termination of parental rights. And said. A handful of NDAs wouldn't hurt to help convince him. And a medical history form, Kenna added. Good idea. And nodded. Leave the father's name blank, I said to Anne. Just in case. She nodded. All right. I'll get them done this afternoon as long as Eloise doesn't mind taking over as MC. Of course. I never turned down a microphone. Eloise smiled. And I'd do just about anything to get out of this closet. We filed out as nonchalantly as 4 grown women could when exiting a broom closet. And then Kenna split off toward the parking lot, and Eloise headed toward the stage as I typed out a reply to Reagan. Then I swiped to Hudson's thread and sent a text. Blackmail required backup. He was quick to reply. Allie, Eloise called out, and my head shot up to find her watching me. I don't think you're wrong, which could be dangerous. I also think you need to put your eyes on your sister. I nodded without needing to ask which one. I found her within 30 minutes, but let her sulk another few hours before heading upstairs. Stop crying and get up, I ordered Eva, peering down at where she'd curled herself into a ball in the bottom of Lena's closet. How did you know I was here? Eva dragged the forearm of her crimson blouse over her splotchy face. Because this is where you always go when shit hits the fan. I stepped out of the doorway and into Lena's room. It's like you forget that Lena isn't around anymore to cover for you. Now get up. You have to get ready so we can go to the company reception. Since when do you care about company events? She stood, jostling what remained of Lena's clothes on the rack. Since always. I'd been there far longer than you, remember? I glanced around Lena's room and remembered why I avoided coming in here at all costs. Grief lived in this room. It had dug its claws in deep, settled in, and built itself a home. Lingering in her pictures and dust-covered trophies. A sour taste filled my mouth when I thought about what she'd done, or at least had been a party to. And tried to believe what Hudson repeatedly told me. That people do irrational things when they're scared. Or maybe the truth was that the Lena I thought I knew wasn't the same Lena Mom loved. Wasn't the same Lena and cried over, wasn't the same Lena Eva had hidden behind. Maybe she was a dozen different things to a dozen different people, switching out her mask as necessary. Maybe only Lena had truly known Lena. And until I'd come back here, until Juniper had shoved Hudson back into my life with two enthusiastic hands, I'd been dangerously close to saying the same thing about me. You hate the company. Eva sniffled and walked out of the closet. I don't hate it, I said quietly, looking over Lena's pictures. I'm just not always sure I like who I am within it. I glanced her way and found her clutching her phone. And I know I don't like who you are within it. What are you doing with that phone? I'm getting cancelled, Eva admitted, sitting on the edge of Lena's bed and holding her phone in her lap. There's at least 50 videos already, and I'm sure you'll say I deserve it. I sat down next to her, depressing the old mattress. Yeah, that sucks. My best advice is to avoid the comments at all costs. I kind of hate you, she whispered, swiping the app closed. I figured that out right around the time that you orchestrated my cancellation. Fortunately for us, I think it's a case of jealousy eating your common sense and not actual hatred. My gaze caught on a framed picture of the four of us from the one and only time Dad had snuck us out to a theme park. What's it like to be the chosen one? She raked her sleeve across her cheek again. What's it like to be the whiny one? I countered. Seriously, Eva. You're 25, not 15. No one's left you behind. No one's dancing and point while you look on longingly. I understand wanting to step out of the shadows, but maybe the answer is to look for another source of light. It's the company. She whispered. Mom's company. I sighed. I speak from experience when I say the validation you're starving for isn't going to come from her. She shriveled. Or anybody in there. I pointed to her phone. You and I both know she isn't capable of telling us she's proud. And that's complete and utter unfair shit that's going to take a few years and a lot of hours in therapy to unpack. How long did it take you? She asked. Considering I just nearly broke myself to prove to Vasily that I'm still one of his principals? I'll let you know when I get there. I glanced at her phone. I'll also give you the new password. So you can at least take the video down. You're not mad at me? Her brows scrunched. Yes, I'm incredibly mad at you. I shrugged. But unfortunately, I still love you. You're my sister. You bring me bagels from New York and save my stuff when Charlotte throws it out of my locker, so I will give you the password and one chance to make this right between us. There's no point to taking it down. It has all those stitches already. Her shoulders sagged. And it's just you dancing. You didn't do anything wrong. I did. She slowly looked my way with swollen red eyes. This is horrible. Yeah. It hurts. I reached over and clasped Eva's hand. Real life is what happens out here, you know. With me, with Anne. With your friends at the bar on the stage. That. I glanced pointedly at her phone. That is just a sparkly hull of mirrors. And staring too long through the lens of how other people perceive you is bound to start distorting how you see yourself. Delete the account, or at least deactivate it for a while. If only so you don't live on Lena's closet floor. It's a lot of followers, she whispered, covering her phone defensively. It's just an idea. The hardwood squeaked beneath my feet as I stood, letting go of her hand. But I can't give you the luxury I had of retreating to bed. I need you to get ready for the reception while I shower and do the same, because we need to help our niece. Apologies are more than words, Eva, and I'm giving you one chance to fix what you broke, or I swear I'll go no contact on your ass. Do you understand? She nodded. What do I have to do? I picked up the picture of us and sighed. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's nothing you haven't done before.
The moon is high, the stars are bright, as the world below fades into night. But there's a glow that lights the way, guiding us through the darkened bay. 1,000 lanterns flicker and glow, like tiny dreams we used to know. They float like whispers, soft and bright, carrying hope through the silent night. And as the darkness tries to take hold, we hold on tight to the light so bold. With every step we feel the spark, in the lantern shining through the dark. Lanterns in the night, they guide us home. In the quiet we're never alone. Through the shadows, through the storm, the lanterns light our way, keeping us warm.
Chapter 32. Allie. Have I told you how incredible you look tonight? Hudson's hand warmed my lower back through the thin green silk of my asymmetrical dress as we made our way through the packed marina. We needed to be on board in the next 10 minutes, or we'd miss departure. Have I told you the same? I glanced over at his suit, more than admiring how it hung on the broad lines of his shoulders. You guys are nauseating, Eva remarked from behind us as we stepped onto the wooden pier. You nauseate me, Gavin countered from her side. I'd figured 2 pieces of backup were better than 1. And he'd agreed to tag along as Eva's date. Hudson shot his brother a warning look, and I concentrated on not catching my heels in the gaps between the boards of the pier. I spotted members of at least 4 different companies from around the U.S. as we walked toward the slip with the yacht NBC had rented for the reception tonight. Alessandra! Someone called out, rushing at us off a boat to the right. I clutched the manila envelope and had given me like my life depended on its contents, and shifted so Eva wouldn't be hit head-on by the energetic blonde. An eerie sense of recognition tickled the back of my brain. Hi! She grinned and waved. I'm Lila Morris from the Los Angeles Metropolitan Ballet. I was sent out to help judge the classic, and just had to tell you that your performance was exceptional. Thank you, that's very kind of you to say. I blinked at the name, and my throat tightened as it hit me. Your West Coast point. You've seen my content? Her smile dazzled, only slipping when her gaze momentarily darted to Eva. I just wanted to say that I think you're one of the best of our generation. And I hope we get the chance to work together. Funny, I could have sworn you said she was pretentious and haughty, Eva said, straight-faced, staring Lila down. Gavin stifled a snort, and Lila flushed crimson as we walked away. That wasn't nice, I chided my sister. I know. Eva shrugged as we reached the slip with the NBC logo and found the yacht's engines already purring. This must be us. Holy fuck, Gavin muttered. 70-footer? I bet it's over 90. Hudson responded. You sure about this? His hand moved to my waist. I'm never sure about anything. My heart started pounding as we approached the ramp. I usually leave that part to you. The staff was too busy readying the boat for launch, so no one checked names. And we walked right onto the enormous party yacht and into the bustling gathering that started on the back deck by the small dinghy, and continued both inside and upstairs. "Where do you think he is?" Hudson asked. "Usually in a private room toward the bow." I nodded toward the front of the boat and started moving. Hudson wrapped his arm around my waist and tugged me out of the path of a group of kids racing through the crowd in ties and summer dresses, scurrying for the steps that led to the upper deck. "Thanks." I lifted my hand to my chest to calm my racing heart. "You guys have kids on this thing?" Hudson asked as we moved forward into the cabin. "Some attend the school," I answered, nodding and smiling to colleagues as we passed by. "Most are the ones who placed in the top 5 or so in their category today. Juniper came in 17th, Gavin announced proudly. "She did," I agreed with a smile. "Best text I'd gotten all day, considering I'd had to chase down Eva." Allie. Everett stepped away from Michael and the group of soloists they'd been standing with at the bar. "Are you ready to celebrate? They're pouring excellent martinis." His face puckered when he saw Eva. "Guess they let anyone on." "Go easy on her," I said. "She's having a rough day. As she deserves." He offered Eva a sharp smile as the boat's horn blew. "Ooh, we're sailing." He leaned in and kissed my cheek. "You know he's waiting for you. Get that contract and come party." "I have something to take care of first, but I will." I nodded. "Do me a favor and let Hudson and Gavin hang with you for a minute?" Hudson stiffened. That was not the deal. "Relax," Everett said. "Boyfriends don't go to contract meetings. Let her handle business, and then you two can sneak off after we toast." He lifted his eyebrows at me. "We'll toast as soon as I actually have an offer." I promised. "Of course you will." Everett rolled his eyes. "And if it's anything like mine, well, we're sitting pretty. I think Jacob is in there right now, but I'm sure he'll be out in a second." They'd been locked away for a hot minute. "You should head back." "Perfect timing." I turned to Hudson. "I don't like this," he grumbled as I straightened his tie. "I think you look quite sexy in it." I tugged on the fabric, and he leaned down, his face inches from mine. "If we're not back in 20, come looking." "You want me to wait 20 minutes? His brows lowered. And he bracketed my waist with his hands as the boat began to move, pulling out of the slip. "Anything can happen in 20 minutes. Count it out in 5-minute intervals if that helps." I clutched the manila folder between us and pressed a quick kiss to his mouth. This wasn't how I wanted to spend our last night together, but I was glad he was here with me. "I'll be right back." He looked torn, and his hands flexed once before he let go and nodded, reaching into his pocket and retrieving his phone. "Eva?" I looked over at my sister. "Let's go." She put on a polished smile. "Hey, Caroline," Hudson answered. "We just got to the party." I gave Hudson another once-over just because he looked too damn good not to, then left him with Gavin and Everett. Company members waved to me as we moved through the cabin, but their hands faltered when they caught sight of Eva. I looked through the windows that lined the cabin as the sun set, and we headed out into open ocean. If this didn't go well, the next few hours of this cruise were going to be horrifically awkward. The anxiety I'd been fighting off all afternoon flared to life in the form of a stab of pain behind my sternum as we approached the door to the private cabin. "Tell me one thing," I said to Eva as I spotted Maxim hovering near the door with a few members of the company. "Here went nothing. How did you figure it out so quickly? You only saw her for a few minutes." "The dimple," Eva answered, and my brows lifted in surprise. "What?" I took biology. I understand enough about genetics to figure that one out. Plus, it made sense when I started lining up dates. Now that I get. My heart fluttered at the speed of a hummingbird's wings as we reached Maxim. His smile didn't reach his eyes, but it never quite did. "Well, if it isn't the topic of the hottest conversations today." His gaze jumped between Eva and me. Didn't expect to see you guys here together. I'm heading in, I informed him, reaching for the door handle. Best of luck. He raised his glass in salute. I'll let you know when it's clear, I whispered to Eva, then opened the door to the private room and stepped inside. There she is! Vasily smiled and clapped Isaac on the back from where they sat behind the long ebony table, 6 or 7 manila envelopes stacked in front of them. The door on the starboard side was closed, but port was locked in the open position, letting in the ocean breeze from the deck that wrapped toward the bow. Jacob closed his own folder and stood in front of that open door, then pushed his chair in and ran his fingers through his dark hair. Alessandra. I was just leaving. Remarkable performance today. We hit a rather large wave, and I grabbed the chair in front of me to steady my balance. Fucking boats. Thanks. It's good to see you, Jacob, I said. He nodded, then slipped past me and out the door. Alessandra, you're going to be so pleased with who we're offering a contract to, Vasily said with a grin. He's the best I've seen in years. He leaned over and grabbed an envelope off the booth to the left. And of course I had your new contract drawn up. My gaze darted to Isaac, and he inclined his head. Darling. Not your darling, I reminded him. At present, he acquiesced. Would you mind stepping outside? I have some family business to take care of. My smile could have cut the table in half. Vasily pushed my envelope across the table, then sat back in the booth. Go ahead, Isaac. The terms of Alessandra's contract are always private. A courtesy to her mother, of course. Naturally. Isaac got out of his chair and walked my way. Not going to lie and say I wasn't annoyed to see you decided to debut one of my numbers without telling me, but the execution was superb. And it's piqued some great interest online. Flawless. I corrected him, catching his eye as he walked by. I was flawless. Eva's waiting out there. Would you send her in, please? Flawless. He nodded with a cocky smirk. And of course. Though I do hate to miss what's sure to be a delicious little catfight. I opened the envelope I'd brought with me and pulled out the 2 and had put inside as the noise of the party flooded the room. Eva walked in and shut the door, cutting out all the noise except the waves that crashed against the hull. Are we negotiating a family rate? Vasily shifted in his seat, his eyes narrowing as he glanced between us. Does Eva require an empty seat in her theater as well? Eva moved to my side and remained quiet. You have a choice to make. I held up the first envelope in my right hand. You can accept these signed non-disclosure agreements in return for filling out a non-identifying medical history form and a release of parental rights. He rocked forward and slammed his hands on the table. And my pulse leapt. Not you. I expected this from your mother and Eva, but not you. Oh. Did Lena catch you off guard? I asked, tilting my head. Or did she have Mom do the dirty work for her? Please do tell me which one of them had the temerity to look you in the eye and blackmail you so you'd offer Lena a contract that year? He drummed his fingertips on the table, then sat back. He's not going to answer, Eva said softly. Of course not, he wouldn't want to admit it. Would you? I lowered the envelope to the table. That's okay. I put it together. Lena came begging for another shot when you didn't sign her at 18. We all know that. He didn't flinch. And you don't give her one, of course. You only accept the best. And you'd already found her lacking. But you did abuse the power dynamic and take her up on what she was offering, didn't you? Fast forward a few months and she fakes an injury to get a leave of absence from San Francisco because she's pregnant. And instead of calling you, she called our mother. Am I close? Click. 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 I tapped the corner of the envelope on the table. I'm fairly certain you don't know any of the details for very good reason, so let's skip ahead to you getting blackmailed. I'm guessing it was Lena. He held my stare unnervingly, but his right eyebrow twitched. And I'm guessing she said something along the same lines as my sweet baby sister here did about a month ago. Which was probably, I know you have a child that violates your very public, very ironclad prenup. A child that would cost you the company you've dedicated your life to building. I know where this child is, and if you give me what I want, the secret will stay between us. Does that sound right? It's annoyingly accurate. Eva noted. Her calm tone was at odds with the white-knuckled grip she had on the back of the chair as the boat dipped. Movement caught my eye to the left, and I grabbed hold of the chair again. Water splashed up over the deck as we rose up into the next wave. It was always choppy as hell for the first half hour, and tonight was no exception. Is that what you're saying to me, Alessandra? Vasily laced his fingers in front of his chest. Not at all. I shook my head. Though I am mildly curious to hear if it's how my mother secured my contract as well. Mildly? A corner of his mouth quirked. Knowing you, that question must be eating you alive. Are you worthy of your position? Are you good enough? My stomach nearly flipped. A few months ago. That would have ruined me, I admitted. But not anymore. And I'm not here about a contract or a role. Not mine. Not Eva's. I let go of the chair and pushed both envelopes across the table. Choose. Envelope 1. Everyone who suspects you're the father of this child has signed an NDA, and you can have them for the price of signing the release of parental rights and a medical form. Or Envelope 2. Our signed statements and a copy of said child's original birth certificate get dropped into the hands of whoever grabs it first when I walk out this door. I mean, assuming you have no desire to parent said child, but I'm guessing that point would have been made about 10 years ago. I lifted my chin and mustered all the bravado in my body to hold this particular mask in place. He studied me in awkward silence for a good minute, then leaned forward and took the paperwork on the right and reached into his suit coat for a pen. Silence filled the cabin as he opened the folder. Baby Rousseau, he repeated, reading over the release. You don't get to know their name. I shook my head. And crafted the release to match the details of the original birth certificate, minus the gender. It wasn't foolproof. But it would be enough to give a judge if Vasily ever changed his mind. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm simply signing a document releasing paternal rights over a child that was never mine to begin with. Though had it been, that lapse in judgment would have cost me dearly when it came to my reputation, had it not been for the casual disrespect of simple traffic laws. My entire body locked, and I forced myself to swallow the bile that swiftly rose in my throat at his casual mention of the accident. I only take the best, as you're aware. Good thing I never had such a lapse in judgment. His pen moved quickly over the release, and then the medical form, and I took short, shallow breaths until he stuffed both back into the folder and slid it across the table. I caught it at the edge, then tossed the other one his direction. For your records to do as you see fit. Thank you. Anger was quickly replaced as full-hearted relief shot through me so quickly my head lightened. Juniper would be safe. Caroline would never lose her. Do take your contract, of course. He motioned to the paperwork in front of me. We wouldn't be the Metropolitan Ballet Company without you as one of our principals. I mean that wholeheartedly, Alessandra. I only take the best, and you are unequivocally the best. As you proved today, you have my word that what happened here will never be mentioned. Rehearsals begin in 2 weeks. Come back where you belong and dance the role that was created for you. Who knows? It may make you the next prima of our time. I stared at the envelope like it might grow teeth and bite me. 3 years. Incredible pay raise. Center seat, back row as always, Vasily said, tucking his newly purchased envelope into his pocket. I'm not oblivious, Alessandra. I know you've already had calls from San Francisco, Houston, and London. And Paris, I added. Or I could go freelance and choose them all. And Paris. But none of them are us. None of them are your family, and I know how much you enjoyed dancing with your sister. Her contract isn't up for another year. Perhaps. He tapped his finger together and glanced Eva's direction. Perhaps she'll find herself in a soloist's position this season. Just look it over. Approve it, and sign, or write an email to my assistant, and she'll send you an electronic version. Allie. Eva hissed, and she was right to. It was everything I'd worked for. Everything our mother had dreamed of, and it would secure Eva too. I want to bring my dog to the studio. Vasily's nose wrinkled. I can have that included. The contract felt heavy as I picked it up. Thank you for your offer. I'll see you in New York. New York. My home. My apartment and my life. My sisters and Kenna. My company and my role. But no Hudson. I mean it, Alessandra. This never happened. That child does not exist. A whimper sounded to the left as the boat dipped again, and my head whipped toward the door. No, God, no. My soul left my body as Juniper's head disappeared from the doorway, and through the window, I watched her back away, her hands covering her mouth as she retreated toward the railing. Like she couldn't get away from us fast enough. Stop! I shoved all the paperwork at Eva as I ran for the door. Juniper stumbled backward, her eyes frozen in shock, staring past me into the cabin. The boat rose into the next swell and water crested the deck, pouring over the railing and Juniper's lilac dress. My heels slipped as I reached the deck, and I lunged for her. But she wasn't there. No! The boat pitched as I hurtled to the side. A flash of purple in the water below had me scrambling over the water-slick railing. Allie! Eva shrieked behind me. I jumped. Chapter 33. Allie. The Atlantic was fucking freezing. The cold knocked the breath from my lungs as I fought to the surface, kicking with all my strength, clawing my way through the water. I gasped when I broke the surface, then swiveled my head, looking for Juniper. It took less than a second to spot her a few yards to my left, sputtering as she treaded water, disappearing for a second as the swells separated us. My heart pounded as I swam, trying to remember 2 summers' worth of boating and swimming lessons from over a decade ago. No time for fear. No bodily resources to waste over it either. I had to be as calm, collected, and decisive as Hudson. Allie! Juniper shouted as I reached her. Swim! I ordered, grabbing a fistful of the back of her dress in one hand and propelling us away from the boat as it passed. We battled through the water until I counted to 10, and then turned back toward the yacht as the tail end of it went by. What are we going to do? Juniper cried as I held on to her, kicking to stay at the surface while I searched the passing boat. There. The setting sun cut through the windows of the cabin, silhouetting its occupants, and I barely made out a racing figure darting through the party, Eva. 2 seconds later, Hudson and Gavin burst onto the back deck and ran toward the railing. Hudson! I screamed, waving my left arm. Help! Juniper shouted simultaneously. Hudson lurched over the railing, and Gavin dragged him back, shouting something we couldn't hear over the noise of the party and the engines as they pulled ahead of us. They're leaving! Juniper shrieked, her voice so high it threatened to pierce my eardrums. It's okay, I assured her as everyone on the back deck mobilized. Hudson reappeared at the railing and threw up his hand, splaying his fingers and mouthing something that looked like 5 minutes. It's okay, I said to myself as the boat left us behind. We're about to hit the wake, so stay above the surface. Don't fight the waves, just ride with them. I turned all my attention to Juniper. Understand? She nodded, and I tightened my grip on the back of her dress, treading water with my other 3 extremities. The water swelled from the opposite direction of what we'd been fighting, and I kept my eyes locked on hers as we rose and fell with the first wave. And then a second. The horn blew on the boat, but it continued onward, sailing straight. They're not coming back! Juniper sputtered, water dripping off her forehead. They will. I promised her as we rode far more gentle swells. Your uncles aren't going to leave us out here. We just have to make it 5 minutes treading water. Can you do that? Juniper nodded, treading water like she'd been taught by the best. I lost my shoes. Me too. I forced a smile. Gives us a reason to go shopping when we make it out of the water. I wasn't supposed to be on the boat, she admitted. I know. Cold seeped in my muscles, but I held tight to her dress. And we're going to have a very long talk about that. That man. Her lower lip trembled, and I hoped it was from emotion and not cold. He's my father, isn't he? I nodded my head. It wouldn't help to lie to her. How much of that did you hear? I was with some of the other kids on the bow. We just come down the stairs when I heard your voice, and when I listened at the door, you were asking him if Lena caught him off guard. Water tracked down the little lines between her eyebrows. My heart sank. You heard it all. Is that what I am? Her teeth chattered. A ticket into your company? Not to me. I shook my head vehemently. There is no excuse for what other people have done, but I love you, Juniper. Was that what you were doing? Using me to get your part back? She recoiled. And I held fast, refusing to let her go and risk our separation out here. No. Treading water with only 3 of my limbs was exhausting. I went to get him to sign some paperwork that would protect you, that would make it so he couldn't take you from your mom. My contract had already been printed when I went to confront him. I left Eva out of the discussion and prayed Juniper hadn't heard every detail. Tears welled in her eyes. They didn't want me. They didn't love me. My throat clogged. I was so ill-equipped to handle this discussion, but it wasn't like I had the option of staying quiet out here. I can't speak for him, but Lena loved you, I said. And prayed it wasn't the wrong thing. I know she loved you because she chose your mom and dad. She knew Uncle Gavin and Uncle Hudson. She chose your entire family. People she knew would love and protect you, and she placed you where she'd be able to check up on you. She put you in one of her favorite places in the world so you could grow up surrounded by the things and the people she loved too. Her tears mixed with the ocean. You don't know that. I can't imagine anyone knowing you and not loving you, Juniper. Your mom and dad, your grandparents, your uncles and your cousins, they all love you. And I love you. A high-pitched whine sounded from behind us. And I know that might not be enough to soothe the hurt you're feeling, and I'm so sorry. Her forehead scrunched as the noise grew louder. A boat motor. Those papers you gave him? Do they mean I have to be a secret? My jaw started to shiver uncontrollably. No, I forced out. They mean there's a few of us who can't say he's your father. But you? I tugged her closer. You get to say whatever you want, whenever you want to. You have choices. We took the power from him, never from you. She nodded. Her lips had taken on a bluish tinge. I looked over my shoulder as the rescue dinghy approached and nearly sank with relief. They're coming. The driver killed the motor. And Hudson appeared at the edge of the stern as the small vessel drifted toward us. Fear was etched into every line of his face as the boat slowed. The tip of its bow pointed about 10 feet away from us. Allie! Juniper! We'll swim! I shouted before he got any ideas about jumping into this freezer called an ocean. Can you do it? I asked Juniper. Yeah. She nodded, and then we swam. I kept one hand on her dress and moved through the water in a side stroke, ignoring the cramps that were slowly seizing my muscles as we rounded the stern of the bobbing boat. Both Hudson and Gavin waited on the small swim deck, Gavin crouched and Hudson on one knee. Take her! I shouted at Gavin when we reached him first, then put both my hands on Juniper's waist and shoved her up toward the deck, kicking as hard as I could. Got her! Gavin shouted. And I let go, sinking back into the water. Allie! Hudson shouted, and I wrenched my gaze from Juniper's rising body to Hudson's outstretched hand. Then looked back as Juniper's bare feet emerged from the ocean. He has her. Now get in the damned boat, or I'm coming in! I kicked, forcing my body left, and reached for Hudson. He clasped my right hand, then my left, and hauled me out of the water with unthinkable strength, plastering me against his chest before throwing his arms around my back one at a time, leaving my hands to fall to his shoulders as he twisted and set me down on the swim deck. "Are you all right?" His gaze raked over me. Fine," I chattered out. "Okay." He nodded, then hauled me into his arms and stood. The boat swayed as he carried me into it, then sat me on the U-shaped bench that took up the stern. I shook uncontrollably as I searched for Juniper and found her wrapped in a silver blanket on Gavin's lap a few feet away. 2 of the yacht's crew were on board with us, one at the helm and the other shaking out another silver blanket. Hudson wrapped it around my shoulders and then crouched in front of me. "Anything broken in the fall?" "Check her first," I demanded, my frozen fingers clutching the edge of the blanket. "She's with Gavin." "I'm checking you." He studied my eyes, then put his fingers to my wrist, quieting for a moment before he nodded. "Did you breathe in any water?" "I don't think so." "Maybe?" "It happened really fast." A muscle in his jaw ticked. "Don't move." He crossed the small boat to Juniper, then sat beside her and checked her over as the engines gurgled to life. "2 survivors on board. We're headed back to the marina," one of the crew said into the radio. The reply was muffled by the engines, and we started moving, cutting across the ocean in the opposite direction of the yacht. Hudson returned a few minutes later, and tucked me into his side, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. His warmth trickled into me, and he pressed a kiss to my temple. "God, Allie, you jumped in after her. If you even think about lecturing me," I shouted over the roar of the engines. "Thank you?" He tucked my ice-cold forehead against his neck. "Just, thank you? But please. Just don't. But thank you? Fuck, I'm a wreck." "Does Caroline know she's here?" The marina came into sight. Hudson shook his head. "She thinks she's at a sleepover, but trust me, she's about to find out. Pretty sure our niece is going to have an ankle monitor by the end of the night." "She knows," I said loud enough for him to hear. "She knows about Vasily. She heard the whole thing." I looked her way, but Gavin had her tucked against his chest, both arms enveloping her small frame as she faced away from me. "Fuck." Hudson held me tighter. That word covered it. So I let the rest go and simply soaked up the heat radiating from his body as we bounced our way back to the marina. When we arrived, there was an ambulance waiting. 2 hours and a hot shower later, I felt mostly human as I walked out of the kitchen, brownie in one hand and a bottle of water in the other. "You have to stop hovering," I lectured Sadie as she kept pace at my side into the living room. Gavin had dropped me off an hour ago after I refused to go anywhere near the Haven Cove ER. And Sadie hadn't been more than 2 feet away since I came through the door. She'd even sat on the bathroom rug as I showered. The intuition of dogs was indisputable. I already had 3 text messages from Hudson, checking on me, and the tone of the messages was anything but pleased since I'd demanded he accompany Juniper to the ER to meet Caroline. I typed out a response to his latest message and dodged 2 of the packed boxes and had left beside the far armchair. It was quietly odd yet freeing to be in the house alone. It would be hours until everyone else returned from the reception. "Go lay down, honey," I said to Sadie, motioning to her fluffy bed at the edge of the living room as I walked through the baggage-strewn foyer that only served to remind me that the summer was over. So was my time with Hudson. My heart rebelled against the thought as Sadie gave a sigh of resignation, and I looked over my shoulder to see her turn a circle and collapse with a huff onto the bed as I headed into the studio. I flipped the second light switch, and the wall sconces turned on, illuminating the studio with a soft glow instead of the bright overhead lights that spotlit imperfections when we trained at night. I polished off the brownie as I pondered that particular term. We had trained here. We had been broken and remade. I just wasn't sure what each of us had been shaped into. Even me. I hadn't even called my mother to tell her I'd won my part back. Putting the bottle on the floor, I moved to Lena's bar position, searching for any trace of her in my own reflection as I stood barefoot in cotton pajama pants and a tank top. But I didn't see Lena, or even my mother. I only saw myself. Principal dancer at whatever company I chose from the stack of contracts I'd been offered. I could go to Paris, or San Francisco, or I could go back to New York. Sleep in the apartment my mother had chosen, work for the company she'd worshipped, and dance the role that had been created for me. I could secure Eva's position too. I'd have to see Vasily every day, but I could go home. My chest buckled, and I rubbed my hand over my sternum like I could somehow ease the ache accompanying the simple truth that every choice took me far from Hudson. He was expecting orders any day. At best case, he'd be in Sitka, 600 miles away from the nearest professional ballet company, and God, I wanted that for him, even if it cut me to the quick when we said goodbye. At worst case, he would remain here, stifled but surrounded by the love of his family, and even if I wanted to be with him, to throw caution to the proverbial wind and let him all the way in. It would kill the career I'd just victoriously reclaimed. The nearest company was in Boston. The best company was in New York. There was no solution that even let me ponder keeping him. Unless he gets stationed somewhere with a company, like San Francisco. But would either of us be happy, knowing our relationship had come at the cost of the very things we dreamed about? A pair of headlights shone through the studio windows, and I turned to watch Gavin's car roll up the long drive from the main road in the dying evening light. But it wasn't Gavin who parked in front of the house and charged up the steps like a man possessed. It was Hudson. The front door blew open and was shut with the same energy a second before he walked into the studio, collar of his dress shirt undone, tie missing, and hair mussed like he'd ripped his hands through it a dozen times. His eyes held a wild desperation that made my heartbeat trip over itself as we locked eyes. How was it possible that this was my last night with him? I wanted to bring you home. He strode toward me, his gaze roving over my body. And you let Gavin? Shoes, I reminded him. Heat flooding my body as I retreated a step for every one he took. And you're the one with medical training. It only made sense to send you with Juniper, seeing as Caroline was meeting you at the ER. Fuck the shoes. He kicked them off. And you refused to be seen. The EMT cleared me at the scene. I reminded him, passing N's bar spot and entering the familiar territory of mine, where I stopped retreating and stood my ground. And I have enough memories of that hospital without making any new ones, thank you very much. He flinched, and I immediately regretted reminding him. Seeing you in that water? He shook his head, crossing the distance between us. You scared the shit out of me. It scared the shit out of me too, I admitted as he reached for me. Juniper. Not just Juniper. He cupped the back of my neck and leaned into my space. You, Allie. You scared the shit out of me. Do you have any idea what you mean to me? You're my heir. And I know you don't even want to think about going there when it comes to us, that you need things all neat and tidy, but I'm already there. Messy. Tangled. So wrapped up in you that I couldn't breathe in that ER because I needed to be here with you. My heart swelled, beating so loud it almost drowned the insidious doubts that shook the bars of their cage, demanding I keep that very heart right where it was, safe within my own chest. I couldn't surrender it to Hudson, not when ruin was our only possible outcome. But damn it, I wanted to. Hudson! I whispered, my hands rising to his chest, but I couldn't bring myself to push him away. I'm the one who needs you. He lowered his head toward mine. I need you, Allie. I always have. Chapter 34. Allie. The words broke me, snapped the tethers of self-preservation, and left me anchorless. I fisted my hands in his shirt and surged upward, pressing my lips to his. He groaned low in his throat, and took my mouth with an urgency that flooded my veins and set my nerves on fire. The kiss was blatantly carnal. All twisting tongues and clashing teeth as we strained to get closer. I tore at the buttons on his shirt and reluctantly surrendered the kiss for the whole 3 seconds it took Hudson to strip off my tank top, leaving me bare from the waist up. Then his mouth was fused with mine again, and I sucked on his tongue as I worked his shirt off his shoulders. I was rewarded with another groan as fabric hit the floor. His hand cupped my breast, and the skim of his thumb over my nipple hardened the peak instantly. A shiver rolled up my spine and I arched into his hand as he kissed me deeper, longer, centering my world with him as my only compass point. I knew the carved lines of his torso by heart and traced them with my fingertips as my hands slid down his body, quickly finding his zipper and tugging. There were too many clothes, too many layers between us. I needed him as naked as I felt, and only all of him would do. A quick flick of my fingers on the hook closure of his dress pants, and they were unfastened. I slipped my hand between the rigid muscles of his abs and the elastic of his boxer briefs and found him hot and hard. "Fuck, Allie!" His moan echoed off the mirrored walls as I wrapped my hand around his cock and stroked from the tip all the way to his base. My thighs clenched, heat centering between them as I swirled my thumb over his tip, and then stroked my tongue into his mouth, flicking the sensitive line behind his teeth in time with the motion of my hands. I lived for his swift intakes of breath, the clench of his hand in my hair. I abandoned his mouth to kiss down his chest and worship at the altar of his perfect abs. My tongue dipped into the line that ran from the edge of his stomach down past his waistband, and I hooked my hands at his hips and dragged the clothing from his body in one long pull, hitting my knees in front of him. "Love." There was awe in that tone, but also a touch of warning that let me know I was playing with absolute fire. "Off," I demanded, and he stepped free of his pants and boxer briefs. Once I stripped his socks off, I sat back on my heels and looked up and up, marveling at the perfection of his body. "I don't think I've ever seen a more perfect form." "Al," he started, but ended on a rumbling groan as I rose onto my knees and sucked him into my mouth. His cock slid over my tongue, and a heady sense of power flushed my skin as his hips rocked once, twice. Holy shit! His hands fisted in my hair. "Allie. Love. You have to." I took him deeper and reveled at the flare of his eyes, the flex of his jaw, the knowledge that I had the complete and total ability to unravel him. "Stop," he managed to say. I flicked his tip with my tongue and released him. "Are you sure that's what you want?" "I know exactly what I want." The heat in his gaze would have set a glacier on fire, and I was already kindling, ready to burn at the first touch. He slipped his hands beneath my arms and hauled me to my feet, then stripped my pajama pants and underwear right off, adding the garments to the sea of discarded clothing around us. "Do you?" I asked, more than a little breathless. He nodded, his gaze devouring me as he reached into a pile of his clothes. "I've been fantasizing about what I would do to you in this room for far longer than I care to admit." "Is that so?" I swallowed hard and stepped backward over my forgotten tank top, kicking it aside to clear his path. "What are you looking for?" Whatever it was, he was taking too long. "Wallet." He grabbed his pants. "Condom." "Forget it." I retreated until my back hit the bar. "Don't need it. I'm on birth control." And I wanted him now. "It's like 99% effective." He retrieved a foil packet from his wallet and shook his head at me as he ripped it open. "Not risking that 1%. He rolled it over his length. I blinked. Right. Of course he wouldn't. We weren't even in a long-term relationship. "You want kids?" he continued. "I'll give you kids." Say the word. The thought should have frozen me, but the conviction shining in his eyes, shouting that our futures were already intertwined, had my heart beating double time as he stalked forward, gloriously, beautifully nude. "Until then, I'm not risking everything you've worked for because I'm impatient." The ache in my chest flared bright and so sweet that I bit my lower lip to keep the words from spilling out. "God, the things I have pictured doing to you." he murmured, his gaze raking over me with palpable hunger. He consumed my mouth with a soul-rending kiss, then dropped to his knees at my feet, hooked an arm around my left leg, and lifted it to settle on his shoulder. My breath hitched as he leaned in and kissed the sensitive skin of my inner thigh. I'd watched you for hours, perfectly composed, completely disciplined, and wondered what you would do if I. He dragged his tongue from my entrance to my clit. I cried out, and my back bowed as I caught fire. My hands reached for his head, but he shook it. Hands on the bar, Allie, he ordered. I immediately did as ordered. Perfect, he praised, then worked me over with his mouth, pleasure coiling within me with every scrape and swirl of his tongue. I gripped the bar as my hips rolled on their own accord, chasing the high I knew only he could give me. He kept one arm locked around my thigh, holding me in place, and guided my hips with the other, using it to haul me into the rapturous assault, then hold me at bay when I came close to the edge. Until my muscles shook and my desperation spiraled into needy pants and whispered please. This is exactly what I pictured, he said, then swirled his tongue around me. You trembling, gasping, flushed with need. Hudson, please, I begged. He slid 2 fingers inside me and stroked. But the sound of you moaning my name? That's beyond anything I ever could have imagined, Allie. And now it lives in my dreams. He used his hand and tongue to drive me straight over the cliff. I broke apart, shattered by waves of mind-numbing bliss, and would have fallen if Hudson hadn't held me upright, wringing every last shudder from me and somehow igniting a whole new fire as he finally, slowly stood. My chest heaved and my leg rose with him. He dipped his shoulder, and my thigh slid off only to be caught at his elbow, then lowered to the floor. Turn around. I flipped to face the bar, then took 2 steps back, meeting his gaze in the mirror. Fucking flawless, he said, running his fingers down my spine before taking my ass in his hands. I leaned forward in blatant invitation and spread my feet, keeping my eyes locked with his. Hudson, I whispered, I need you. Feeling is more than mutual. He slipped his fingers between my thighs, and I shuddered at the fresh wave of urgency that washed through me and held fast, demanding appeasement. Thankfully, he didn't make me wait this time. He bent his knees, and I felt the head of his cock nudge my entrance, then pause. Yes. I nodded my head and pushed back, using the bar for leverage and earning the first inch of his intrusion. You are so fucking mine. He clasped my hips and drove into me. I called out his name, and my eyes slid shut at the sublime pleasure. He hit so deep, so perfectly. He demanded. Watch us. The words alone had me melting, but the way he withdrew only to slam home again turned me molten. He set a rhythm that had me gasping, keening for the next thrust. The next dose of the bliss I was shamelessly addicted to. Every time. You're in a studio. He punctuated the words with the snap of his hips. I want you to remember exactly how this feels. His face flushed, and sweat beaded on our skin, and the only time he looked away was to stare down at where we were joined. What? We do to each other. Fuck. I was doomed to never look at a mirror the same way again. When his gaze found mine again, he looked starved. I need your mouth. He withdrew completely, and I whimpered in protest at the loss. But he gripped my waist, and the bar flew from my hands as the world spun and Hudson filled my vision. His mouth consumed mine as he lifted me into his arms, and I wound my arms around his neck, my legs around his waist. My ass hit the bar, and then he was inside me again, stroking deep, feeding the wild desperation that had me moaning into his mouth. Every stroke was better than the last. Every thrust sent me higher, wound me tighter. Fucking bar. He groaned against my mouth, and then we were moving. My back hit the section of mirror where the bar ended. And then he drove so deep I saw stars, and our kiss muffled our shouts. More! I demanded, using the mirror to arch into every thrust. And he braced one hand beside my head and gripped my hip with the other, delivering everything I needed. God, this was life. This was the meaning of breath, and the purpose of existence. Just Hudson. Tension built, coiling so tightly that I lost the ability to rock back into him as my muscles locked, then started trembling. And still he took me, kissed me, sent me up in flames, and became the very air I drew on. Hudson! I cried, riding a painful edge. I've got you, love! His hand slipped between us, and the next touch sent me careening into pure light. I fractured into 1,000 tiny pieces, but somehow Hudson held me together. My hips arched again and again as the orgasm pulsed through me, crashing like endless waves on a beach. I felt him tense, and hung on as he found his own release, spearing my fingers into his hair and cradling his head. We came down together, gasping for breath, staring into each other's eyes like the beginning and end of everything in the universe was held between us. My heart rate descended slowly, and I fought the very real logic that tugged at the corners of my mind, knowing there were things that needed to be said, decisions that had to be made. Knowing I didn't want to give him up. Allie. Hudson pushed my hair back from my face. We should. I cut him off. Take me to bed. Before anyone gets home. Just take me to bed. Anything and everything could wait until tomorrow. I wanted tonight with him. He carried me upstairs, and gave me exactly what I asked for, looking at me like we had forever and making love to me like we lived on borrowed time. I was barely conscious when he slipped out of bed, and when I cracked an eye open, I saw pink through the window. What time is it? I burrowed deeper into my pillow and smiled at Hudson's scent. 6, he answered, already dressed in one of the uniforms from my closet. He sat on the edge of my bed and stroked his hand across my hair. I'll take Sadie out so you can sleep. Beechman is picking me up for a meeting, and Gavin will be by in about an hour to get his car. I'll only be gone a few hours. You should stay. I caught his hand and pressed a kiss to his palm. Trust me, I would if I could, and when I get back, we have to talk. His brow knit. About the bags you have packed, and us, and things I need to tell you. We just have to talk. Okay. I agreed begrudgingly. But it's hard to have a serious conversation when we don't even know where you'll be living. Yeah. A corner of his mouth rose, and he stole a quick, soft kiss. Hopefully I'll hear today. I know you put Cape Cod first, I said, rolling to my back. But I really hope you get Sitka. You deserve to catch that dream, Hudson. Dreams can change. He smiled as he stood, then backed away toward the door. I meant to tell you sooner, but I changed my first choice right before I sent the list in. To Alaska? I propped myself up on my elbows as he opened the bedroom door. No. The dimple in his cheek popped. New York. He was gone before I could even process the words, what the location meant. My stomach fell. No, he didn't. He couldn't. He wouldn't do something that impulsive, that reckless. Why didn't he choose Sitka? Cape Cod I understood, but New York? We never even discussed the possibility. We can be together. I immediately stuck a pin in that particular childish bubble of joyous thought and popped it. New York would take everything I loved about us and muddle it, wreck it. My life there would ruin Hudson. Stealing scant hours with me for a month was one thing, but we couldn't build a life on it. Oh God. He'd just given up a chance at his dream duty station to live out what would end in a nightmare with me, and now he'd have to wait another 3 years before he could make another request. I got up, showered, and dressed as my mind spun. When the town's lone taxi service pulled into the driveway an hour later, I was already sitting on the front porch steps with Sadie curled at my side. Gavin would set this right. He wouldn't let Hudson throw himself away on me. What's wrong? Gavin asked as soon as he stepped out of the taxi. You look like something's wrong. Is Hudson okay? Did something happen? He just texted me an hour ago. Hudson's fine, I assured him as the taxi pulled away. At least until I get my hands on him. Did you know he changed his duty station preference to New York? Gavin's posture sagged in relief. No, but that doesn't surprise me. He rubbed the back of his neck. Shit, you scared me. I thought something was wrong, from the look on your face. Something is wrong. I stood. Because he wants to be near you? His arms dropped to his sides. Are you seriously pissed that he's willing to uproot his whole life, and piss off our sister, which I fully support, in order to be with you? I shook my head. No. I'm pissed because he didn't choose Sitka. That's been his dream since I met him, to get as far away from this town as possible. My shoulders drooped and I fought the growing bittersweet ache in my chest I couldn't name for the sake of my sanity. He should get to have his dream too, Gavin. And I get putting it on hold to come back and help Caroline. He's an incredible brother. But putting it on hold for me? You have to talk him out of it. I don't think that's how that works. Gavin rocked back on his heels and stared at me like I'd grown a set of horns. Damn, Allie, you really don't get it, do you? That he's selfless? Yeah. Choosing a career where he literally risks his life for other people clued me in. I folded my arms. No, that you're his dream. He's in love with you. Gavin countered. My breath abandoned me in a rush. He's not. I smothered the sudden rush of warmth behind my ribs. He is. Gavin nodded, throwing out his hands. Of course he wants to be stationed where you are. Would it really be that bad, being in a real relationship with my brother? Or were you just playing around with him for the summer? I would never do that. I drew back at the insult. Hudson and I had an agreement. We both knew what this was. Are you sure you're not looking to ditch him now that the classic is over? Russo girls specialize in yanking out an Ellis boy's heart and throwing it back when September rolls around. His gaze narrowed. I jabbed my finger his direction. That was uncalled for. He sighed. You're right. I'm sorry. Would it really be so bad if he got New York? Forget your fear and your need to keep everyone but Sadie at arm's length. Would it be the end of the world if you went home to Hudson every day? I breathed through that thought, trying to push past the logic of what my life would do to him, and focusing on that growing pressure in my chest. No. I shook my head. It would be pretty great. That was a selfish answer. But it would be too hard on him. Let him decide what's hard. Gavin's fists opened and closed, jingling the keys. Look, I was there. I saw what losing you did to him the first time, so I can't blame him for grabbing hold with both hands and holding on. For fuck's sake, just let him hold on, Allie. He's strong enough for the both of you. My brows scrunched. What do you mean you were there? I don't remember you being at the classic that year. No. He shook his head and looked at me like I'd grown too. Who the hell do you think picked him up at the hospital that day? Me. He tapped his chest with his hand. I'm the one he called. I'm the one who had to coax the words out of him when he walked out of the emergency department covered in your blood. I'm the one who had to make up some bullshit story to our parents about why he wouldn't speak for the next 4 days before he left for basic. So excuse me if I just want him to finally be happy. I stared at Gavin and tried to breathe, tried to make any sense of his words. My blood? Color drained from his face, and he retreated a step. Shit, he muttered, his eyes sliding shut. What the hell do you mean, my blood? My voice rose and I fought the nauseating sensation of gravity shifting. Just. He retreated down the steps, keeping his eyes on me like I was a mountain cat he knew better than to turn his back on. He thinks you won't forgive him, and you have to, Allie. Just let him hold on this time. And not just for him. You need each other. You two are the shit poets write about. What was that supposed to mean? Gavin? I shouted as he reached the car. He pulled out of the driveway and left me standing on the porch, second-guessing everything I thought I knew about the last 10 years. Chapter 35. Hudson. She's on the beach. That was all, and was willing to tell me when I got to Allie's, but the look she dealt out said it was my fault. Yeah. Dropping that New York information on her and splitting probably wasn't my best course of action, but I'd been feeling all hopeful and shit. Not so much anymore. I blew out a slow breath, accepting my fate, and made my way through the backyard and down the steps. Good thing I'd stopped at my house to change out of uniform. Sand was a bitch when it got in my boots. Allie sat on the end of the pier, staring out over the ocean. My chest clenched as I crossed the wooden expanse. This morning's hope had transformed into tonight's problem when my email pinged during the morning meeting, and what seemed like an easy hurdle to jump now felt a canyon. Orders had come in, and I wouldn't be going anywhere soon. I'd be in Cape Cod, while Allie most likely took the New York contract. This was going to suck, but we could handle a fight. The fight would be good for us. Force us to define what we were really doing, which had left the fling department weeks ago. Somewhere between me giving her a key with her drawer and her freeing up closet space for a few of my uniforms. Flings didn't make room for each other in their lives the way we had. Hey! I said so I didn't startle her, then lowered myself to sit at her side, letting my legs dangle above the water. She fidgeted with her hands but didn't look over. I'm guessing you're pissed that I asked for New York. I started, but it turned out to be nothing. I got my orders, and I'm staying here. Caroline would eventually be thrilled once she was done being pissed at me. I hope you know I never expect you to take the Boston contract or anything. I fully support you going back to NBC if that's what you want. No response. Allie? I studied her profile and flinched when she didn't so much as look my way. Shit. She'd thrown her walls right back up in the 3 hours I'd been gone. I know I should have talked to you about changing it, but I took the deepest breath of my life and dove straight into what was going to be the most important fight of our lives. One I wasn't willing to lose. Not again. But I don't want this to end. I know you're leaving in the next few days, but we can make this work. I have a favor I can call in at the assignment desk, and if that doesn't work, I'll come down on weekends so you don't lose studio time. I'll fold myself into your life. My father always told us that waves come in sets. She interrupted, staring out at the ocean as those very waves broke against the pylons beneath us. My stomach tensed. Holy shit, I was in bigger trouble than I thought if we were talking about science. They can, I agreed, depending on if they're caused by wind or storms, and the shape of the ocean floor. He told us that individual waves move faster, but when they group in deep water, they move slower because they're connected by the same energy. Her left hand moved over her right, spinning something around her finger. They're bound as a set, traveling through the water until the landscape changes with the shoreline. She paused. And then they break one by one. Right. Where was she going with this? I braced my hands on the pier and held on to the edge as I listened, looking for any clue in her expression, but she was fully masked. Untouchable. And I understood the metaphor he was making. But I always thought that we were more like the pylons. She continued, her fingers moving faster. We were stronger together, more capable of taking the hits, holding the pier through storms. As long as we supported each other. But the longer I sit here, the more I realize that losing one pylon might damage the pier, but it doesn't lessen the integrity of the others. They're connected by purpose, not energy. She looked down as a wave crashed into the wood, the spray rising to just beneath our feet. And now I think Dad was right. The four of us were a set. Moving through life bound by an unbreakable force, at times unintentionally holding each other back so we could push forward together. Not realizing the picture-perfect beach we were racing toward would break us one by one, and the others would be doomed to watch, powerless to help or prevent our own ruin. The evening light brought out the gold in her eyes as she looked past me toward the beach and the breaking waves. We aren't the pylons. We're the waves. Lena broke first, and in our own ways. The three of us are now careening toward the shore. Allie, what happened? A deep sense of foreboding sent chills up my spine. The feeling identical to the moments my tires had lost their grip on an icy road, and all there was to do was wait for them to find purchase. Or wreck. That's the problem. I don't know. Her eyes locked with mine, and the hair rose on the back of my neck. But you do, don't you, Hudson? Because you were there. What do you mean? My grip spasmed so hard I half expected to leave handprints in the wood. Gavin let it slip that he picked you up at the hospital. She tilted her head, covered in my blood. Oh fuck. My stomach crashed into the waves below, and for the first time in my life, I didn't know what to do. I froze. You were there. She spit it like the accusation it was. At the accident. That's the only way you could have had my blood on you. I wanted to run, to rewind time 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, and do it all differently. My ribs clamped down on my heart so hard it pounded in protest, but I'd never told Allie a lie, and I couldn't start today. Except by omission. Yes, I admitted. I was there. Her eyes widened. And my heart screamed that I'd just cost us any chance at a future. Were you in the car? No. I shook my head and fought the boulder of a lump forming in my throat. I was behind you. We left the beach at the same time. The beach? Her brow knit. The cove where we kissed. I grimaced at the way she instantly tensed. Kissed now, not then. Then? I wanted to wait until we faced your parents, to do everything the right way, and then it all went so fucking wrong. The cove. Realization flared in her eyes. I showed up that night? You were late, but you showed up. I nodded. God, I'd wanted to tell her so many times, and I should have. Damn the consequences. She never should have heard it from Gavin. It's the same road. So everyone just assumed you'd been coming back from the reception. Did you see the accident happen? Her hands clenched. No. You disappeared around the corner probably 30 seconds ahead of me. By the time I rounded the curve, I looked away, my brain recognizing I was here on this pier, but my memory fighting to convince me otherwise. Filling my vision with mangled metal and my lungs with smoke. You'd hit the tree. Was. Her voice broke, and I snapped my gaze back to hers. Was Lena alive when you got there? Her lower lip trembled. Yes. My chest tightened painfully. Her head had been turned toward Allie, her bloodied face flush with the steering wheel, but I left that detail out. Allie didn't need my nightmares. What did she say? Her eyes filled with tears, and my ribs threatened to break. She told me to save you. But I was already safe. Allie blinked. Then shook her head. Why did she go back to the car? What was she looking for? Back? My eyebrows jumped. What are you talking about? She went back. She pushed up on the pier and stood. I quickly did the same, a chill rolling up my spine. You remember something, don't you? Yes, she shouted. It was my fault. The wind gusted and she shoved the loose tendrils of her hair out of her face. She pulled me out of the car, and then she carried me up the embankment to the shoulder of the road and sat with me. Every muscle in my body tensed, but I kept quiet. She held something to my head to help stop the bleeding, then told me to hold on because help was coming. She spoke with complete and utter certainty. She told me that she loved me, and to follow my heart, and to take care of what she'd left behind, and then she put her ring in the pocket of my skirt. Fuck. My soul left my body. Lena had said at least 2 of those things at the cove when I'd walked Allie back to her car. But then she told me I'd be okay. And she went back to the car for something, and I couldn't stop her. I tried, but I couldn't move. God, my mom just kept crying that I'd saved myself and left her there to die. She shook her head violently. I couldn't tell her the truth was so much worse, that I couldn't get her to stay. Allie, it wasn't your fault. That's not what happened. I shook my head. It is. She lifted her right hand and the ring flashed in the sun. See? Holy shit, you have it. Breathing took more than a little thought. Why did she go back? She stepped backward. You were there. Hudson. Why? She never went back. She never left the car. I took the steps that separated us and clasped her shoulders so she didn't stumble off the pier. And you didn't leave her to die, Allie. I did. And there it was. She startled. I left her. I'd only ever said those words to one other person. I don't understand. Her forehead crinkled. She pulled me out. No, love. I pulled you out. I said slowly, so there was no chance of misunderstanding. Her face slackened. When I got there, the car was already on fire. It took all my strength to rip open your door. The frame had been bent in the crash. Lena was conscious, and you were dazed. She told me to get you out, to save you, and I didn't argue. I didn't even hesitate. I cradled the side of her face for what I feared might be the last time. You were. God, Allie, you were essential to existence. Of course I was going to save you. You, she whispered, studying my eyes. Me. I nodded. I cut through your seat belt with my pocket knife, somehow got you out of the wreckage, and carried you up the embankment. Even now, I could feel the heat of the fire on my back, the slight weight of her in my arms. I saw her eyes, watching me with absolute trust even as they unfocused, and she started to slip into unconsciousness. My heart pounded like we were still there, on the side of the road I avoided to this day. I was going to run straight back, but your head was bleeding so fucking fast. The wound was pulsing, and all I could think was it had to be arterial, and I was terrified you'd bleed out before anyone could find us. You were my world. Nothing mattered beyond you. Even Lena. I sat you down, took off my sweatshirt, and put pressure on the wound. You. This time it wasn't a question. I told you to hold it there, and then turned around to go back for Lena. My throat closed, and I had to take a deep breath and swallow so I could finish confessing. But the fire had reached the gas tank and the car exploded. Oh my God! Her face crumpled, and her eyes watered. Listen to me, Allie. I leaned in. You didn't leave her or let her do anything. None of it was your fault. Whatever you remember is just your mind trying to protect you. Piecing together bits and pieces of what she said to you at the cove to give you one last memory of her. I'm the one who made the choice, and I chose you. But I have the ring, she whispered. I gave you the ring at the beach. God, if I'd only known that's how she remembered everything, I would have said something years ago. No. She wrenched out of my hands and sidestepped before turning her back on me and walking toward shore. Lena gave me the ring before the classic. I followed her, pausing when she did to give her space. You can ask Anne. She saw us in the hallway and thought we were sneaking around behind your back or something. But Lena told me to give you the ring. Allie pivoted to face me. Why would she do that? It was her heirloom. Because. Now I was the one who needed a second, and Allie watched as I struggled for the words. Because I was in love with you. How, out of everything, was that the hardest truth to tell? And Lena, she saw what I thought I kept pretty well hidden. We were just friends. Allie hugged her arms around her waist. Until we weren't. I reached up to shape the brim of my hat, then ripped it off my head and whipped it into the ocean out of pure frustration. The fact that you don't remember what might have been the most pivotal moment of our lives has haunted me for 10 fucking years. Haunted you? She snapped. Tell me what happened, Hudson. I turned to face her. I was leaving in 4 days, and Lena told me to take the ring and give it to you as a promise that whatever we started, we'd finish once I was out of basic training. She said it would be a message to your entire family that she had your back, and she was so certain you'd choose me because you loved me, too, even if you didn't realize it. My ribs did their best impression of a vice. She was right. You did. And you don't remember. I chose you over ballet. She searched my eyes like she was looking for a lie. You chose me over your mother's company. I nodded. You chose us. You didn't sign the NBC offer at the reception, and said you'd wait to accept whichever company's contract was closest to wherever I'd be assigned, and that you didn't care if it cost you a season, and fuck, did I love you even more for it. My shoulders dropped, and my chest hollowed. You decided to ride back to your parents with Lena so you two could game plan how we should tell them. I blew out a slow breath. Letting you get into that car is the biggest regret of my life. She glanced at the ring, then back up at me. My mother said the paramedics found me on the side of the road by myself. I scoffed. Your mother lied. She does that. A lot. I didn't bother masking my hatred. She kicked me out of your hospital room and told me never to come back. Her eyes flared. And you listened? No. I went back the day after, and she told me you'd woken up and didn't remember anything, and that if I persisted in my attempts to derail your life, she would tell you that I'd had plenty of time to save you both but had taken too long with you, leaving Lena to die, and you'd never forgive me for it. Remorse hit with the force of a battering ram. Just like always. She flinched. And you left. That's the end of the story. She walked away again, and I followed just like I always did, halting only when she spun around once we reached the boathouse platform. I deserved the truth. You did. I nodded as the waves crashed beneath us. I'm so sorry. I almost called you thousands of times, but once I got phone privileges at Basic, I knew that ghosting you had already given you another reason to hate me. And as months and years went by, I dug a hole there was no prayer of ever recovering from, so I chose not to intrude on your life. You could have come back at any time and told me the truth. Her voice broke. I left a seat open for you for a decade. I felt the blood drain from my face, like it knew it needed to protect far more vital organs in danger of bleeding out. Would you have forgiven me? I stepped forward, and she retreated. You told me the first day I met you that your sisters were the most important thing in the world to you, and I didn't give a shit that night. I chose my wants over your needs and didn't so much as hesitate. I make split-second decisions, always have, and usually they work out, but that one cost the life of your sister. Could you ever have gotten past the fact that I pulled you out of that car instead of Lena? That I'm the reason you're alive and she isn't? She flinched. I'm right, aren't I? I deflated. Every time you look at me, you'll remember that I left her in that car. Or you'll wonder if I had just carried you a few less feet, taken just a little less time to stanch your wound, or hell, let you bleed for another minute, if Lena would be here too. Her eyes flicked from side to side as she mulled it over. I wouldn't blame you for not getting past it, since I think about it every damn day. You are every person I go into the water for. There are hundreds of them, but they're all you. I'm so sorry I couldn't save Lena too, Allie. You'll never know how sorry I am. I'd waited 10 years to say those words, knowing they'd never be enough, and the pain of being right threatened to crush me. She tugged the sleeves of her NBC hoodie over her hands. You just let me live with the guilt of thinking I saved myself and left her there for a decade. Even if I could understand why you did all of that 10 years ago, why didn't you tell me when I came back this summer? Why would you let me fall for you when you knew this would? She shook her head and looked away. Fall for you. That did it. My heart twisted, then flat out broke at what I'd lost by holding on to the secret for too long. I fucked up. At first. I didn't want Juniper caught in the crosshairs of you hating me, and then I didn't know if you could take another blow. And then you told me we couldn't last past the summer and not to tell you anything that wouldn't affect these 5 weeks. It sounded like bullshit, even to my ears. But really, there's no excuse other than my own selfishness. I had you back and I was terrified of losing you again. There it was. All of it. But you chose New York. She tilted her head at me. Were you ever going to tell me? Or did you think it would never come out? I was going to tell you after the classic, but then everything happened. I promised her. I was going to tell you and confront your mother so she knew she couldn't run me off again. Honestly, I was surprised she didn't tell you the second you informed her we were together. You thought my mother would spill your secret? Allie laughed, but it came out on a cry. It would have killed her leverage on me. God, Hudson. Do you know how many hours I've spent with therapists trying to remember what happened? Asking why I would have left Lena there when I swore she went back to the car? You've known all this time. If you told me at 17, maybe I would have struggled because you chose to save me over Lena, but I wouldn't have despised you. Not like this. She shook her head. And I understand keeping things private. I'm a master of it. But knowing this truth would have changed my life. Maybe our lives. And now, I don't know how to trust you. Or how to trust that this is the truth. And yet, you saved me. Allie, it's all true. The word despise took what was left of my heart and smashed it into sand. Thank you, Hudson. She looked off into the water as a wave broke against the shore. I held my breath. I should have said that first. Thank you? If not for you, I would have died in that car with Lena. Though, if not for us, we wouldn't have been in the car in the first place, I suppose. Stop finding ways to blame yourself. Her weary gaze found mine. I really do wish you nothing but the best. No. Don't break us up. That's exactly what was happening here, and every part of me screamed to hold on this time, even as my heart bled out on the pier. We can get through this. No, we can't. You can't build something when there's no trust. She looked my way. The irony, truly, is that I've never learned to be completely open with anyone, but I got close with you. And maybe if I had just let you in, if you knew the things my family? She shook her head. Well, maybe you would have made different choices, and we wouldn't be here. That part of the blame is on me. Her back straightened and I watched, horrified, as she put up piece after piece of her armor and rebuilt her walls. What does that mean? My brow furrowed. Nothing that matters anymore. And this isn't a breakup. It was foolish to even entertain the thought that we could be anything more, not when we want such drastically different things for our lives. We've always had an expiration date, and we've simply reached it. She plastered on that fake-ass smile. But it was good for a summer, right? Whatever was left of my heart stopped beating. Goodbye. Hudson. This time when she walked away, I didn't follow. Chapter 36. Allie. I stormed into the house, replaying Hudson's confession in my mind and completely overwhelmed with the enormity of what he'd revealed while somehow simultaneously wishing he'd never told me. Maybe we would have had a shot at being happy. He saved your life. And he'd carried the guilt of it ever since. But he'd also lied, at least by omission. Anger was the easiest emotion to deal with, so I clung to it like a security blanket as I walked through the house and into the kitchen. Sadie wagged her tail and went back to massacring her latest squeaky toy. Eva, Kenna, and Ann sat at the island, eating a late breakfast in front of a stack of manila envelopes. And all three of them fell silent and stared as I went to the refrigerator. You ready to start handling paperwork? Ann asked. You don't have to decide which company. Fuck it. It wasn't like I needed to plan my life around Hudson anymore. I'll sign with NBC. I need something normal in my life. Eva's shoulders dipped with relief. Make Vasily wait a week or two, Eloise suggested, peeling her orange. Let him sweat it out. Good idea. I took a bottle of water from the refrigerator. Didn't see you when we got home after the reception, Kenna noted, her gaze leery. Or at all this morning? Nope. I twisted the top and drank half of it down. How was I supposed to explain any of this to them when I didn't even know for certain that what Hudson told me was true? Okay, did you want to run the papers over to Caroline? Ann asked. Ann. She'd been put in charge of the family paperwork. I leaned back against the counter next to the sink. And did you see Hudson with Lena the morning of the classic? Eva's eyebrows hit the ceiling. and Kenna and Eloise both shifted their attention to Anne. She cleared her throat and set her spoon down in her bowl of oatmeal. Yes. And they looked all secretive, like they were up to something? I took another drink. Yes. She nodded slowly. And I told him if he did something to hurt you that I'd tell you. I wouldn't keep my mouth shut this time. This time? I sputtered a wry laugh. God, if any of you had told me the truth the first time, none of this would be happening. Did he hurt you? She stiffened. Did you read the accident report? I ignored her question entirely. From when Lena died? The entire room fell silent. Yes. She put her hands in her lap. About a year ago. I found it in Dad's office. And when they found Lena's remains, was her seat belt still fastened? I tilted my head. Not the cloth, naturally that would have burned. Was the metal still connected? And glanced at Eva. Eyes here. I tapped my chest. And gasped. Is that Lena's ring? Yes. Was her seat belt still fastened? I had to know. Yes. Anne answered, looking me in the eye. My chest constricted. Lena had never gotten out of the car. Hudson had told the truth. And my door was open. Yes. She shifted her weight. It wasn't your fault, Allie. I know what Mom says, but that's just grief talking. The detectives noted that the frame was mangled. It was a miracle you were able to force your own door open. Had to have been adrenaline. Because none of them could figure out how you did it in your state. Anger. Hold on to the anger. Simple. I didn't. Anne's brows rose in silent question. We need to see Mom. Right fucking now. Her advisory team met this morning, and it's just not a good day. Rachel warned me as I strode down the hallway toward Mom's suite, and scurrying to keep up while Eva took her time. It never is, I replied. The doors didn't do much to muffle the sound of Tchaikovsky. You sure you don't want to talk about whatever's bothering you? Anne asked in a rush. You were silent the whole way here. Nope. Saving it all for Mom. If you're sure. Rachel turned the handle and hurried in ahead of me. Mrs. Rousseau, your daughters are here. I walked in behind her, then stared. Mom was dancing in a black leotard and pale pink skirt, her left side in perfect alignment, but her right leg wasn't quite as steady. The incoming weather must have been wreaking havoc on her knee again. But there was no mistaking her grace and elegance as she moved through the choreography. She was still a beautiful dancer. Swan Lake, Anne whispered as she reached my side. I nodded, watching Mom's arms, admiring the clean lines, the delicate splay of her fingers, which had never come naturally to me. She's still on demi-point, Eva noted with a touch of wonder. You sure you want to interrupt her? She usually uses this time as a reset before her afternoon sessions. Rachel's fingers hovered over the stereo system on my left. One of the staff quit yesterday and she bit off 2 girls' heads earlier, screaming in French when they were late to a session. Even I'm only getting one-word answers out of her, and her day is booked. She clutched the clipboard in her right arm. One-word answers work fine for me. I walked forward, and Mom met my gaze in the mirror. 5th, she ordered, halting her own dance with a sigh of frustration. No. I stood my ground once I was a few feet away from her. The music died. 5th, she shouted. Hudson pulled me out of the car that night, didn't he? There was no point mincing words. And gasped for the second time that morning. Oh my God, Eva whispered. Mom's arms fell to her sides, and her eyes flashed with anger. Yeah, the secret is out. I'll make this easy on you, I offered. Let's stick to yes or no answers. I'm not interested in your excuses. Anyway, Allie, Anne whispered, but I kept my eyes on our mother. He pulled me out of that car. He stayed with me. And you knew. I folded my arms. Rachel, if you wouldn't mind giving us a moment? Anne asked, and the door clicked shortly after. Lines bracketed Mom's lips as she pursed her mouth. You knew. I snapped at Mom. All the years you told me I left Lena for dead. All the times you told me that I owed her because I saved myself. You knew. Yes. Mom looked out the window. I chose. Yes or no only, Mom. I interrupted, my blood rising to a boil. She'd kept me tethered to her wants, her dreams, for decades, binding me with little ropes she'd declared were love. But now I knew they were guilt. Shaping me into someone I hardly recognized anymore, and I'd let her. Oh, Mom! And whispered. How could you? Eva sat on the arm of the couch toward my right. He came with me to the hospital soaked in my blood from trying to stop the bleeding, and you threw him out. Each truth snapped one of those ropes, the rebound stinging my soul. Yes, she answered, almost bored as she folded her arms. He came back too, didn't he? My fingernails dug little half-moons into my palms. And you told him that I'd never forgive him for not saving us both. So he should go. That if he didn't, you'd tell me he'd had ample time to save us both but had left her there to die. You didn't. And sagged to my right? Landing on the edge of the couch next to Eva. Holy shit. Eva's gaze darted between Mom and me. Mom lifted her chin, her eyes focusing somewhere beyond the window as rope after rope splintered and broke. But really, you meant that you'd never forgive him. I mean, how could you know if I wouldn't if you never told me? My voice rose and I didn't care. I clung to that anger like a life raft. She swallowed and reached for a water bottle, then started chugging. Ironic that we handled our panic attacks the same way. Maybe she doesn't understand, Eva whispered. Allie, talking about Lena has always been hard on. And started. I don't care. Rage colored my vision. Why, Mom? Because you saw him, saw my feelings for him, as a threat? Realized that I had a year before I turned 18, and then you wouldn't have control anymore. That Hudson would give me the strength to be who I was instead of who you wanted. I stepped forward, but kept watch on the bottle in case she decided to throw it. Or did you punish him, punish us, because he saved the wrong daughter? Yes. She swung her gaze to mine and crushed my heart in a one-word fist. Yes to which? I demanded. He. Lena. She shook her head. The muscles in her neck flexed, and she glanced beside me, to the picture on the wall. Just. Left. My. Daughter. I'm your daughter. I shouted, slamming my hand over my chest. She flinched. And I gestured to the couch. Is your daughter? Eva is your daughter. You had 4 daughters, Mom, not just one. Losing Lena did not give you the right to break us down so you could try to pour our pieces into her mold. Snap. 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 Ropes broke and others frayed. No. Oh, right. I nodded. It was never her mold. It was yours. You wanted us to live out your dream, and you never once asked us what ours were. Did you even ask Lena if she wanted to keep Juniper? Offer her support? Or was that relationship just another casualty of your relentless selfishness? Lena. She swallowed. Wanted. She shook her head like the thought was ludicrous. Baby. My stomach lurched. And you made her give her up? You could have told us. And said. We would have helped her. Too weak to do. She struggled for the words. I made. Lena. Principal. She lifted her left hand and jabbed at my direction. And you? You made me a guilt-stricken mess who only finds joy in dancing when I'm not with your precious company. These last few weeks have been the first time I've enjoyed it in years. I see that. I never wanted the company. I wanted out, to dance freelance all over the world, and you told me I owed it to Lena. You twisted my guilt for your purposes and told me I had to take the NBC contract, that it was my fault Lena had been out that night at all, and NBC wouldn't be NBC without a Russo on stage. The truth of that last sentence bit into me until I bled. You twisted all of us. Lena kept her pregnancy a secret, while you bribed Everett to make it easier to leave Juniper. And's a damned lawyer who uses her degree to plan company events because we all know if you aren't dancing, you should support the ones who do, right? And Eva. I laughed. Eva stabbed me in the back and stole the role that had been created for me. Mom recoiled, her gaze flying toward Eva. I said I was sorry. Eva muttered, picking at her cuticles. And Vasily gave it back. I'm sure she doesn't care. I cocked my head to the side at my mother. After all, we're interchangeable parts in her little machine, right? Who cares which one of us is up there, as long as her last name is Rousseau? Allie. And warned as Mom's water bottle crunched in her grip. You are Rousseau's, Mom said slowly. She's gotten so much worse, Eva whispered. It's happening quickly, Anne replied. Mom shot them a look that dripped malice, but it was the edge of confusion that made me want to scream. Why couldn't all this have come out last year, when we could have had real answers? I'm starting to hate that name. I hated that I couldn't tell if she really understood. Hated myself for being unable to stop. For the first time, I could tell her exactly how I felt without fearing the repercussions. But without the ropes binding me to her model of perfection. My emotions whipped out with a cutting, dangerous sense of freedom that I couldn't begin to fathom, let alone regulate. Betrayal. Shame. Pride. Hope. Loss. Grief. Anger. They all warred for supremacy. But it was the ache in my chest that overruled them all. Rousseau made you. You didn't make me, Mom. You ruined me. My eyes watered and my nose burned. And maybe I could forgive you for that. If you even cared. But you ruined Hudson. You put him in an impossible situation and decimated any chance we ever had at happiness. His choice. She had the fucking nerve to shrug. Mom. And chided. His choice. She shouted, and the water bottle flew, hitting the mirror to my left. He had no choice. My voice broke. He was an 18-year-old kid. And you were supposed to be an adult, supposed to be my mom. You convinced him I'd never forgive him. That I'd blame him the rest of our lives for Lena's death. That was what had played in my mind over and over on the drive, after I'd left him standing on the beach, looking as shattered as I'd felt. In his mind, he'd already lost me. Of course he left. He was my best friend, Mom, and I loved him. I loved him before I understood what that word really meant. Orange. She shook her head. No. Her fist clenched. Crush. Riverboy is crush. Not a crush. That ache swelled until my ribs strained under the pressure and my vision grew blurry. I didn't need to remember my response to his declaration on that beach to know with the utmost certainty what it had been. And now? He fiercely protected his family. Protected strangers every time he jumped into the water, protected me time and again. He showed up even when I didn't realize it, tugged me out of my comfort zone without breaking my boundaries. Declared his intentions without forcing me into an ultimatum. He told me exactly what he wanted from me, from us, and never demanded the same. Giving me the space to figure it out instead of forcing me into another mask, another role, to fit into his idea of perfection. His smile melted my common sense, and his touch set me on fire. But it was the way he listened that broke through every wall I'd built. I love him. I said the words out loud and the last rope snapped, setting me completely free and terrifyingly adrift. I'm in love with him. She scoffed. Maybe you can't comprehend the emotion, but it's when you would give up everything for that person's happiness. When their smile is essential to your heartbeat. When you know the gnarled, darkest, ugliest parts of each other, and you don't turn away. I glanced at my sisters and found Eva's hand firmly ensconced by Anne's. My heart twinged. I hadn't given Hudson the same grace I always gave my sisters. He'd offered me truth, and I'd shut him out. But there were some wounds that even love couldn't heal. Lena! She argued. Her eyes bulging. What is she trying to say? Eva whispered. I'm not sure, Anne answered. Mom, what about Lena? Wrong. Mom glanced at the ceiling, then breathed deep. Choice. Lena knew about my choice. I held up my right hand, and her gaze darted to the ring like a magnet. She gave the ring to Hudson for me as a message to you that I wouldn't let you twist me like you did her, that I could make my own path, that I could follow my heart and choose love. His choice. Her eyes bulged. Wrong. Girl. Mom. Eva surged to her feet. Allie, she doesn't know what she's saying. Sure she does, I answered. Her memory's just fine. And it's not the first time she's made her feelings known. Without her tethers, her words fell into the ragged space between us, harsh and ugly, but unable to touch me. I took a single step toward Mom. I'm done trying to prove myself to you, pushing myself until I break, tearing my body to shreds. Done trying to win your approval like it's some kind of game where you keep moving the goalposts. I'm done. My hand fell. I have loved you, worshipped you, idolized you my entire life. But I no longer want your approval. Whatever I do from here on out is for me. I took one last look at her, then turned my back and headed for the door. Fifth. She shouted. Bye, Mom. And stood. Then came to my side. I'll come up more often, Eva promised, then hurried our direction. Fifth. A painted canvas hit the wall to our right. I slowly turned. Oh, and Lena's daughter dances. She's beautiful and smart and tenacious and talented. Eloise and I teach her, and it gives me so much hope for her future knowing you never will. And took my left hand, and I held on to her for dear life as we walked away from our mother, Eva following close behind so we'd fit through the door. Sloppy feet! Mom screamed. Sloppy parenting! And retorted over her shoulder. I took my first full breath as Eva shut the doors behind us, and made our apologies to Rachel for agitating Mom as Dr. Wakefield approached. And I concentrated on breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth so I didn't vomit after letting all that out. Eva rubbed my back. Hey, document nice bun. Thanks. Dr. Wakefield patted her glossy black hair. Sometimes it just makes it easier to meet your mother wherever she is. She's worse than she was even a few weeks ago. And miles from where she had been in January. And noted. It's taking her longer to find words. Her sentences, when she has them, are choppy too. Dr. Wakefield nodded. Unfortunately. Her skin shows significant progression in that cortex. Lucky for us, neither her memory nor her mobility seems to be impacted yet, though we're seeing more frequent outbursts of violence. We're doing what we can to keep her safe and active in physical therapy sessions, art classes, everything we talked about. Writing? Reading? Anne asked, and Eva tensed. We haven't gotten her to cooperate in months, so I'm not sure if she's incapable or stubborn. Dr. Wakefield responded, then glanced at us each in turn. At this stage, she sighed. I can't estimate how much longer she'll be herself. You girls have done everything she asked to physically prepare, but it's progressing quickly. We thanked her. Then slowly made our way past other patients' rooms and down the wide staircase. Have to give it to Mom, Eva said as we reached the first floor. She picked the bougiest assisted living facility known to man. It's not known, Anne replied with a sad smile. That's why she chose it. We walked over the Brooksfield Institute crest and walked out into the August humidity. Feel better? Anne asked, digging the keys out of her purse. No. I shook my head. That wasn't exactly a fair fight. She's never been a fair parent. She countered. Hudson really pulled you out that night? Eva tucked her thumbs in her front pockets. Apparently, I said softly. Only 3 people really know, right? Lena's gone. Mom isn't reliable, and Hudson. My throat tried to close. I guess I have to trust his version of the events, or make peace with never really knowing. He kept it from me all these years. And I don't know if he ever would have told me if it hadn't been for Gavin. Or maybe he would if I'd simply told him the truth about Mom. You love him, Eva reminded me gently. That doesn't mean we're right for each other. We stepped from pavement to blacktop. You could forgive him. And hooked her arm through mine. I just need some time to think about everything. The secrets, and the guilt, and the fact that his love had determined who lived that night. If Gavin had been the one behind us, Lena would have lived. You. Taking the time to overanalyze every possible outcome before picking the one that feels safest? Eva snorted and made her way to the back passenger seat. Imagine that. Take all the time you need. And shot our sister a look. The same goes for the contracts. Screw the deadlines. Every company in this world will wait if you're not sure. There are plenty of them. But only one Alessandra Russo. Just have to decide what you want. That goes for you too, I reminded her. She nodded, then patted my arm and headed for the driver's side. For the first time in my life, I felt truly free, and yet I had no idea what to do with that freedom. I knew what I wanted. I just couldn't have him. Eva was right. I'd choose whatever felt safest. Which meant sticking with the decision that made the most sense. I was going back to New York.
I've traveled far, I've seen it all, chasing dreams that seem so tall. But the roads they wind, they twist and turn, and now it's time for me to return. The city lights fade in the rear view as I head for the place I always knew. No matter how far I've had to roam, I've always known the road back home. The journey's been long, but I've learned so much. Each step I take, it's your love I touch. The miles between us have kept me strong, but now I'm coming where I belong. The road back home, it's calling me where the heart feels free, where I can breathe through every storm, through every mile. I'll find my way back to your smile. The road back home, it's my guiding light, leading me through the darkest night. No matter where I've been, no matter how far, I'm on the road back to where you are. The nights were long, the days were cold, but the memory.
Chapter 37. Hudson. A cab driver honked his horn at a pedestrian as I walked out of the coffee shop across from the Metropolitan Ballet Company's building. The sidewalks were as crowded as the roads, but at least the people moved faster than the gridlocked cars. It was hard to imagine living here among the noise and millions of people. But if that's what it took to be near Allie, I'd adapt. Besides, the job stayed the same. It might not be Alaska, but ocean was ocean. And I'd have another shot at requesting Sitka in 3 years. 3 years was nothing in comparison to how long I'd loved Allie. I checked my watch and sipped my overpriced cup of coffee, stepping out of the way so other customers could exit the shop behind me. 7:30 meant I had 10 minutes to make it the 2 blocks to Allie's place before she left for rehearsal. It also meant I hadn't slept in about 24 hours. Whatever. Sleep was overrated. I breathed in anxiety and exhaled determination. My phone buzzed in the back pocket of my jeans, and my pulse jumped just like it always did, but it wasn't her. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and stepped out into the sea of nameless faces, heading east toward Allie's apartment. The last 5 days had been torture. The Rousseau house had been emptied of all but one occupant. Allie had said goodbye to Juniper, to Caroline. She'd even stopped in at the bar to bid farewell to Gavin. Guess she felt our words at the beach were a sufficient end to whatever we'd become. I didn't. The flow of traffic slowed near the corner, and I stopped with the others walking their daily commute, waiting for the signal to clear us to cross. I pounded the caffeine, then rolled my neck. It was a long-ass drive down from Haven Cove, but it would be worth it. What Allie and I had wasn't just rare. It was extraordinary. It had been from the moment we'd met. Soulmate. Love of my life. Whatever terminology there was still didn't adequately describe the connection. She existed, and I was hers. And if it meant moving to New York and begging her forgiveness until my knees were raw, then that's what I would do. I didn't have a lot of experience in the groveling department, but I'd be its fucking CO for as long as it took. She'd loved me at 17. She never said she still loved you. But she did. I knew it with the same certainty I felt every time I left the aircraft, knowing that I'd make it back in. I understood her like I did the ocean, and its rhythms and waves, its tides and swells. Allie loved me. She said it with her smiles and her laughter. She screamed it with her body. She whispered it in the middle of the night when she covered me with a blanket and kissed my temple. She revealed her fear of it every time she tried to pick an unnecessary fight. She'd spent every spare minute she could with me in that last month, and I hadn't complained once. Because while it may have only been 4% of her day, it was 100% of what she had to give. Now I was giving her the same. My phone buzzed. I finished off my coffee and tossed it in the bin, then lifted my phone to type out a response as the light changed and people rushed forward to cross. A dog barked across the intersection. And I looked up and froze on the edge of the curb. Sadie trotted at Allie's side in a hot pink harness and matching leash, her tail wagging as they crossed the opposite side of the street. Allie. My heart started pounding erratically, and it had nothing to do with the caffeine. I immediately pivoted, fighting against the flow of people to keep her in my line of sight. Her oversized sunglasses hid her eyes, but she was dressed in a close-fitted blue t-shirt, leggings, and tennis shoes, and her hair was already tucked neatly into a high bun, headed to rehearsal. Fuck. I had her schedule wrong. Allie adjusted the huge tote on her shoulder, and Eva stepped into view on her other side. Fine, if I had to grovel in front of her sister, I'd manage. Excuse me, I said, narrowly missing some guy in a three-piece suit as I walked against the current, desperate to keep my eyes on Allie. Allie. I called out, but she didn't hear me. Eva talked nonstop. But whatever she said made Allie smile as they approached the studio doors, and I paused at the edge of the curb, estimating my chances of crossing traffic unscathed. Allie. I tried again. Only to be lost in a chorus of honking cars. Everett came through the door and threw his arms around Allie, hugging her tight and lifting her off her feet. Allie grinned as he spun her around, wrapping Sadie's leash around them both, and Eva chased the pink nylon and grabbed hold so they didn't go tumbling. Fine. Everett could hear me beg too. I didn't mind a bigger audience. Allie laughed as Everett set her down, and the ache in my chest swelled. I didn't have to hear it. Just the sight of her happiness started welding the pieces of my broken heart back into shape. Reagan came through the doors next, holding a giant bouquet of pink and white balloons, then swept Allie into another grin-inducing embrace. My pocket buzzed, and I absent-mindedly reached for my phone as the group disappeared into the MBC building. Allie was home, healthy, happy, and living out her dream. What right did I have to fuck with that? To throw her life into upheaval when she'd fought so hard to get it back? Doubt crept in, and determination shoved it back in its place. There was no one on the planet who could love Allie as well as I could. I glanced down at my phone, expecting to see Gavin's name, and instead receiving the reply I'd waited days for. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Coming here had been impetuous, but there wasn't a lot of room in Allie's life for that. As evidenced by her coming to practice even earlier than she said she normally did. Whatever move I made next had to keep her best interests in mind. Not just mine. I had to fully commit. Be the man she not only loved, but deserved. And the man she deserved would be just as driven as she was, just as passionate, just as considerate. We were connected, bound by fate or luck. And that would never change. No matter how much time passed, or even if she never forgave me holding on to my secrets, I would love Allie Rousseau until the day I died. Like she'd said. Waves came in sets. She was happy here, and I had no choice but to match her energy. I was a dreamer who'd fallen in love with a dreamer, and it was time to stop dreaming and act. You're really not going to tell her? Gavin sat in the leather armchair of my office 4 weeks later, spectating as I finished packing yet another box. Nope. Allie's absence drained the colors from the sky, the taste from my food, the peace from a hot shower. Every cliché in the book applied. I'd lost them all, and it was time to go. The show opens in less than a month, and she needs to stay focused. You're just going to move. He reached for the displayed baseball on the bookshelf beside him. Pack up your whole life without so much as talking to her about it? Don't get me wrong, I'm all for you getting the fuck out of here. Chase that dream. Yay, dreams. But you do know her forgiving you requires actually talking to her, right? You have a plan? Right now, my plan is to pick up the phone if she calls. Since when are you the waiting guy? Gavin sat back in the chair. Fucking call her. Better yet, show up at her door and actually speak to her this time. I shook my head. That's what I need. Allie needs time to think things through. She's had a month, he interrupted. Yeah, well. I pulled her out of a burning car and left her sister in it. Then didn't tell her because I was too chicken shit to lose her. I put the last book in the box and grabbed the tape roll. It might take more than a month, or even a year or two, for her to think of me without that particular fact involved. I couldn't fault her for it. She might never forgive me. Why do you think I pulled that favor? If I did, she can too. He threw the ball up and caught it. Not that I'm saying you needed forgiveness. You acted like you always do, and because of it. Allie's alive. If you'd gotten there a minute later. I closed my eyes against the agonizing imagery that brought up. Time was the enemy, Hudson. Not you. He tossed the ball again. You didn't speak to me for weeks, I reminded him. Weeks, not months, and eventually I did. He repeated the motion, catching the ball every time it came down. Sure. After you came to the conclusion that if it had been you, Lena would have lived. Another reality I refused to accept, even for Juniper's sake. He nodded. Lena would have lived. The tape squealed as I sealed the box. But as much as I loved that girl, he continued, it was nothing compared to watching you and Allie. The ball went up and came back down. And I told her that. Told her to let you hold on to her. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. I'm sorry, by the way. Not sure I ever said that. I didn't mean to let it slip about the hospital. Thanks. I labeled the box with a black marker and set it aside. I should have told her. I had a million opportunities and chose not to. That's on me. Not you. I'm the one who lost her. My phone vibrated, dancing across the desk, and I caught it before it fell over the edge. I typed out a quick reply. I know you're not used to begging forgiveness. But it requires actually doing something, he lectured. Sacrificing your pride or your ego. Giving her the space she needs is the fucking sacrifice. I snapped. She's happy, Gavin. Maybe for the first time in her life. She's back on top of her game. You think I don't want to show up at her door? Barge into her life and throw myself at her mercy? You think it was easy to walk away from her on that street? That any of this is about to be easy? I will have to fight my selfish need for her every single day. I will be this close. I pinched my fingers, leaving an inch of space between them, to having everything I've dreamed of, and yet so fucking far that I may as well just stay here. You're absolutely not staying here. He shook his head. I gestured to the boxes. Hence the moving. Allie puts everyone else's needs first, always has, and she's not going to put mine first. If that means I have to watch from a distance as she lives her life without me, then it fucking sucks, but so be it. I love her enough to let her go. The if you love something set it free thing is overrated. He set the baseball down. I still think you should have snatched her off the street 4 weeks ago, thrown her in the truck, and driven straight to Sitka. Off and gone, happily ever after. Dream place? Check. Dream girl? Check. You could have worked your shit out on the road trip. Kidnapping aside, I said slowly. Reaching for another box, you wanted me to drive her to Sitka, where there is no metropolitan ballet company for her to be the badass she is. That's like taking the best quarterback in the NFL to live in Hawaii. There are no NFL teams in Hawaii. He looked at me like I'd sprouted wings. Exactly. I would never do that to her. She belongs in New York. I dragged the tape across the bottom of the cardboard. Can we please change the damn subject? The door swung open, and I looked over my shoulder as Juniper walked in. Caroline close on her heels, carrying a casserole dish. Honey, take this to the kitchen, would you please? Yep. Juniper waved, then ran off with the glassware. Okay, I brought lasagna. Caroline hung her purse on the coat tree. Just need to pop it in around 4, she gawked at Gavin. Please tell me that you're actually helping him pack and not just sitting there like our brother isn't moving the day after tomorrow. Gavin shrugged. It's not like the military isn't sending movers. Get up. Caroline snapped. Now, get a box and get packing. So bossy, he whined, hefting himself out of the chair. I didn't fight my grin. This right here was what I was going to miss. The bickering and the laughter. Watching Juniper grow and trying to figure out what she was going to scheme up next so I could get a step ahead of her. I was going to miss my family. They'd only be a visit away, but it wouldn't be the same. I glanced up at the framed map of Alaska above my desk. Some dreams required action, but others had to wait. So that's what I was going to do. Wait. Opening the desk drawer, I found the picture of Allie and me that Juniper had pilfered from storage earlier in the summer. My chest cracked open, at least that's what it felt like. How the hell could I love her like this, need her like air, and not be with her? How did a love like that go to complete and utter waste? She loved me and I loved her, and it still wasn't enough. Time was my only hope of ever getting her back. I slipped the picture into my back pocket and packed the rest of the drawer's contents in the box. I can't believe you're leaving, Caroline muttered, packing books at a speed that made me second-guess my own work ethic. I mean, I can. I'm happy for you. You deserve everything good there is to have. Tape. She held out her hand. Stunned and a little frightened, I handed it over. I glanced down at my phone. She'd be here any minute. Perfect timing. And we'll be fine. She sealed the box and pushed it over to Gavin. Make yourself useful and label that. And no, writing porn is not a funny way to get back at him. You ruin all the fun. Gavin smirked and then absolutely wrote porn on the side of the box. I think Tanner is ready for me to hand over the evening shifts at the cafe. She built another box, and I busied myself with the next drawer so I didn't get yelled at too. Which means Juniper won't need a babysitter after school. Or I can stay by myself. Juniper called out from the living room. Oh, that's definitely not happening. Caroline shook her head. Or you could accept some help, I suggested, spotting her car pull up outside. One thing about that woman? She was punctual as fuck. I'm not dragging Mom and Dad back here. She pointed the tape gun at Gavin. And I'm not giving up the cafe. It's a love-hate relationship, but it's mine, and did you seriously put that on the box when I specifically told you not to? I'm not saying you need to bring Mom and Dad back. And I'm definitely not saying you should depend on that one. I gestured at Gavin. Rude, he muttered. Facts, I retorted, backing out of the office slowly. I'm saying that there's room in your life, in Juniper's life, for more people to love and support you, if you'll let them. Chances are you'll discover you're doing them a favor too. I reached for the door handle. And who would you like me to depend on, Hudson? Caroline asked, leaning into the doorway. I opened the door. You have no idea how perfect your timing is. Or how much it hurt to see her. But this was the right thing for everyone, and she'd promised not to tell Allie what I was doing. I do try, she said, tucking a curl behind her ears and balancing a box of packing supplies on her hip as she walked in. She set the box down on the floor and headed straight for Caroline, holding out her hand. Hi, Caroline. It's been a while. Caroline glanced at me, then took her hand cautiously. Hi, Anne. I thought you'd gone back to New York with your sisters. Actually, I decided to stay and get my very small, very rusty legal practice off the ground right here. And Anne, Juniper came flying out of the living room, raced right by me, and slammed into Anne's side. Hi, Juniper, and hugged her right back. Ugh, I've missed you. Juniper immediately launched into telling Anne all about her first week at Madeline's and how she wasn't sure her new teacher could ever compare to Eloise, but she'd give her a shot. And I hung back and watched as Caroline laughed. Yeah, they were going to be all right, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 38. Allie. Good morning, Allie. Jennifer, one of the new corps members, waved happily as she passed me in the hallway. Hi, Sadie. Good morning, Jennifer, I replied, wrapping Sadie's leash over my wrist. Then pulling the frayed edges of my worn black hoodie over my hand as I pushed against the current of dancers headed to class. I should already be in there warming up. leading from the front as Vasily expected, but his one condition for Sadie's presence was that she remain in Kenna's office when I was in the studio, which worked out fine because Kenna loved her. "Don't be late," Everett said, darting a kiss on my cheek as he rushed past. "She's always fucking late," Charlotte muttered, shooting me a glare as she followed. A gaggle of her gossiping minions trailing after. "Doesn't matter when you're a Rousseau, I guess." I stiffened my shoulders, but presented a pleasing smile. As Vasily would expect one of the leading members of his company to do, being back was easy, normal. And I fell into the routine as easily as I fell into the masks I'd left here nearly 5 months ago. In fact, I'd been back 6 weeks and it felt like I'd never left at all. Which was part of the problem. It was the same, but I wasn't. Where I'd once seen perfection and excellence, now all I saw was dirt and deceit. This place was plated gold. And now that I'd scratched its pristine surface and seen what really lay beneath, it had lost its shine. Or maybe nothing shone quite as bright without Hudson flashing his grin every now and again. I breathed through the immediate sting of pain that came whenever I thought about him, which was about every minute or so unless I was dancing. I'd spent more hours in the studio trying to hide from my heartbreak than I had training to get back here. Eva appeared next, darting out of the core dressing room as I approached. Worry immediately lined her forehead. "Do you want me to take Sadie to Kenna so you can go?" "No," I shook my head and smiled at my sister, but I could tell it didn't reach my eyes. "I get there when I get there." Her worry lines deepened. "Right." I squeezed her hand in reassurance, then sent her on her way. I simply didn't care if I was late. It would be frowned upon. But no one was going to do anything. If Eva was late, well, the consequences weren't worth risking it. The dancers sped by, all doing their best to beat the clock and get into the studio before Eloise arrived. The hallway cleared as Sadie and I passed the last of the dressing rooms, then entered the stairwell and descended to the 3rd floor. We popped out near the strength training center, and Sadie wagged her tail as we approached the entrance to Kenna's office. "Oh!" "Alessandra," Maxim called out from the end of the hall, lifting his hand. So close. I'd been so close to not having to deal with him, or his father, this morning. Every time I saw them. I thought of Juniper, and my anger nearly burned through my faux civility. "What can I do for you?" I asked, my hand on Kenna's doorknob. "Sienna is looking for you." He arched a brow just like his father. "You need to sign your contract." "I'll see if I can find time to stop by her office before leaving." I smiled and gave the same response I did every day since returning. It wasn't like I needed the money. "See that you do. Not being on contract makes you a liability." He narrowed his eyes and moved to step between me and Kenna's door, only to retreat when he spotted Sadie already there. "We're 2 weeks away from performance. And my father may make allowances for you, given his fondness for your mother, but your refusal to sign has become as circumspect as the offers still pouring into this office on your behalf." Noted. My smile didn't slip even an inch. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to be late to take class." He huffed a sigh of annoyance, then turned on his heel and headed for the elevators. I knocked on Kenna's door twice, then walked in after she said to. "Good morning, Sadiekins." She leaned down and ruffled Sadie's ears, then looked me over with the same appraisal that had become her custom in the last 6 weeks. "Did you get any sleep last night?" "A few hours." I let Sadie's leash go, and she immediately trotted to the bed Kenna kept under her window. Matthias was home, so I managed a couple." A smile curved her mouth, and she walked over to her desk, then picked up a stack of envelopes. I grabbed these off Sienna's desk before Vasily could see them. "Offers from..." She tilted her head and read the return addresses: Atlanta, Sydney, Paris, Vancouver. And yet again, San Francisco. She tested the weight of the envelopes. "And they don't feel like contracts. They're offers to come for specific roles." I walked forward, then sat on the edge of her desk. "Freelance," Kenna noted. "All of the fun, none of the politics. Dance in, dance out." She handed me the stack. "I'm starting to wonder if you want Vasily to see them." I stared at the envelopes. Word had spread that I wasn't signing, and whatever offers weren't on paper were flooding my email. Misery surged through me, sitting on my chest and making it hard to draw a breath. "I hate it here," I whispered. "I know." Kenna sat back on the desk next to me. "I miss him, and I hate it here." My thumbs pressed into the stack, denting the envelopes. Yes, he kept the truth from me, but I kept it from Caroline. We were all doing the wrong things for what we thought were the right reasons. But he's the only one who got punished. "You're doing a good job of punishing yourself," Kenna said. "You could stop this self-flagellation and just call the man." After 6 weeks of silence? I shook my head. He probably hates me for the way I walked out on him. You called him out on his bullshit and broke off a relationship on its predetermined date. You didn't fuck his best friend. Allie. Kenna drummed her fingers on the desk's edge. That man is in love with you. If a decade apart didn't kill it, then 6 weeks hasn't come close to even wounding it. I looked over at her wall of diplomas and accolades, then through one of her windows into the training area, where 2 members of the Corps were working out. It was all part of the vicious cycle of dance, injure, recover, return. And I was stuck in it. What good would calling him do? I shrugged. One of the reasons I walked away is because he'd hate it here. I wasn't even sure that going home to Hudson at night would make this place better, but at least I'd be happy for 10 hours a day. Even if 8 of them were sleeping. So do you, Kenna countered. You're not exactly living, Allie. You're just breathing. And I love you, but I don't have time for you to wallow in my office. Especially when the solution is a call, a drive, or a flight away. You could be happy in the next 10 minutes if you walked back to the dressing room, picked up your phone, and dialed his number. But you insist on suffering and making the rest of us watch. It's disappointing. Why are you brave for everyone but yourself? My eyebrows rose. I mean, tell me how you really feel. I feel like there's a reason you haven't signed a contract, and until you're ready to actually talk about that, the rest of this is just whining. She reached back over her desk for a clipboard. And I'm happy to listen to you whine over margaritas, but my mother is going to kick your ass for being late again, so either go. She looked me in the eye. Or go. Yes! That. My stomach tensed. I have my own role, I blurted. It's the dream. You don't walk away from the dream. But she was right. There was a reason I wouldn't sign. I'd worked so hard to get back here. And now all I wanted was to go. I wanted Hudson. Being scared to admit it wasn't going to change the fact that I was happier with him than I'd ever been on a stage. You do if the dream changes. Kenna tucked the clipboard under her arm. Dreams aren't stagnant, Allie. They grow. They shift. My heart started to pound. The silly would kill me for walking away 2 weeks before a show. Fuck him. Kenna shrugged. Eva needs to grow up. She backed away toward the gym door in her office. But you, I shook my head. I am glorious. I have a career I love. A man I can't get enough of, a world-class brain, and an enviable designer handbag collection. You need to stop hiding behind what everyone else wants. Because you're the only one responsible for your happiness. You may have told your mother off, but you're sure living the life she chose for you. I clutched the envelopes. I still love to dance. That stack you're holding says you don't have to be here to do that. Allie, you can have everything you want if you'd just get out of your own way. She reached for the handle beneath the glass panel of the door, then took a deep breath and gave me a sad smile. I'm going to do the job that I adore. She twisted the handle, and I hope you do the same. I don't want to find you in this office when I return. Go, Allie. Be happy. 8.5 hours later. I stood on Hudson's front porch with Sadie and knocked. Again. I breathed through the nausea churning in my stomach, clutched Sadie's leash, and rang the bell. She whined. He's probably just at work. I told her, scratching the top of her head and walking toward the closest window. This was not how the big grand gesture was supposed to work. I'd rented a car. Driven all the way here with an obscene amount of luggage, and he wasn't even home. I cupped my hands along the glass, then leaned in to see inside the house. My stomach pitched. It was empty. No bookshelves. No soft leather armchair. No framed map. Just hardwood and pristine walls. Oh my God. Panic kicked in as I backed away. Where could he possibly be? He wouldn't have moved in with Caroline. Caroline. She'd know where he was. I got Sadie into the back seat of the rented SUV, then drove straight to the cafe and ignored the side-eye from a few year-rounders when I walked in with a dog. I spotted Caroline behind the counter immediately. Where is he? I asked. Walking straight through the center of the cafe. Caroline looked up, as did the young man at her side, who she appeared to be teaching. Her blue eyes flared wide. Allie? Where is he? I stopped on the far side of the 50s-style counter. Because I packed all of my things, and I walked away from my company, and I rented a car and drove all the way here, and his house is empty. My throat started to close, and I arched my neck. I wondered when you'd show up, Caroline said. Tanner, why don't you grab Allie a glass of lemonade? Sure thing. The young man grabbed a glass from beneath the counter, and within 30 seconds, I was chugging to save my life. Thank you, I said once half the glass was gone. How's Juniper? Caroline softened. She's great. She'd probably love to see you since she's at your house with him right now. You know you could have called. I know. I nodded and gripped the glass a little harder. I just thought it would be so much more poignant to show up and surprise him, then launch into the myriad of reasons we shouldn't be together. But then I'd bring it back to the only reason we should, which is that we belong together. I winced. It sounded way better in my head. Look, I know you hate me for sneaking into Juniper's life, and you can't stand my family or our last name, but I really can't either. Every time someone says it, I just think of my mother now. And I'm sure you can think of a million other people you'd rather see Hudson with. Do you love my brother? She asked, interrupting my ramble. I startled, and my gaze snapped to Tanner, who was staring like I needed medical attention. That's when I realized the entirety of the cafe was listening to me. Awesome. I think that's something Hudson should hear first. Caroline nodded. I don't hate you, Allie. Even when I was furious with all of you for sneaking around my back with Juniper, I never hated you. I'm just sorry you came all this way. My stomach pitched and I scrambled to school my expression, to hold on to any vestige of dignity, but I'd left all my masks in New York, and now there was just me. It's too late, isn't it? I waited too long and blew my chance. My eyes prickled, but I refused to cry. Even if I had to sweep the remnants of my heart off this linoleum floor, I wasn't crying in front of Caroline. Oh, Allie. She came around the counter and squeezed my hand, leash and all. You could be 90 years old, and it would never be too late for Hudson. I'm so dang glad one of you has come to your senses. Of course, I'll tell you where he is. I just meant that it's a shame you came all this way, because you drove the wrong direction. I nearly dropped the glass. I what? Chapter 39. Hudson. 3.5 weeks after unpacking the last box, I thought about Allie as I drove past Swan Lake on my way to what was now my home. Not that I only thought about her around the lake. No, I thought about her while I unpacked, while I hiked the trailheads behind my house, when I woke up, while I was at work. And every second I lay in bed before falling asleep. The only time I didn't think about Allie was when I was in the water, which made me volunteer for every possible duty. I'd only been here 27 days and already had a reputation of being reckless, but that note had probably transferred with my file. Every muscle ached as I pulled into the long driveway that I'd probably curse myself for choosing every time I had to snowplow in the coming months, but I loved the privacy of my house in the woods. For the first time in years, my life felt like mine again. My brow furrowed at the sight of a new red SUV parked dead center in front of my 2-car garage. Temp plates were registered in Massachusetts. I groaned as I put my car in park behind it. As much as I missed Juniper and Caroline, I was not up for a surprise visit. Nor did I feel like sharing my space with Gavin or showing Mom and Dad around a town I wasn't quite familiar with yet. Not to mention I was supposed to be on an airplane tomorrow morning. For fuck's sake, do none of them know how to use a phone? I muttered. Every muscle in my body ached as I got out of the truck, protesting the hours I'd spent in a rather angry ocean. But I pocketed my keys and trudged up the steps to the red wraparound porch that had made me fall for this place hook, line, and sinker. No one was waiting at the front door. So I made my way around to the back. And then I ceased to breathe and blinked my eyes to be sure I wasn't hallucinating. Good girl. Allie's back was to me as she took the ball from Sadie's mouth and hurled it into the backyard. The little golden raced down the deck steps and scrambled after her target. My heart jolted at the sound of her voice, then pounded when I recognized the faded, ragged hoodie she was currently wearing. Allie? I asked quietly, like she was a specter that would vanish if I said it too loudly. She jumped and turned toward me with her hands splayed over the Rip Curl logo on her chest. Damn, Hudson, you scared me. Scared you? I live here. My gaze raked over her, taking in every detail I'd missed over the last 2 months. There were no noticeable changes other than the fact that somehow she looked even better. Healthier. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, the circles under her eyes had disappeared, and her eyes were bright, but she twisted Lena's ring around her finger nervously as she looked me over too. Hurt to say it, but leaving me looked really good on her. Well, yeah. She pulled her hair over one shoulder as Sadie ran up the stairs, wagging her tail. Allie grabbed the ball and threw it again, earning the same result. But I've been here a couple of hours, so you startled me, that's all. Hours? What the hell was going on? Are you okay? Is everything okay at home? I'm fine, she assured me with a shaky smile. And I think everyone's doing the same as they were when I left a week ago. Hope you don't mind that Caroline gave me your address. She twisted Lena's ring and took a deep breath. Hudson, my mother isn't teaching at some exclusive boarding school. She isn't. The subject change gave me whiplash, but she had my full attention. Allie shook her head. No. She has frontotemporal dementia with primary progressive aphasia. She's been in the assisted living facility she chose for about 2 years. And has been in control of all her affairs. No one knows. Just Anne and Eva and Eloise and Kenna and Caroline. I told her so that she could have Juniper tested for the gene. The 3 of us are clear, but Lena never knew to get tested. And now you know. Anyway, the last time she left was for the Giselle performance, and she's gone downhill pretty fast since then. Holy shit, Allie. My heart broke for her. She'd been dealing with that the entire time? I'm so sorry. Thank you. She twisted the ring again. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. But it's just a fact of my life at this point, and I figured telling you was the first step to letting you in. All the way. All the way, I repeated. My brain spinning to wrap itself around the concept that she was here, that she was telling me things I didn't have to pry out of her. Did you realize it took a week to drive here? She asked. Yes, I said slowly. Why did you drive all the way from Massachusetts? Because that's where I bought the car, she said equally slowly. Did you notice? It's the first car I've ever bought. It's red. Her smile widened. Yeah, I noticed. I walked 2 steps closer, then shoved my hands in my pockets to keep from reaching for her. But why did you drive here? And what are you going to do with a car in Manhattan? Her smile slipped. I didn't want to put Sadie on a plane. She looked down at her hands. And because I was afraid if I called, you would tell me not to come. So I bought a car and we drove. And took a ferry. This time when Sadie ran back, I threw the ball for her after a quick scratch behind her ears. The chances of me telling you not to come are 0, and less than 0 if you picked up the phone. So I should have called, she said softly. Look, if you're busy. Or if there's someone you're expecting. Someone I'm expecting? Like I've just moved on in the past couple months? Like there's anyone on the fucking planet who could possibly take your place? I tipped her chin up so I could look in her eyes. Is that what you did? Went back to New York and tried to replace me? Of course not. Her eyes narrowed, and she jerked her chin out of my grasp. I just drove here from the East Coast. I hardly think that's conducive to having a boyfriend. Oh, for fuck. I ripped my cover off my head and folded the blue cap, sticking it into the back pocket of my pants. You have to help me out and tell me what you're doing here, love. Because I'm 30 seconds from carrying you into my room and making good on that little plan to keep you in my bed. That sounds great. She nodded. I backed up a step. Don't screw with me. Do you think I'd drive all the way here to not screw with you? A corner of her mouth rose, and I was a goner. 3 steps later, I had her back against the wall, my hands in her hair and my tongue in her mouth. I kissed her like I'd been thinking about her every second since she'd left, using every ounce of skill I had to steal her breath. She pulled me closer and pushed up into the kiss, slanting her head in that little way she had of telling me to deepen it, so I did. She tasted like lemonade and the beach. Hot summer days with hotter nights, and I groaned at the feeling of finally being home. I wanted her bare skin under my hands, her soft thighs locked around my hips. I ripped my mouth away from hers and backed across the deck to put some much-needed space between us, noting that Sadie had given up on us entirely and was now happily curled up near the door. "Why did you stop?" Allie pushed off the wall. "Nope." I held out my hand. "You stay there until you tell me why you're here." "Right." She slid her hands into the back pockets of her curve-hugging jeans, and my resolve unraveled to a single thread. "I'm here because I want you." I gripped the deck railing and begged my body to obey the order to stay. "You're going to have to be a little more specific than that, because it seems like a really long trip for a few orgasms." I refused to get my hopes up, not when losing her destroyed me every time she walked away. If this was just a visit, I needed to know. "How much more detail do you need when my car is packed to the brim with everything I own, Hudson?" "Yes." And boom, my mouth was on hers again. Need barreled down my spine like a freight train as I kissed her over and over, nipping her bottom lip, then sucking on it before licking back into her mouth to retrace every curve. God. I'd missed her. I needed her. I loved her. She wasn't the wave or the pylon. She was the entire ocean, as beautiful as she was impossible to fathom. But damn if I didn't want to spend the rest of my life figuring her out. Fuck. I broke the kiss and backed off again, but there wasn't enough room on this deck, hell, in this whole world, to keep me away from her when she said things like that. "You're supposed to be in New York, rehearsing for a ballet created for you, that's supposed to open tomorrow night." "Correct." She nodded, dropping her gaze to my mouth. "But I'm not, because I want to be here with you." "Yeah, no." I shook my head. "That doesn't check out. You don't walk away from ballets created for you. I have a plane ticket for tomorrow and everything." Her smile stopped my heart. "You were coming to see me?" "Of course I was coming to see you. I wasn't going to miss your opening night." "The opening night you're missing." "And stop looking at me like that." "Like what?" She stepped closer. "Like I want you and finally did something about it? Like I picked up my life and moved it to Alaska?" "Yep. All of that." I could have her in bed in under 20 seconds if I had my keys ready. "Have to say, it's pretty sexy that you finally went for it." She looked out over the backyard. "I mean, Sitka. That damn smile was going to be the death of me. You got your dream, Hudson." She took a step my direction. "Yes and no. You're my dream, and I put an entire continent between us in order to give you space and time." I pointed toward Sadie. "So you stand over there and explain why you just walked away from everything you worked your ass off for." She arched an eyebrow at me. "Fine, we'll do it your way." I went back to New York and tried like hell to not think about you, which I failed at miserably. I went into the company and silence reigned as she looked out over the forest and fought for words, and felt like I had to be a million different things to a million different people, none of which were actually me. I sat there in the locker room as the other dancers buzzed around me, and all I could think was that I only feel like I'm truly myself, no pretenses or armor, when I'm with you. I hated being there. Her entire body moved with the breath she took. So, I left without signing my contract. I don't care who dances in Equinox, because what does any of it matter if I'm miserable? You're too good to hide out here with me. It killed me to say it. The nearest professional company is something like 600 miles away, Allie. I'm not hiding, Hudson, I'm living. Hopefully with you, though I'm starting to wonder if I overestimated your take you however I can get you mantra. She folded her arms. You can't quit. Not over me. I refuse to let that happen. Balance, yes. Quit? No. She blinked. Oh, I'm not quitting. I have offers from just about every company I could ever want to dance at, none of which are here. Holy shit. Was I actually trying to talk the love of my life out of being with me? Of course not. I'll be gone for about 3 weeks at a time for up to 3 to 4 times a year, depending on what roles I'm interested in. I'm not signing with a company. I'm officially freelance. She shrugged. You get to live your dream, and I get to live mine. Best part is we can do it together. I just need some practice space and to order some equipment. If you're okay with me living here. If not, I can find a place nearby and we can take it slow. Slow? I shook my head. Allie, I've loved you for 11 years. Anything less than me waking up next to you every morning would feel fucking glacial. Her smile lit up her whole face. Then wake up to me every morning. There had to be a catch. What about Eva? She needs to find her own sunlight, and decided to stay at the Cape to be near Juniper. She tilted her head. Any other reservations? Besides the obvious? Lena, she whispered. I nodded, silently preparing to have my heart ripped out. I don't despise you, she admitted softly. Obviously, because I'm here. I'm sorry I said that. It took about 3 hours for me to realize that my mother put you in a no-win situation and we both suffered for it. And I, of all people, understand what it's like to get caught up in a lie. She started twisting Lena's ring again. I thought about it. Really sat with what it would be like to look at you every day other than the obvious appeal, and asked myself if the fact that you played a role in one of my tragedies overruled the simple, unshakable truth that I love you, and it doesn't. It's not your fault that Lena died, Hudson. You just happened to be there. And because you were, I'm alive. My whole body tensed. Say it again. It's not Not that part. I closed the distance between us. Oh! She smiled and wrapped her arms around my neck. I love you. I'm always going to love you. This is me holding on. I don't want 5 minutes, I want a lifetime. Every day. Every night. You and me. I lowered my forehead to hers and let the perfection of it slide through me and settle deep in my bones. No one walks away. Not ever. That's what I'm asking. She brushed her lips against mine. Can you do that? Yeah. I can do that. I lifted her into my arms. And she locked her ankles behind my back. I was born to do exactly that. Epilogue. Allie. 5 years later. The Metropolitan Opera House buzzed with palpable excitement as we made our way to our seats. I glanced up at the family box, which was no longer our family's, and smiled at the bright-eyed boy looking down at the orchestra pit with eager anticipation. Homesick? Hudson asked as he led me down the back row, straight toward the center. His fingers laced with mine. No, I replied. Don't lie, Kenna lectured from behind us. You know you can't find those bagels you love in Washington, or wherever it is you two live right now. You know damn well where we live, I retorted as we approached the center seat where Caroline sat with Gavin and N. Hudson had been stationed at Cape Disappointment for the last 2 years, and it was our favorite so far. Though I often missed our house in Alaska too. This is us, baby. Kenna pointed to their seats, then did a double take at her husband. I know you are not texting work right now. Tell them I don't care who needs to be cut open. You are mine for the evening, Matthias. Just checking in with the sitter, Ken. He tucked his phone in the pocket of his suit coat, unbuttoned the top button, and Saturday, he's fine, by the way. I know that because I texted her from the lobby. Kenna took the seat next to him, and I left one empty before sitting beside Hudson. She probably thinks we're insane. Or just overprotective parents, I countered. No date? Hudson leaned forward and looked past Caroline and to Gavin. He shrugged. Mind if I borrow yours? Yes. Hudson sat back and slipped his hand onto my thigh. Where are Miles and Tyler? A teenage girl with red hair startled in front of us as she saw me, then quickly turned around and took her seat. Ty's backstage with the girls, Caroline answered. They're all nervous. She looked my way. Did you get to slip backstage? I nodded with a grin. She looks fantastic and super calm. Miles has a deposition in Boston. And smiled and color rose in her cheeks. But he'll be home tomorrow. You guys want your room, right, Allie? Because that's the one I made up. Absolutely. I nodded. Tomorrow kicked off the 1 week we'd all cleared in our schedules to spend at the beach house. Mom had passed over almost 4 years ago, but we still kept her rules. I glanced at the empty seat next to me. She'll be here. Hudson brushed his lips over my temple. Punctuality is not her strong suit, Kenna reminded me, then arched her neck to look behind us. But look who made it. As if we'd miss it. Everett leaned over and smacked a kiss on my cheek. Give us a second, and we'll make our way around. His wedding ring flashed under the lights as he reached for Michael's hand, and they walked toward the end of the aisle. Not even a twinge of homesickness? Hudson asked, his fingers stroking the top of my thigh. I performed here last year, I reminded him, turning my head so I could steal a quick kiss. And you're my home. Best of both worlds. He leaned in and deepened the kiss a step beyond what would be considered appropriate for the Met, and I reveled in every second of it. I would never get tired of kissing this man. Ugh. You two are nauseating. Eva slipped past Kenna and sank into her seat, the plastic wrap surrounding her bouquet crackling. And you were almost late. Peace settled in my soul. The same way it always did when we managed to get ourselves under one roof. It hasn't started yet, and therefore I am still on time, Eva argued. Did everyone bring flowers? How many bouquets does one girl need? I've counted 6 so far, Gavin answered. Sounds right. Hudson adjusted the roses in his lap to protect the blooms. Caroline, are you okay? You look like you're going to puke. I'm fine. Caroline nodded, drumming her fingertips on the armrest between them. Just nervous for her. It's not every day a little local studio gets invited to perform at the Met. She'll do great, I promised Caroline. Relax, it's in her genes, Eva added, then turned to me. Want the latest company gossip? We soloists hear it all. Oh, and did anyone grab a program? Ken sighed and set an extra program in Eva's lap. No on the gossip. I shook my head. But I'm glad you're entertained. The young woman ahead of us turned in her seat, then stared at me for 3 awkward seconds before clearing her throat. I'm so sorry to bug you. But you look like Alessandra Rousseau. I smiled. Alessandra Ellis, actually, but yes. That's me. Hudson's hand flexed on my thigh. And I caught a glimpse of his dimple popping from the corner of my eye. Oh my God. I love you. I watch your performances all the time, the teen gushed. That's very kind of you. Thank you. What's your name? I asked. Celine. Her face lit up, and her gaze caught on Eva. And you're Eva. I follow you. And I'm absolutely in love with the series you did on the differences between all the different brands of point shoes. Thanks. Eva flashed a grin. It's lovely to meet you, Celine, I said. I hope you enjoy the performance. You guys are legends, she whispered, then turned around. Hudson leaned in and brushed his lips over my ear. I fucking love when you say your name almost as much as when you say mine. Heat immediately flushed my skin. Behave. It's the Met. It had taken me all of 3 seconds to decide to take his name when we got married 2 years ago. I was simply done being a Rousseau. I don't recall you saying anything about propriety when we were in the dressing room last year, he whispered, his fingers sliding toward the hem of my short black dress. In fact, I remember a lot of you asking for more and harder and faster at one point. I love you. And now I kind of wanted to tug him backstage for a repeat performance. I love you more. You're perfect. Allie. You know that, right? Sea green eyes locked with mine, and I lost track of my thoughts. Look. Eva wrestled the program. Haven Cove Contemporary Dance, and there's her name. The lights went down, and Caroline started rocking in her seat, and took her left hand. I reached over Hudson's lap and took her right. The curtain rose, and excitement bubbled through my chest like I was the one about to take the stage. My smile widened to impossible proportions as Juniper appeared with the rest of her class. She was flawless. Acknowledgements. Thank you to my husband, Jason, for holding me together in a whirlwind of a year that shook our lives like a snow globe in the most chaotic, best, and hardest of ways. You are my gravity. Thank you to my 6 children, who have handled the upheaval of moving yet again and the scrutiny that comes from social media with a grace that leaves me awestruck. Thank you to my sister, Kate, for sticking by my side, and to my parents, for their love and encouragement. Thank you to Emily Beyer, because you always call. Thank you to Lauren Plude, Lindsay Faber, and the team at Montlake for making this book a reality and always prioritizing my mental health. Lauren, thank you for picking up every time I texted with a "Do you have 5 minutes?" You guys are a dream to work with. To my phenomenal agent, Louise Fury, who makes my life easier simply by standing at my back, and to Shivani Doraswamy, for being the best film agent an author could hope for. Thank you to my wifeys, our unholy trinity, Gina L., Maxwell, and Cindy Madsen, who keep me at the keys. Thank you to Shelby and Cassie for handling my unicorn brain and being the best hype girls I could ever ask for. Thank you to Rachel and Ashley for always showing up. Thank you to K.P. Simon for your strength not only in business but in friendship. To every blogger, influencer, and reader who has taken a chance on me over the years, you make this industry what it is. To my reader group, the Fly Girls, for giving me a safe space in the wild west of the internet. Lastly, because you're my beginning and end, thank you again to my Jason. There's a little of you in every hero I write.